This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Ten. To all radio stations, we're going to the countdown now. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies-South Africa series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this first test match between the touring South African team and the West Indies here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, it's the first test and it's day 5 action here at the Oval. At the moment, the match is nicely poised with South Africa leading by 154 runs at the moment. Remember, South Africa won the toss and they elected to bat first. Their first innings, they got 357 runs, leading the way to Captain Bavuma with 86, and Dizorzi, he made 78. Mulder chipped in with 41, not out in the end. Workan, the main bowler for the West Indies, he picked up 4 for 69. Jaden Seals picked up 3. Jaden Seals picked up 3 wickets for 67. And the other bowler to pick up wickets, Kimar Roach, he picked up 2. The West Indies, in reply, they managed to get to 233. All out. The main contributions all the way along. Brathwaite, he got 35. Louis, he got to 35. Casey Carty on debut got to 42. Kavim Hodge, he got 25. Jason Holder, he got to 36. And in the end, Warrican blazing the way with a quick fire 35. Wickets and wickets for the West Indies. So we're here, the action at the Oval. And it's going to be Kimar Roach to take up the attack from the media center end. Remember, the South Africans, they are 30 without loss. Kimar Roach, this one is on that off stump. Dizorzi just pushing this one into the onside. No run. Score remains on 30 without loss. As I welcome Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, good morning to you, Ronnie. Good morning to you, listeners. It's Kimar Roach running away from us into Dizorzi. And Dizorzi is cutting this one. And it's getting past Casey Carty, a slight misfield at backward point. They go for 1. And they're going to come back quite easily for the second.
Yes, Kimar Roach doing pretty well here for West Indies. They need wickets. They need wickets, and they need a lot of wickets. They need to try and restrict this South African batting lineup as least as possible to really have a chance of winning this match. It's going to be Roach to continue. Roach into Dizorzi. This one, it's a good length delivery on that middle stump. Dizorzi just pushes his foot forward and pushes that one to the short extra cover in the captain, Brathwaite. There's no run. The score remains on 32 without loss.
Yeah, so we could see 2 slips, a backward point, a short extra cover, mid-off, a wide-ish mid-off in Captain Craig Brathwaite, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and there's also a man at a long leg position.
It's Roach again. Into Dizorzi. This one is down the leg side. Good work by the Silver behind the stumps in gathering that one down the leg side, and it's no run. 32 without loss. Remember, Dizorzi, he is on 16 from 20 deliveries. Makram at the end, he's on 9. Remember, he didn't get much runs. He got 9 in the first innings, so he would want to make up for that. In this second innings here, he's on 9, so you want to get off there. But it's Dizorzi after a wonderful knock in the first innings. Roach into him. This one is just a bit straighter. And Dizorzi on the front foot, working it into the onside straight to Warrican at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Yeah, so we saw Kimar Roach take the new ball yesterday evening, late in the evening, and he just had 2 overs, costing him 15. And so the West Indies opting to start with their most senior seamer in Kimar Roach. He'd be hoping to make the breakthroughs around the wicket to the left-handed Dizorzi.
It's Roach. This one is again short, pulled away by Dizorzi in front of that fielder at mid-wicket, and it's going to pick up a boundary. So this is the first boundary of the morning here from Dizorzi, and it's again just short of a length, but you have to give credit to Dizorzi here. It wasn't that short, but he was in the shot, just paddled it around, didn't look to pull it, didn't look to hit it hard. It was all placement. All he had to do was beat that fielder at mid-wicket, and he picked up an easy boundary. A good way to end the over. At the end of the 6th over, South Africa, they are 36 without loss.
Yeah, so Dizorzi again, they're getting a good start to his innings, picking up where he left off from the first innings, where he got 78. He's already on 20 from just 22 deliveries. Markram to take strike for the first time this morning, day 5 of this first test between the West Indies and South Africa. South Africa 36 without loss after 6 overs, and it's going to be Jaden Seals from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Jaden Seals, he just one over in the afternoon yesterday, conceding 5 runs. He runs away. This one is short outside the off stump. Markram is on the back foot, punching that one into the covers. Good work there by Casey Carty, and it's just a single. So he's off the 9, so he's on to 10.
Yeah, into double figures now, Aiden Markram. Such a classy player when he gets going. And I would assume here that the South Africans this morning, they're going to look for quick runs. They're going to look to get, they're going to look to score and score them quickly. And hopefully, once the weather permits, they're going to look to insert West Indies again in their second innings and look to bowl them out. Because we're going to have a bit of a longer day. We started at 9:30. So we're going to have a long day once, of course, the weather permits.
Yeah, this is going to be a key session here for both teams. Seals runs away. And this one is just full of length on that off stump. Dizorzi just pushes this one into the covers. Again, Warrican is there. Just a single.
Yeah, so runs coming by pretty easily here for the South Africans this morning. Dizorzi and the field too is not that close and it's not that tight. You're seeing fielders just at the, they're allowing for the singles. They're not looking to sort of cut those singles. They're not much in the inner ring in terms of close catches. Just that one, short mid-wicket in Athanaze. Apart from that, the field is pretty standard.
Steals again, runs in, bowls to Markram. This one is full and on the leg stump line. Markram just works it to that fielder at deep square leg. And they get through for an easy single. So Markram, he moves on to 11. The score moves on to 39 without loss.
Yeah. So still 2 slips. There's a man backward of point in Kimar Roach, and a man just forward of point in a catching position. That's Alec Athanaze. There's also a deep extra cover, a wideish mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Seals on his way. This one is pitched up outside the off stump. Dizorzi's on the front foot, pushing this one straight to the fielder at extra cover in Warrican. Just no run. So just to touch on the point you made earlier with respect to the aggression, and we know Markram in particular, how aggressive he can be. So if he gets set here and South Africa is looking for quick runs, he's one of them, could definitely turn it on, get the boundaries, get the big sixes. So West Indies, they have to be wary of that fact. They need to pick early wickets. Seals continues. This one is short on the leg stump line. Dizorzi is on the back foot, just working it into the leg side to that fielder at fine leg. And they get through for an easy single. The score moves on to 40 without loss.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ronnie. They've got to get wickets, and they've got to get them quickly, the West Indies. They would want to start this series on the front foot. I'm not too certain that in terms of results, well, we have to wait and see how that goes. But they'd want to start this series sort of on the good note heading into that second test.
Definitely. Seals again, runs away. This one is short outside the off stump, and Markram is on the back foot looking to really sort of cut that one. But he's into the shot a bit too early and hits that one straight to Casey Carty at cover, and there's no run. At the end of 7 overs, so the South Africans, they are 40 without loss. Dizorzi, he's on 22, and Markram on 11.
Yeah, South Africans resuming the day's play on 30 without loss. They've added 10 since then. Both batters still at the crease. Yet to lose a wicket here, the South Africans in their second innings. Kimar Roach to continue from the media centre end. Persistent with the 2 slips, so they're looking for the outside edge. Roach from around the wicket, he does move the ball away from the left-hander. Let's see how he goes.
It's Roach away from the media centre end. This one is outside the off stump, looking to cut that away, but excellent fielding from Athanaze there at point, diving away to his right, plucking that one out of the air and preventing any chance of run there. And that is what you want from your fielder, just to support the bowlers and, keep things tight. If they could, not misfield, not give away easy runs, not allow the batters to rotate the strike, it would put pressure on them. Roach again runs away to Dizorzi. This one is just short of a length on that middle stump line. Dizorzi is just on his toes, pushing that one back to him. Back to Roach, I should say, and there's no run. The umpire now just has a little chat with Roach, because remember, as you rightly said, he's wrong the wicket to the left-handed Dizorzi, so he's be encroaching in that danger zone a bit. So the umpire just has a quiet word with him, and it's Roach runs away, and this time he's bang on target on that off-stump line. Dizorzi is just forward, pushing it into that point region. The score remains on 40 without loss.
Yeah, this where the game is placed or positioned at the moment, both teams looking to get a result. Remember, we had a number of sessions that was lost to rain, so we're into day 5, but the game has not progressed as though it's a sort of a day 5 situation. Both teams here looking to squeeze out a result.
It's Roach again, runs away. This one outside the off stump, kept a bit low from the reaction of Dizorzi there. He was looking to really drive that one through the onside to the offside, through covers really, and it kept a bit low, and he had to really jab down on it. Didn't make contact. It rolled through to the keeper. So that's sign of the wicket now starting to wear, starting to play some tricks. So the bowlers would be aware of that, as well as the South African bowlers, if they have to bowl later on.
Yeah, they're going to be licking their lips. Here's Roach again, now wide outside the off stump. This is flashing and missing. The silver collects behind. But yeah, just in that corridor, just outside the off stump, in a similar length and line to the previous delivery. And again, it was just scooting through, just staying a bit low. The South African bowling group, they would be taking notes of this. West Indies, don't forget, they've got a bat last on this surface.
Yes.
So they've got to be mindful of what is taking place here.
It seemed to be when the ball is pitched on the wicket, seems to be okay, but it's when it's outside. It's Roach again, this time outside the off stump, and this one bounced a bit more, and it's cut away nicely by Dizorzi to that backward point region, and he gets through for an easy single. That's Holder at the third man boundary, gathers up. And at the end of that over, it's the South Africans. They are 41 without loss, and they lead by 165 runs. And let me put something to you. What sort of total would a South African be looking for before they look to declare or to put West Indies in and give themselves a chance of winning this match? What sort of total would you think that they would be looking for?
Well, that's a tricky question, Ronnie, because firstly, they've got to get a total, but they won't want to get a total that they feel that the West Indies could blast their way to. So they've got to set a total and ensure that they're sort of safe, that they don't lose the test match. If you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. It's Seals again to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. This one is pitched up delivery, driven nicely straight down the ground by Dizorzi. He's going to get one. They're going to get two. They come back for the third very easily. And the score now moves on to 44. So that's a lovely shot there from Dizorzi. Just easing onto the front foot and hitting it straight down the ground through that mid-off position, as the fielder was a bit wider, and he picked up 3 runs. Not overhitting it, just pure timing, and that's what you expect with Dizorzi. We saw that in the first innings, and we are seeing that now.
Yeah, he's such a good driver of the cricket ball, Tony Dizorzi. Once it's in his arc, he's going to play his shots.
It's Seals this time. It's short outside the off stump and cut away over that point fielder into the boundary for 4. Markram picks up a boundary here, and he's on to 15 now. It's 48 without loss. See, a bit of aggression here from Markram.
Yeah, it was a nothing delivery from Jaden Seals. It was wide outside the off stump. Markram just had to throw his hands at it. There was no one looking to cut the boundary looking to save the boundary on the offside, so he just had to get it up and over the infield, and that he did. A couple of bounces away to the point boundary for 4. So a bit of a field change now, just the one slip. Hodges moving out and going into a point position, very straight on the offside, very square point on the offside, and Louis is at a wideish third man.
Seals again, this time on the leg stump, and worked away into that mid-wicket region by Markram. He's going to get 1. They come back easily for 2. That's 2 more to the total. It's 52, 50. That actually brings up the 50 for the South African, that 2 runs. So they are 50 without loss. An excellent partnership at the moment. Dizorzi, he scored 26 out of that. And Markram, he contributed 17. So an excellent start here for the South Africans, bringing up their 50 without losing a wicket. So now that lead pushes up to 172.
Yeah, just to go back to that point again, Ronnie. So I would think they would be looking to get upwards of 300. I would say 300 at minimum, just to ensure that they're safe and don't lose the test match.
It Seals. This one is straighter from him, a bit shorter in length, but straighter. Markram stands tall and push it back to him. The fielder there at mid-on, he fields it. That's Moti, and there's no run. So the score remains on 50 without loss.
Yeah, so they've set themselves good here this morning. They've come out in the early exchanges and they've not lost a wicket. They've pushed their lead up to 174 with all 10 second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, that's critical. All the wickets in hand. Seals looking to make the breakthrough. This one is on the middle stump and whipped away by Markram over that short mid-wicket fielder into the boundary for 4. So Markram picks up another boundary here in this over. An expensive over from Seals. The over now goes for, I believe it's 13 runs of the over.
Yeah, that was a good white ball shot from Aiden Markram. It was pitched and just dragging back in on the line of leg stump. Markram just helped it away over mid-wicket. There was no one out there. And that's another boundary in the over to Aiden Markram.
Yeah, and the thing is, he hit it in the air. He knew all he has to do was beat that fielder at short mid-wicket, and it's 4. So he had no hesitation to going in the air. Seals, what can he do? This time, he's just short of a length on that awesome line. Markram just getting back on the back foot, punching it back to Seals, brings an end to the over. At the end of over number 9, it's 54 without loss. Dizorzi, he's on 26. Markram is catching up with him now. He's on 21 from 23.
Yeah, and those, just the 4 overs that we've seen this morning, 2 from Seals, 2 from Roach, they've not been that effective this morning. Day 5 here at the Queen's Park Oval. The South Africans, they've looked to be positive. They've looked to play in an aggressive manner. They're looking to pick up the singles. easily, and they're helping themselves along when the bad balls come. They're picking up the boundaries as well. Well, it's going to be Kemar Roach for a third over this morning, again from the media center end. And the field now is slightly spread. As we look at the field here, we see 4 on the offside and 5 on the onside. Here's Roach running into the Zorzi.
Roach into the Zorzi. This one pitched up. The Zorzi driving nicely through the covers. It's past that the captain Brathwaite, but there is a fielder there at the deep cover boundary in Louis, and they just get a single. But again, that nice flowing drive from the Zorzi, pitched up delivery, and he's quickly to get onto that front foot and driving it. And the thing about the shot, Kadiru, it's not, you could see it, he's not looking for power. He's timing and placement. And he has been doing that throughout this test match. We have said it over and over and over, and we continue to see it.
Yeah.
It's going to be Roach to continue again from the media center. This time he's over the wicket to the right-handed Markram. This one is pitched up on that off-stump line. Markram gets forward, pushes it to the fielder at mid-off position in Moti, and there's no run. The score remains 155 without loss.
We see the West Indies going a bit defensive here. The field set suggests that. Just the one slip. There's a deep point in place, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a silly mid-on. As Roach is into Markram, a full delivery that Markram is just on the front foot pushing, and there's 2 deep fielders on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a long leg in place. So this field, Ronnie, they'll know that the South Africans are coming at them, and they're just looking to sort of be on the defensive here. Current run rate, to mention, is 5.7 to the over.
Yeah, that shows the intent this morning from the South Africans. It's Roach again into Markram. This one is just short of a length outside that off stump. Coming back into the right-handed Markram. He stands tall and pushes it to that fielder at short mid-wicket. Very short mid-wicket in, is it Hodge? Yeah.
Kavim Hodge.
Yes, Kavim Hodge. So they are sensing that Markram is looking to be aggressive. So they are trying to target that full delivery on that midland leg, hoping that he flicks one in the air to those 2 fielders there. It's Roach again, and that's exactly what he did. Pitching this one, full length delivery, but more on the middle stump. Markram getting forward and driving it straight down the ground. Moti is there at that mid-off position, and it's just another single. But again, rotation of the strike, left and right hand combination always poses problems for the bowlers. Now it's a left-handed Dizorzi, and again Roach now, he goes round the wicket to the left-hander, so he has to change his tactics, he has to change his run, and it's always difficult for the bowlers. It's Roach into Dizorzi. This one is outside the off stump, pushing that one to the short cover fielder, and there's an opportunity there for the captain Brathwaite. Throws at the stump, misses. The batters, they get home safely. It's another run to the total. At the end of 10 overs, the South Africans, they are 57 without loss. They lead by 181 runs.
Yeah, so the South Africans, smooth sailing so far this morning for them. No real alarms to speak about. And West Indies are going to make a bowling change from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and Jason Holder, the big man, has just taken his cap off and he's handed it to umpire Illingworth, and he's now looking to get to the top of his mark. So he's going to replace Jaden Seals from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and let's see what he can do. Just 10 overs old, but the South Africans are very proactive here this morning.
Well, Jaden Seeds was a bit off color this morning. His 2 overs, he wasn't as accurate as we saw him here in his first innings. He has to be wary of that. Probably trying a little too hard to get a wicket here for his team. But it's going to be Jason Holder, as you rightly said. And Justin Graves is on the field, just trying to get confirmation as to who has left the field for the West Indies. But definitely Greaves is on. It seems to be Kima Roach is there.
Might be Mikhail Louis.
Or maybe, well, Louis is actually there at fine leg. This one is on that off stump full length delivery. Just looking to drive, but that one gets in the outer half of the bat. Passing that backward point fielder. Roach is there at the deep point boundary, and they just get through for a single. The score now moves on to 58 without loss. Jason Holder really needs to get a breakthrough here. West Indies need a breakthrough. Otherwise, it's going to be a huge total here for them.
Yeah. And Tony Rizorzi had an opportunity, a missed opportunity yesterday, late in the day of Jaden Seals. He was dropped by Kavim Hodge at first slip. With that chance, maybe coming back to Honda West Indies.
Jason Holder. This one is on that middle stump, and Markram is on the just standing there at the crease pretty much and working it into the onside. And there's a fielder at short square leg, and there's also a short mid wicket for Markram. Again, they're looking probably to now and then pitch that one up in the Midland leg region for him to flick it into the air. There's also a fielder at the deep mid-wicket boundary. So they are really trying to set Markram up here. Let's see what will happen. It's Holder. This one is worked away, but behind square this time by Markram. That's Roach. He comes off the deep fine leg boundary, and they just get a single. The score moves on to 59 without loss. So they're really trying to set Markram up, but they're using Holder because he gets that extra bounce. So they are hoping with that extra bounce, Markram would flick one in the air, and those fielders are there waiting for it. It's going to be Holder to the left-handed Dizorzi. This time he's bang on target on that off-stump line. Dizorzi is well forward, just pushing it back to Holder. Holder shows off a bit of his soccer skills, football skills there.
Well, Jason Holder does move the ball about a bit. We know that. And he just be looking for that late movement back into Markram. But Dizorzi on strike at the moment. So predominantly we'd see that ball game moving away from the left-hander. See how Holder goes from around the wicket.
This one is again just short of a length, and Dizorzi is again just trying to get forward and pushes that one into the offside, and he gets through for a single. And Dizorzi likes to play on the front foot. He's a predominantly front foot batter. He likes to get on that front foot. Very rare you'll see him on the back foot looking to probably pull the ball. He might look to punch it into the offside. But and I think it's a good plan to sort of just pull short of a length him and see what he will do. So this time it's going to be Holder to Markram. This one is on the off stump. And that little extra bounce that we talk about from Holder. And there is no run at the end of over number 11. It's 60 without loss. Dizorzi, he's on 30 from 13-7. Markram, he's on 23 from 30. So far in the session, 6 overs bowled, 30 runs scored at a rate of 5 runs per over.
Yeah, the South Africans, again, we know that this was coming. They was always going to look to score quickly, and they've sort of put the West Indies on the back foot, because the West Indies, they would have been hoping this morning to pick up early wickets, and we've had 6 overs this morning, and they've not picked up a wicket. They've not looked that threatening, the seamers, that is, and so we're going to see spin for the first time in this innings. In fact, first time for the day, because Jamal Warkan started for the West Indies yesterday. So Moti now replaces Kimar Roach from the media center end, and let's see if he can extract something from the surface. Let's see if he can make a breakthrough here for the West Indies. Well, let's have a look at the field. There's a slip. There's a forward short leg. There's a man at short mid-wicket. There's also a deep backward square in Jaden Seals, and a man at deep mid-wicket. Now there's also a long on. That's the onside field. The offside field, there's a mid-off. A little bit deeper than usual. There's a cover and a deep point.
And this delivery, first delivery from Moti from the media center end, it's full. Dizorzi is on the front foot, paddling that one over that short leg fielder. and it goes down to that fine leg boundary, and that's Jaden Seals down there, picks up nicely, and they get through for 2 runs. So a good start to the over here for Dizorzi, and he would look to put pressure on Moti immediately. Again, going down to paddle sweep this one, and it goes straight to Jaden Seals there at that fine leg boundary. He's a bit wider than normal, than I expected, but it is because of that paddle shot that he's playing that Jaden Seals is down there. The score now moves on to 63 without loss. So Moti now to bowl to the right-handed Markram. This one is pitched up and driven nicely by Markram down the ground to the fielder in Roach at long off, and it's just a single. The score moves on now to 64 without loss. The South Africans piling on the pressure here. Moti into the left-handed Dizorzi. This one is full and wide. Dizorzi looking to square drive this one. He gets it behind the point, and it's Greaves down at the deep point boundary. He tidies up nicely, and they get through for another single. But again, rotation of the strike here from the South Africans, putting pressure on Moti. Moti now to the right-handed Markram. This one is full on the leg stump. He pushes it to the captain, Brathwaite, at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 65 without loss. So Moti here put under pressure immediately by these 2 batters. This one, it's a good length delivery on that middle, and they're slightly moving away. Markram pushes forward and smothers that one, the spin if there's any. And a dot ball to end the over at the end of over number 12. South Africa, they are 65 without loss, and they lead by 189. And you were saying, Kadir, you were looking for around 300 before they declare. But I think they may not look for 300. I think it would depend on, this is just my thinking, depend on the session, depending on how this session goes for them. As they had an interview with Ngidi, and he said they would learn from that first inning where it took 91 overs to bowl out the West Indies. So they would have that in the back of their mind in terms of how much overs they need to bowl the West Indies out. So if they are looking to push for a win there, they have to keep that in mind.
Certainly.
So it's going to be Jason Holder to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and this one is outside the off stump, coming back into the left-handed Dizorzi. It cuts him in two, and Da Silva behind the stumps does well to gather that one, because it came back into the left-handed Dizorzi and caught him basically in two. Da Silva had to dive really away to his right, but good piece of work from him, but excellent delivery from Holder.
Yeah, that delivery, Dizorzi expecting it to leave him, and instead it came back sharply at him, beaten on the inside edge. Here's Holder again.
This one is full on the off stump, and Dizorzi again looking to get onto that front foot, as he really loves to do, and pushes it to the fielder.
We got to remember, Ronnie,
Yes,
that this first session, it's 2.5 hours.
correct.
So the South Africans, they could take the opportunity. They've got all 10 wickets in hand. They could take the opportunity to get those quick runs, see if they could get up to that 300 just before lunch.
It's Holder this
Now,
time.
it's going to take some doing. I would admit it's going to take some doing. It's going to be helpful letter sort of stuff. But I'm saying this to say that the South Africans, they're in with a shout of winning this test match. And they would know this.
Yes.
They would know this. They would know that this Day 5 surface is not going to be the best. Keshav Maharaj, we would expect him to bowl a lot of overs as he did in the first innings. And he could be very, very crucial towards South Africa in the second innings.
This one is short and outside the off stump from Holder. Dizorzi cuts this one away behind point, and it goes to that point, that point, wideish point boundary in Kimar Roach, and they get through to 2 runs. So again, you could see that urgency from the batters. When they get the ball in their zone, they are looking to take full advantage here, both Markram and Dizorzi. And that shows that goes well for South Africa. The score moves on to 67 without loss now. Again, Holder strain a bit on the leg stump, but Dizorzi not able to take full advantage of that one. And Carty there going after that one at short mid-wicket, sort of kicked the turf and fell over, tumbled over just before the ball reached him.
Bit of a thick skin in front of him.
Yeah, he was like
banana
burning rubber, burning rubber and going nowhere.
Like
eventually got to it.
Like you and your burning tires. Eh?
Oh, really? You had to bring that up. Anyway, it's whole short outside here of some cutaway again by Dizorzi. Straight to Kimar Roach this time. And it's just another single this time around. That brings the over to end after 13 overs. The South Africans 38 without loss. 68, sorry, without loss.
I know we'd like them to be at 30, Ronnie, but they're 68 without loss after 13 overs. And, Ronnie, well, I've got good news for you. We're going to have a double change here in the commentary box. It's going to be Dylan Sharma and Ian Wilson.
Fourteenth over has begun. Gudakesh Moti now comes into bowl his second ball. First ball was a dot ball, and this time Dizorzi is driving to the offside, and that is going to run away to the boundary. Fielder isn't able to cut that off. That was sweetly timed. It was over pitch by Gudakesh Moti, and Dizorzi drove that easily. As I say, good morning to Ian Wason alongside Dylan Sharma here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Good morning, and it's good that we have some glorious sunshine. We haven't seen much of this for the past 4 days. The sun is bright, one slip, just the one slip. There's a widish, there's a leg slip in position as well.
Gudakesh Moti just switching to round the wicket for the third delivery, which is easily defended to mid-on by Tony Dizorzi. Moti in again and driven through the offside again. Cover isn't able to cut that off, and it goes to the same region in that extra cover region for another boundary. 4 more runs for Tony Dizorzi. 45 from 50. He's racing towards his 50, and he scores 76 without loss, and the 200 lead has come up for South Africa.
And that's a good position for South Africa. We still have a lot of time to go, almost 2 hours before lunch. The lead is already 200. If they can get another 100, I think they can declare before lunch.
Certainly an option to allow short session before and after lunch to bowl at them. 5th delivery of the over, and Dizorzi just defends that to that short extra cover fielder.
I think they can get another 100 runs by 11:30, and they can have a few overs to bowl to West Indies before lunch, as this one is around the wicket. He makes the batsman plays it back down the pitch where Gudakesh Moti runs to his left to field the ball. There's no run, and that's the end of the over.
Certainly that would be a plan by South Africans. Already 76 without loss in only 14 overs, and going at quite a quick pace here. Just in the session alone, 9 overs, we're at a run rate of 5.11. 46 runs have come so far in the day, and they've continued where they left off yesterday evening.
And this is where West Indies now will want to keep the runs tight. They know that South Africa will want to score quickly, and they have to, the onus is on them, the bowlers, to bowl tight, keep a good line, a good length, and not allow the South Africans to score freely.
Jason Holder just in discussions with Captain Brathwaite as far as some plans here. Eden Markram gets himself ready. 24 from 33 he's currently on. Going quite smoothly here. already played some sumptuous shots throughout the evening yesterday and morning today. One slip, a deep third man cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So good length delivery to Markram, is able to just defend that easily to that fielder who's running off of that deep point, deep third man region. And rotates to strike. Tony Dezorzi now comes on strike. Ulder again is just working out his plans here with Craig Brathwaite, who's stationed now at mid-on.
There's the wicket keeper is there by himself, but there's a gully, no slip. There's a man at gully. There's Point, who is now moving. We're gonna see which part he's moving to. So there's some changes to the field. Jason Holer will be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Dezorzi. So just there is the gully. There's the cover. Backward Point is on the boundary. There's mid-off. There's mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket. There's short square.
Holer comes in to bowl to Tony Dezorzi. And Tony Dezorzi easily defends that good length delivery again. He's found a good length so far, Jason Holder, but hasn't really looked too threatening.
I think West Indies bowlers are more like friendly bowlers. We haven't seen much short pitch deliveries, no bouncers. We haven't seen much of those. West Indies bowlers are a bit friendly.
Seems a very friendly affair out there, because certainly isn't the pitch that you would get the most bounce and most reward out of those deliveries, but in the test match format, it's always good to keep the batsman disciplined.
Yeah, we saw a couple short pitch deliveries, bouncers from, and this one is pitched up, played back to the extra cover by Dezorzi. Yeah, we saw a bit of short balls, some balls sailing over the batsman head from Rabada yesterday evening. So he shows that there is still a lot of life on this pitch. This pitch, don't mind that we are in the 5th day today. This pitch is really like a 3rd-day pitch. We had a lot of overs lost in the first 2 days, well, in the first day, and of course yesterday. Only one session, well, 1 hour was played on Friday. Well, on Wednesday when the test match started. And we had
again for his 4th delivery of the over, and Dezorzi continues to just paddle that away, defend that easily.
It's 77 without loss. We're in the 15th over, so the scoring is a bit high in this innings. So
it's just around that 5-run per over region. So good for even a ODI sort of innings.
And they certainly showing their intention. As Jason Holder, he passes the umpire, bowling to the left-handed Dezorzi. He's looking to cut at that one, but he beats him and goes to the wicket-keeper. Doesn't take it cleanly, and he finally relays the ball.
Just had that one a bit wider on that occasion, Jason Holder. Slightly slower delivery. According to the speed gun, only 118 on that occasion. Kept a bit low, and Dezorzi wasn't able to make contact.
The Holder leaves the southern end, or the pavilion end, passes the umpire, and this one is a short delivery. I think he heard us as Dezorzi just pulled away and allows it to go to the wicketkeeper.
Well, I'm sure you might have had some discussion with him before you got across here this morning.
No, I did not. But apparently he's listening on the radio somehow, because he would have heard me. Good delivery from him, nice short delivery. And this will, as a fast bowler, this is what you would want to see. The batsman just showing some respect, either ducking or moving away. It's a couple short deliveries. So at the end of the over number 50 in South Africa, 77 without loss. Dezorzi, he's on 45, and Markram is on 25 in the radiant sunshine at the Queen's Park Oval.
Change of bowling from the Willie Rodriguez end. It's going to be Jamel Warrican to replace Gudakesh Moti. Only bowled 2 overs yesterday evening, opened the bowling. 4 runs given away, but no wickets for him as yet. Has a slip, a short mid-off. cover, deep cover.
Yeah, the extra cover is very short, almost on the pitch. He's actually on the adjoining pitch.
First ball from Warrican. Markram gives the strike back to the Zozi again.
The short
Adjustments to the
short,
field.
yes, the short extra cover. He moves. He goes into the leg slip position. So there's the slip. There's the leg slip position. There's the mid wicket. There's extra cover. It's mid off as this one is driven back down to the bowler. Backward point is on the boundary.
Third ball of the over. Jamel Warrican to Tony the Zozi. This time a bit straighter, but it's just defended to that fielder at sort of mid-wicket, short mid-wicket position.
This one is down the leg side, and he's caught down the leg side. Brilliantly taken by the wicket keeper, and that's the first wicket for South Africa. And it's the Zozi. He goes for 45. South Africa 78 for 1.
Well, Jamel Warrican into the attack first thing this morning, and he says, well, should have opened the bowling with me. Just trying to tuck that one down to fine leg Tony de Zorzi, but easily taken by Joshua Da Silva. Just a faint edge, soft dismissal for Tony de Zorzi. He goes for 45 from 60. 4 fours he was able to hit, no sixes.
And that's some good captaincy and some good field placement, because we saw he tried to tickle that one down the leg side. The wicketkeeper got it, but had the wicketkeeper didn't move across. Remember, he had the leg slip in place.
Always helps as a spin bowler when you have those close-in fielders, especially in a situation like this. You don't have many runs to play with or anything, so wickets are the only way forward. It's going to be Tristan Stubbs to join Aidan Markram, two very attacking batsmen. Certainly would be the order of the morning for South Africa, to be as attacking as they could be.
And the West Indies would want to capitalize on the attacking nature. The fact that they want to attack a bit more, it leaves the opportunity now to take more wickets and more wickets more frequently for the West Indies. So it's going to be very interesting couple hours this morning. South Africa want to score quickly, and that could open up opportunities for West Indies to take wickets.
And we see from Jamel Warrican again, keeping the pace of the delivery slow in the low 70s, able to reap the rewards as we saw Keshav Maharaj do, whereas with Gudakesh Moti continuing to bowl more mid-80s and not quite reaping the same benefits off the pitch. Warrican to Tristan Stubbs for his first delivery. It's a good length delivery, and he's able to just back away and place that into the offside.
South Africa looking for their 23rd test win over West Indies. The record reached to 22 wins for South Africa and 3 wins for West Indies, with 7 draws.
Certainly the upper hand for the South Africans in this matchup. Final delivery of the over, just a quicker delivery, straighter delivery, and Tristan Stubbs just keeps that one out. 1 from 2 at the end of the 16th over. It's 79 for 1. Jamel Warrican picking up the first wicket of this third innings of the match. And we see the Zozi 45 from 60, the only wicket to fall. Markram still out there, 26 from 36. And Tristan Stubbs new to the crease.
Well, we have lost the sunshine. There's a bit of a cloud cover. Still a lot of blue skies around the Queen's Park Oval. Still, there is no threat of rain. There's just that cloud just covers the sun, that little area. So we have lost the sunshine, but we are certain that the sunshine will return. Not a lot of clouds in the sky. Jason Holder is preparing to start another over from the southern end. There's a slip, but the slip is not in a first slip position. He's more where a second or a third slip would be. There's backward point. There's cover, who is more in between cover and extra cover. He doesn't deliver this time as he passed the umpire. Jason Hooler held the ball in his hand.
Bit of mind games there, or maybe Tristan Stubbs wasn't quite ready to face up. Looks a bit perplexed.
As a fast bowler, it's very frustrating when you're in that delivery stride, that delivery position. So Jason Hooler, he completed the action, but he held up, he did not let go of the ball.
Many times you see bowlers are putting their run up because the ball slipped out. Simon was the polar opposite as he finally is able to bowl that first delivery of the over, and Tristan Stubbs behind that and defending it confidently.
Yes, he defended, so the mid-on would just run across to avoid Jason Hooler from bending down to pick up the ball. He came across to do that for him. So there's the one slip who is actually in a second or third slip position. There's backward point. There's the extra cover mid-off. There's square leg. There's short mid-wicket and the mid-on. And that one is played in the area where the two fielders in the extra cover and the backward point position would field. They will get no run. To continue, there's the fine leg.
Deep forward square leg.
And exactly, and there's a guy on the boundary. The deep square leg is on a boundary as Hooler passes the umpire. This one is guided down in the space between backward point and slip. It will go down to the boundary, just beats the fielder into the boundary. So that's 4 runs there for Tristan Stubbs. He moves on to 5. And South Africa, 83 for 1.
Teasing Gudakesh Muti all the way to the boundary. Just trying to use his soft hands on it, but sort of peeled off the outside edge a bit quicker than he might have been hoping, but no harm done for the South Africans on that occasion.
Just that space between the slip, the solitary slip, and backward point. So Holder passes the umpire. Backward point has been moved down to the boundary as the ball is played on the onside, and they will get no run. So that for the previous delivery forced Craig Brathwaite now to move the backward point from his position and send them down to the boundary. So he's now deep backward point. So there's the 3 guys on the boundary, deep backward points, fine leg, and there's forward square leg who is now moving to a deep backward square leg position.
Well, let's just send that fielder from mid-wicket down to deep mid-wicket.
And the fielder who was at square, he's now into forward square leg. A lot of space. And this one is played into the area where the mid-on fielder would run to his right, and they will get 1.
Zayden Markram back on strike. He's been a bit quiet so far this morning compared to Tony DeZorzi. So Stubbs and Markram would like to get a rhythm here. They are able to push up to that score in decent timing to be able to come back later on and bowl West Indies out, because that is the only chance of winning. Final ball of the over. Jason Holder is now running up. Markram ready to face. And fends that straight back to Holder, just not able to field it. Mid-on comes across and cleans it up. No run. The end of the 17th over. It's 84 for 1. The lead 208. And it's going to be drinks here. Jason Holder's ball is 4 overs, none for 12. Tristan Stubbs on 6 from 6 balls. And Markram 26 from 37.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval, and it's West Indies versus South Africa, the final day morning session. Just got the drinks break over with, and Jamel Warrican is going to continue here from the Willie Rodriguez end, running away from us. Tristan Stubbs just getting himself ready, getting back into the frame of mind after the drinks break. Jamel Warrican, first delivery of the over, and it's pitched up, driven to a man there at short cover, no run.
That's a good way to restart the play after the drinks break.
Second delivery of the over, and he's sweeping Tristan Stubbs. That is going to be four. There's no fielder there to cut that off. Swept that right to that mid-wicket region and easily into his first boundary of the innings.
Yes,
Second boundary of the innings. First one would have been that down to third man.
and that was a very good shot from him. A bit of a risky shot. As he missed that, he would have been in a spot of bother. But the ball was on target, pitching on about the middle stump and was straightening up. But good shot in the end.
Good delivery here, and Tristan Stubbs just backs away, defends that too. The man at cover. There's a slip. There's a backward point. Deep cover, extra cover, short cover as well. And this time, fourth delivery of the over, Tristan Stubbs just tucks that down to Jason Holder at long on, and is able to give the strike back to Eden Markram.
Yes, a better delivery. Forces him on the back foot and plays out there. Where Jason Holder is kind of halfway between mid-on and long on. He's now moving up to mid-on now.
Eden Markram hits that beautifully all the way for 6 runs, way over Jason Holder's head. Had no chance at all. That's going way into the stands. And it's 6 runs for Eden Markram.
Yes, with Jason Holder moving up to mid-on, that would encourage Markram now to take that risk and hit in that area. He went for a maximum. And of course, this would help South Africa in their quest to score some quick runs So that would allow them to declare early and give themselves a better chance of taking 10 West Indies wickets. The lead is now 219.
A leg slip also comes in for Eden Markram. Not too sure if they've now retained the ball. Jason Holder getting some help from someone in the stands. And Jamel Warrican is ready to bowl his final delivery of the over. It's 95 for 1. Markram on 32 from 38 and Tristan Stubbs 11 from 10. Markram to face up. Jamel Warrican bowls this one and it's full again. Markram just able to nudge that one into the offside, and man on the cover boundary runs up, cleans it up, and end of the over. Markram retains strike for the next over. It's 96 for 1 after 18. The lead 220.
Not a bad over from Jamel Warrican, who just conceded that 6 and that 4. But he responded nicely with some better deliveries. But South Africa, they're clear of what they want to do. Score quickly. The lead is 220. It's a good enough lead, but they still don't want to take that risk in declaring too early, because 220 is a gettable score in 2 sessions for West Indies, or 2 sessions and some, because we still have a long way to go. We've just, it's early still. Just about 10:30, so we have an hour and a half in the first session to go, and plus 2 sessions. So 220 runs is still a small lead in that regard, but South Africa want to give themselves a best possible chance to take 20 West Indies wickets.
Holder now preparing to bowl his 5th straight over of the morning from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Seems like they want to have the ball checked here, so has been given to the umpire. Umpires now going to meet to have their relevant checks through the rings.
So any stoppage to lengthen the time would work in favor of the West Indies. South Africa will want to get this over with. As we've seen, the ball is okay because the ball is going straight through the instrument.
It's going through the rings with ease.
Really easy. So the ball is given back to the fielding team, so they will look to continue.
Of course, that might have been a bit of Jason Holder remembering that ball that went into the stands, only now coming back into bowl and maybe wanting to ask the umpire if any damage was done to it. Now after that delay, Holder is to begin the 19th over of the innings as he runs up, and that's defended into the onside by Eden Markram, cleaned up by the fielder at square leg.
It's a good delivery. Ball pitching just around middle off stump, just outside the off stump, coming back into the right-handed batsman. He just played with the direction of the ball onto the leg side. Some good bit of cricket by both players.
Holder runs up again, second delivery of the over, and again Markram defends the ball into the same region.
Yes, that ball was similar to the first, coming back into the right-hander. So he's not forcing to play against the movement of the ball, he's just playing with the movement onto the leg side. Of course, he has a strong leg side field. He has the backward square leg. They have mid-wicket. They have square leg on the boundary. So
That
they're
ball
playing for that movement.
That ball kept a bit low. Third delivery of the over, Jason Holder. And this time Markram is able to get more contact to that delivery. This time it goes down to mid-on. He's able to rotate the strike and brings Tristan Stubbs back. Jaden Seals is able to do the fielding there.
And this one was again a similar delivery, coming back into the left-handed batsman, but this time you played it a bit more straighter to the mid-on and they get a run. So this would bring, as you mentioned, Stubbs.
Stubbs a face up his first delivery of the over here. Jason Holder is into him, and that one is just tried to make contact with it, but unable to. It goes down the leg side and fielded by Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, this one a bit working a bit too much and going down the leg side, picked up by the wicketkeeper. With this movement that Jason Hula is getting, I would like to see how it would work for him if he bowled around the wicket to the right-hander. It would be
Delivery
interesting.
now, and it's gonna be this time defended on the back foot into the offside. Cover fielder runs around to clean it up, and Tristan Stubbs now 12 from 12. He's back at the non-striker's end, giving Markram the final delivery of the over to face up. 34 from 42 Markram is. Holder none for 14. And Foyd and Markram, there's a slip, back deep backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket. Holder now coming into Markram, and he defends that one down to mid on. End of the 19th over, it's now 98 for 1, the lead 222.
Yes, the end of a good over from Jason Hula. Get the ball to move, cut back into the right-handed batsman. The field was set for his bowling, so good captaincy and some good bowling in the last over from Jason Hula. 98 for 1, as we mentioned. Hula, 5 overs, none for 14. So he has been the most economic bowler of the 5 used by West Indies so far.
Certainly has been the most economical, but what they would want more than anything is wickets. And that's where Warrican has been the only successful one for the morning. Seems as if Warrican is getting ready to get into his 5th over here from our end here at the media center, the Willie Rodriguez end. Has a slip in place. Has a point. Deep cover. Mid off. Long on. Short mid wicket. Tristan Stubbs just defends that first delivery from Jamel Warrican. Good length delivery, but no run.
Yes, he's a bit bringing back the length just a bit.
Second delivery of the over, and Tristan Stubbs has got low on that one. Just paddle scoops that down to fine leg, and Craig Brathwaite is not able to catch up to it. 4 runs for Tristan Stubbs.
Yes, he played the ball uppishly in the air, kept Brathwaite a bit interested in a short while, but it was over his head. Shouts of catch it, but there is no possibility of a catch there. And as there's a change, I've noticed that every time something happens in the field, Brathwaite is making a reactive decision. Now he moves, makes a change in the field where he's bringing in a widest fine leg in that area where the ball just went.
Reactive rather than proactive.
Yes.
Warrican in again to Tristan Stubbs, who goes back, defends that one to the field at cover. No run. Warrican is just having a short meeting with Craig Brathwaite, a short mid-over meeting.
So instead of he's telling the bowler, I want you to bowl this way, he's allowing the bowler that by bringing in, making the reactive decision instead of being proactive.
With delivery, and that's defended on the front foot by Tristan Stubbs, but unable to get a run as that fielder at cover is able to run across and clean it up.
It's a better line delivery from him though.
Tristan Stubbs comes down to this one, bit nervously, but able to rotate the strike as he meets Jason Holder in the field down at long on. Final delivery of the over, Eden Markram to face up.
Yes, the ball didn't pass too far away from Brathwaite. He just watched it to go down to Jason Holder.
Eden Markram just fends that down to cover, deep cover fielder. And it's 1 run at the end of the 20th over. 104 for 1. Lead by 228. Tristan Stubbs is on 17 from 17. And Eden Markram is on 35 from 44. Jamel Warwick on 1 for 24 from his 5 overs.
Not bad from South Africa. Not bad from the West Indies either. South Africa certainly want to score quickly. West Indies trying to avoid that. So that's why you will see the bit of the reactive field placements from the skipper. He wants to plug every gap. He can only do so much with 11 fielders. Jason Holder will come off the attack as we see Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals, 7.33 his economy. His 3 overs were quite expensive so far.
He has been one of the better bowlers for West Indies. He has had a catch off his bowling yesterday evening with Tristan Hodge not holding on to that ball in his first slip position yesterday evening. That could have set the tone for a very good day today.
Certainly that was quite disappointing. He could always have some quick wickets at the end of the day's play and was unable to gain those.
Certainly, maybe he can get something here today, this morning.
Jaden Seals running in, and Eden Markram just tucks that one down to the fielder at fine leg. 1 run. Kemar Roach cleans that up on this occasion. Again, the South Africans, just like they did in the first innings, even when they're not getting the boundaries, are rotating strike with ease.
And this is what they want. Remember, they want to get as much to close to 300 by lunchtime or close to lunchtime. They are playing for a win. They can still win this game from here. It's quite possible for them to do that.
Tristan Stubbs readies himself for the second delivery of the over. Jaden Seals is into him, and he pulls that one so beautifully, but not quite getting as much timing on it. He's able to run back for 2 as Kemar Roach cleans it up again. Joshua Da Silva just getting a bit funky with the stumps.
Try to be a bit aggressive there, but a bit short. Just angling down the leg side just a bit. Well pulled.
So that fielder to the right of Da Silva is now going to move a bit to the left from our perspective. So let's move towards Jaden Seals' right. So he comes in for his 3rd delivery of the over, and Tristan Stubbs again into the onside, down to that deep mid-wicket fielder, and gives the strike to Markram yet again.
So they have 5 fielders on the onside. They have the fine leg. They have the backward square leg. Forward square leg is on the boundary. Mid wicket, mid on. So it's a very strong leg side field. And the offside is just after the delivery.
Jaden Seals into Eden Markram again and defended. Just an extension of his defense and easily rotating strike. It's as if they're able to find those gaps no matter where the West Indies fielders move, those fielders to.
As I mentioned, you can only do so much with 11 fielders. But South Africa are able to exploit. As the West Indies make a change in their field, they make a change where they are placing the ball as well. So just the slip, there is the point on the boundary, cover, and the man fielding in a position between cover and extra cover, and then there is a mid-off, a wideish mid-off. Now there is a change forward. So the forward square leg is moving to a backward square leg position. There is a man just forward square. Mid-wicket has moved to the boundary.
Jaden Seals in for his 5th delivery of the over, and that ball misbehaved. Seems as if he might have been trying for a bouncer. It just kept low, went right over the stumps, and really caught Tristan Stubbs by surprise on that occasion. So no run. Wasn't able to make any contact with that. Well, the ball didn't really misbehave. Tristan Stubbs was trying to play quite a expressive shot, trying to play one of those Joe Root type scoop shots.
Not often you would see these kind of shots, attempting in a test match, but that ball came back. It could have easily been a wicket.
Last delivery of the over. Tristan Stubbs again to face up, and it's a good length delivery tucked into the onside. He'll retain the strike. It's 110 for 1 at the end of the 21st over to lead 234. Stubbs on 21, Markram on 37 from 46.
It's a good over from Jaden Seals, returning just the 6 runs off that over. So at the end of 21 overs, South Africa, with a lead of 234 runs, they are 110 for 1. Stubbs on 21, Markram 37. West Indies looking to avoid defeat number 23 to South Africa. South Africa looking for a lead. So at the end of the 21 overs, we'll also have a change, a double change, where we will return with Ronnie Bikramdas and Kadir.
So, thank you very much, Dylan and Ian. As we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's South Africa here at the moment, large and in charge as Warrican continues from the media center end. This one is pitched up. Markram is down the wicket, having a step or two and driving this one past Brathwaite at that short mid-off position. But it goes straight to the fielder at that long off boundary in Kimar Road, and it's just a single. You can see Markram disappointed with that shot after he played it. This time it's Warrican. Down the track is Stubbs. But again, pushing this one past that fielder at short extra cover. And they get through for another single as Roach come off the long off boundary. And it's another single to the total. The score moves on to 113 for 1 as I welcome back Kadir.
Yeah. Yes, Ronnie. Thank you very much. Jamal Warrican into his 6th over. 1 for 27 for the left arm spinner.
This time it's pitched up and an opportunity for Warrican here. Markram looking to go down the ground but didn't make the contact that he got the last time. Holder just had to take a few steps to his left and he took an easy catch. Warrican picks up his 2nd wicket here for the West Indies. Markram very disappointed. Thought it was an opportunity. It was a pitched up delivery. The shot was on but just didn't make the contact that he was looking for, and immediately after he played the shot he knew he was in trouble. Jason Holder, he did the rest, and another wicket I should say for Warrican. South Africans now 113 for 2. Markram, he has to go for 38 from 47 deliveries. He would have wanted to continue, and he was looking dangerous here for the South Africans. And that wicket now would change things here a bit for the South Africans. The captain, Bavuma, he strides to the crease after having a good first inning, 86 for his team. He would want to continue that work and put his team in a position where they can win this game. Kadir.
Well, smart bowling from Jamal Warrican. He seemed to be the only one to pick up a wicket here for the West Indies. This over is very, very slow through the air, just about 68 to 70 kilometers per hour. So very slow. It lured Markram into a big shot, but the slowness of the delivery, aided by the slowness of the surface as well, Markram could not get enough contact on it. And Jason Holder, with those big hands of his, takes a good catch. So Warrican has two for 27. And Temba Bavuma in here for the South Africans. Captain of this team had a good score, as you mentioned, Ronnie, 86 in the first innings. But of Warrican would be a little bit pleased with what he's done so far. The South Africans, though, still lead by 238.
237. Yeah, but as you say, yes, it's a wicket to the West Indies, but you can see clear intent from the South Africans here. They're looking to get on with it. Tristan Stubbs in the previous over, and now you can see it here with Markram, but he has to go. He would be disappointed with that, dismissal. That's Markram, but as you said, the captain, Timber Bavuma, is here, and he would be satisfied, pleased with what has happened this morning here for the South Africans. They have been able to score quickly, push that lead past 200. This time Warrican pitching that one outside the off stump, and Bavuma just letting it go through to the keeper. So good play here for the West Indies. They need to continue to pick wicket. They know the South Africans are going to be aggressive. This one is outside the off stump. Pushed it into that backward point region was Bavuma, and he is off the mark. He's off and running. At the end of 22 overs, Stubbs, he's not out on 23. Bavuma is on one. Successful over for the West Indies, picking up that wicket of Eden Markram for 38. After 22 overs, the South Africans 114 for 2.
Yeah, the South Africans very positive here this morning. Of course, resuming on 30 without loss. And since then, they've progressed to 114 for 2, losing 2 this morning. Tony DeZorzi for 45. He was called the Silver Bowl Warrican. And Markram just in the previous over caught Holder Bowl Warrican for 38. And so Jaden Seals now back into the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And South Africans here, what sort of total, how much do you think they think it's going to be enough before they look to declare here?
That's, as I say, it's a difficult question to answer. Seals runs away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. This one is just short of a length to Bavuma, who's on the back foot, punching that one to the cover fielder in Casey Carty, and there's no run. The score remains at 114 for 4. Well, they were definitely looking to get in the region of 300, as you mentioned. That would be a safe total. But I think it's all about time here in the match. It's all about how much overs or how much time do they want to give themselves to ensure that they can bowl out the West Indies and, if not lose the match. Seals runs in again to Bavuma. This one is pitched up on the off stump, driven to that fielder at that backward, just forward of point, cover point region, and they get through for an easy single. So it's a rebuilding process here. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Stubbs is there for 23 deliveries. He's 23 from 23. He very aggressive early on in his innings. And Bavuma has just faced 4 deliveries. So 2 relatively new batter. But Tristan Stubbs here, he's the one who's looking to be aggressive. He's the one who wants to get the score going. He's the naturally aggressive batter, Tristan Stubbs. So he's going to continue to play his game here. But if they continue to lose wickets at a quick or regular interval, they're going to have to change their plan slightly. This one is on that middle stump. Pitcher delivery worked away into the onside by Tristan Stubbs. Get through for 1, looking for another, but it's not on. Bavuma says no. They settle for 1. The score moves on to 116 for 2.
Yeah. So Jaden Seals here coming back for a second spell. 4.3 was none for 30. Had a spell early on this morning, but it didn't go to plan. It wasn't good with the new ball. It was just a little bit ineffective on the surface, and now he be looking to pick up a wicket here. Bright sunshine at the Queen's Park Oval.
It Seals, runs away into the Bavuma. This one is on that leg stump line. Just worked away through that mid-wicket region for an easy single. Louis, he's there at the deep square boundary, and they get through for an easy single. The score moves on to 117 for 2. But this is good. This is exactly what Bavuma will do. He would continue to rotate the strike, and Stubbs, he would look to be aggressive. Just a bit of information, Bavuma, his test career, 58 matches, 3,085 runs, a highs of 172 and an average of 35. He won't want to get that up. But it's Seals runs in. This one is pitched up on that middle stump line and worked away, just flicked away there by Stubbs in the air, but all he wanted was deliberately in the air over that fielder at short mid-wicket in Warwican. But Holder, he's there at that long on, a wideish long on position. He tidies up and they get through for 2 more. So again, Stubbs looking to be aggressive here. He's looking to take on the bowlers, try to push the scoring rate along. South Africa's now 119 for 2.
Stubbs here. Positive, as you mentioned, 26 he's up to. 26 from just 25 deliveries.
Seals again, runs in. And this one is short. Stubbs backing away, looking to access that onside. But it was on his body. Good from Seals here. Saw him backing away. Push that one into the right-handed Stubbs. Short delivery, pulled away. Another single. The score moves on to 120 for 2 after 23 overs. Stubbs, he's on 27 from 26 deliveries. And Bavuma, he's on 3.
Yeah, so beautiful day here at the Queen's Park Oval. It started with lovely sunshine and the weather's continued to be good. It's continued to be very kind to us, and we're enjoying session 1 action here of day 5 in this test match between West Indies and the touring South Africans. And we really do hope that the weather stays as it is, and we really could see a good, what we think should be a good, interesting 2 sessions to come after this session. Well, Warwican to continue from the media center end, where he's had most of his success, bowling to Stubbs.
Yes, Warwican 2 for 28. This one is a quicker delivery on that leg stump. Stubbs looking to make room to access that offside. There's one fielder on that deep cover boundary, and he's looking to access the onside to go over extra cover. And Warwican followed him, and there was no run. This one again, Stubbs stood his ground and worked it into that onside, just backward square. Jaden Seals coming off that fine leg boundary, and it's just another single. So again, rotation of the strike, not allowing the bowlers to settle down here. Stubbs, he moves on to 28 from 28. The score moves on to 121 for 2.
Yeah, Jamal Warwican, he's been good since he's come on here. He seems to be the only one really who is looking to make things happen. And he's picked up 2 so far, 2 for 29.
Warwican runs away from the media center end. This pitch up delivery from Bavuma, and it's pushed into the covers. Casey Carty is there. They look for a quick single, and it's going to be safe in the end. Stubbs has to put on the afterburners, but he ended up making it. Good throw from Carty there. Good work from Da Silva as well in gathering the ball and hitting the stumps, but Stubbs was safe in the end. Excellent running from this pair, and that's all Bavuma is trying to do. Just get Stubbs back on strike. The score 122 for 2 now. Warwican. This one is pitched up, and Stubbs looking to make room and carve it through that offside. In the air, uppishly, but safe between the fielder at backward point and cover. And Roach, he's on that long off boundary. He runs around and Stubbs get through for 2 more. He moves on to 30 from 29, 124 for 2.
Tristan Stubbs and Bavuma here very, very, very aggressive in their running. They're looking for quick runs. They feel as though our declaration is around the corner. Time will tell how much Bavuma and the South African thinks that they would want. At the moment, they lead 246.
This one is pitched up. Stubbs is down the wicket, looking to go straight over the bowler's head. But good from Warrican here, just pushing that one through. And all Stubbs could do is push it into the cover region, and he picks up another single. So the scoreboard keeps sticking over. The lead now to 249. South Africans 125 for 2. Looking to pile on the runs, put the pressure back on. Well, I shouldn't say back on. The pressure is already on the West Indies bowlers and the West Indies team. They need to continue to pick wickets here to slow down this run rate. Warrican pitched up delivery again, pushed into that cover point region by Bavuma. He picks up a single. The score moves on to 126 for 2 after 24. The lead now, Kadir, is 250 runs.
Yeah, that's the magical number there for the South Africans so far, 250. How much more do they want? Bavuma is at the crease, so West Indies here might be in for a bit of chances as you see Bavuma and Stubbs looking to push things along quickly, and so opportunities may come.
Well, it seems like Stubbs, he's going to be the one to be aggressive here. He's naturally aggressive player. We have seen him around the T20 circuits playing in those franchise cricket, so he could be naturally aggressive, take the bowlers on. While Bavuma, he's going to play his natural role, push the ball around, get the singles, and build a partnership here. It's Seals going to be continued from the Brandara Pavilion end. This one is filled on the leg stump, worked away to that fielder at deep mid-wicket in Louis, and they get through for an easy single. And exactly what Bavuma is doing. Getting the single early in the over and let Stubbs go to work here and build this total for the South Africans. The South Africans now 127 for 2.
Yeah, Bavuma just getting inside the line nicely and tucked it away for easy single. This field pretty spread at the moment. It's a 5-4 field, 5 on the off, 4 on the leg side.
It's Seals looking for that Yorker length delivery, but Stubbs equal to the task, just getting his foot forward and pushing that one straight to the captain Brathwaite at mid-off, and there's no run. And as you talk about the field, no slip in place now. So definitely the attack is going to be straight. They are looking to bowl straight because you have that fielder at short square leg, and that fielder that's Graves, and then you have, no, that's Athanaze, sorry, and then you have Warrican at short mid wicket. So they're looking to bowl straight and hoping the batters flick one into the air. So it Seals again. This one is short, pulled away, straight to the fielder, Louis, who is there at, is it Louis?
Yeah, Mikhail Louis, it is out at deep mid wicket. It was an opportunity. He had to make some move across to his left. He did so. He got in the catching zone, but he just not able to hold on. So just as we were saying, Ronnie, opportunities are going to come. There, we had an opportunity for Louis to get rid of Tristan Stubbs, but in the end, Stubbs able to cross through for 2.
We saw Bellingham out to a similar delivery in the first inning, pulling one, but that time Casey Carty was there who took an excellent catch. This time around, it was Louis, and it was dipping on him. This time, Seals running away from the media center, and this one is short, but down the leg side, and that's Stubbs not able to make contact. That was a free delivery for him. Any contact on that would have been 4 runs through that fine leg region. but he didn't make any contact. It goes through to keeper Da Silva, and there's no run. So a chance gone begging here for the West Indies. A perfect opportunity to pick up the dangerous Tristan Stubbs, who is looking very aggressive and dangerous out there. He's on 31 from 31. And would West Indies rule that opportunity now if Stubbs could continue being aggressive?
Well, Mikhailo, he's disappointed. You could see him. He's not happy with it.
He has to put that away. Behind him now. This time it seals into Stubbs. This one is straight. Works into that mid-wicket region. Holder, he comes off. He's pretty much at mid-on position. And he runs around, cleans it up nicely, and they get through for one. There was looking at getting a second, but Bavuma says no. So the score moves on to 130 for 2.
Yeah, Mikhailo, we out there at deep mid-wicket. He's disappointed. He works very hard at his game, Mikhailo, but he's got to put that behind him now. He's got to focus on what's to come. You know, the pass is gone, and he's got to focus on the job at hand. He's got to stay in the game here. He has a job to do with the bat in hand when he gets his opportunity. But here's Bavuma again turning this one leg side, getting inside the line nicely. And Athanaze is running around, can't prevent the single. So a single to finish the over at the end of 25 overs, 131 for 2, the South Africans.
Yes, Tristan Stubbs on 34 from 34, and Bavuma, he's on 7 from 9. That lead now pushes all the way up to 255, and that could be very dangerous. Well, 54, it's actually 55, 255, and it's getting to that zone of danger for the West Indies. And there's lots of time here. There's still an hour to go in this session of play. So if they can really push things along as they are going now and get to that 300 mark, could we see them declare before lunch and put the West Indies to put some pressure on them, or would they just bat out to lunch?
Well, just about 50 odd minutes to go, 55 minutes or so until the lunch and interval. So it would be interesting to see how the South Africans go. Do they want a couple of overs at the West Indians before lunch in that period there, that little bit there before lunch? Do they want that, or are they going to go until lunch and hopefully the declaration could come at the lunch and interval? But we would see how it goes. Jamal Warkan, meanwhile, is going to continue in for his 8th over. At the moment, 2 for 34. Slip and a leg slip in place. Backward point, extra cover, deep extra cover, wideish mid-off. Here's Warkan.
This one is pitched on outside that off stump, and Bavuma is on the front foot sweeping this one through that mid-wicket region. Jaden Seals, he's there at that square leg boundary, and they get through for 2 easy runs. So Bavuma just moving along nicely here. He's just working his way into an innings now. He moves on to 9 from 10. South Africans now 133 for 2.
Casey Gatti there just having a little word with Jamal Warkan. Now they're moving Seals to just forward of square deep on the leg side.
This one is just on that middle stump, just shorter from Warkan, not allowing Bavuma to sweep, but he's on the back foot, punching it down the ground to that fielder at long on, and they get through for an easy single. Again, Bavuma just doing the right thing here, rotating the strike, getting the singles, and allow Stubbs to go to work.
Brathwaite having a word here with Jamal Warkan. I assume it's just to take some time, just to slow the game a bit here from Craig Brathwaite, and he's doing so. He's getting his fielders in correct positions as Stubbs is reverse sweeping over the head of Athanaze at backward point. It passed quickly, but it was uppish, and that went into the boundary for 4. So Tristan Stubbs here pulling out the reverse sweep.
Yeah, he's in T20 mode at the moment, Tristan Stubbs, and we saw that earlier on. Was trying to reverse sweep, I believe was Holder, and he didn't make contact. But this time around, pitched up delivery, and he was in position quickly. And the thing about it, he got enough bat to hit it over the head of Athanaze at backward point, and he picks up a boundary. The score motors along. This time he's down the ground, and he's hitting that one high and over the head of Jason Holder. At one point in time, Jason Holder thought he was in business, but it sailed over his head. 6 more to Tristan Stubbs. That one pitched up, and he was quickly down the ground and hitting it straight over the head of Jason Holder. 6 more to Stubbs. So Stubbs means business here. As he said, he's in T20 mode. What can Warrican do? How can Warrican pull this one back? Again, Tristan Stubbs down the wicket, but not to the pitch of this delivery, and driving it straight to Casey Carty at extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, Stubbs completely looking to go the aggressive route here.
This time it's a delivery outside the off stump. Tristan Stubbs showing that he's looking to move to the leg side, just stepping away a bit, but back in front of the stumps and pushes it down the ground to Roach at long off, and they get through for another easy single. So Stubbs, he moves to 45 from 38. Buvuma is on 10 after 26. The South Africans 145 for 2. So far this session, 21 overs, 115 runs, 2 wickets, and the scoring rate 5.48.
Yeah, certainly it's been a proactive session so far for the South Africans. They're really on top here. They lead by 269. Stubbs at the moment 45 from 38. Bavuma, the captain, he's 10 from just 11 deliveries. Jaden Seals is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion and bowling to Tristan Stubbs with Kavim Hodge at a wideish gully position, a deep point, extra cover, a mid-off, a long-off, mid-on rather, long-off, deep extra cover, deep backward square, and a mid-wicket.
Yes, so looking to defend more here is the West Indies rather than trying to be aggressive and pick wicket. But the South Africans, they are the one being aggressive. As Seals continues from the pavilion, and this one is again looking to bowl short, trying to set Stubbs up here, but it was down the leg side, and Stubbs just help it round the corner to that fielder at the fine leg boundary in Roach, and they get through for an easy single. The score now moves on nicely to 146 now for 2. The South Africans just piling the runs on here, piling the pressure on the West Indies, and hoping that they could really put a total on the board. And then now the West Indies batters under so much pressure already, not having scored too many runs. The top order for the West Indies haven't been scoring runs of late. It Seals. This one is on that middle stump line, and Bavuma pushes that one into the onside past the fielder in Warrican, and he timed it so well. He didn't overhit that one, and he was quickly down and back up for 2 runs. Excellent running from this pair, and the score moves on to 148 for 2 now. Bavuma, he starts to move on. He's 12 from 12 deliveries.
Yeah, sensor declaration is right around the corner. They're showing real urgency here, the South Africans. Well, Tristan Stubbs, meanwhile, is eyeing up a first half century here in Test cricket. 46 from 39 on the non-striker's end. Bavuma is the one taking strike, pounding away, waiting on Seals, who's running in from the Brown Lara Pavilion and getting a full delivery and pushing it down to mid-on, and has to hurry, puts in the dive. Jason Holder was doing the fielding, a bit slow to get to it, but Bavuma was quick enough to get home.
Yeah, Bavuma, he's very quick between the stumps, and he knew he pushed that one. He weighted it nicely. He didn't overhit it, and he knew he had enough time. Yes, he had to put in the big dive in the end to ensure that he was safe, but he knew he had it under control. Jason Holder was, as you rightly said, a bit slow to react, and they took full advantage. But it's another single to the total. The South Africans now 149 for 2. And you are right. You can see a sense of urgency from both batters there out in the middle. So they're probably looking to push to get that 300 quickly. This one is short, pulled away behind square, but Roach is there at that deep fine leg boundary, and they just get through for a single. So the short ball plan here from Seals, and 2 stops, but he's really equal to the task. And Seals had a word with Stubbs as he was walking back to his crease. And the two of them are really enjoying the battle here. This is what you'd like to see. The players enjoying themselves out in the middle. And we also saw earlier on yesterday, in the heat of the battle, we saw Seals having a word with Antini when he bowled him. And then Antini did the same to him and telling him to talk.
And Giddy.
My apologies.
You're going way back there, Ronnie.
Yes, my apologies. But he had a chat with him.
Yeah.
So he's telling him,
Yeah, it's fierce,
talk.
fierce competitive stuff here from Jaden Seals. Here he is running into Bavuma and just getting a good delivery on the line of the off stump. Bavuma is back and defending into the offside. But yeah, Jaden Seals, he's worked hard during this test match. He's picked up 3 in the first innings. Yet to get a wicket here in the second innings, but he's always showing that he's willing to work. He's willing to do the hard stuff. Jaden Seals is running in there. Sun is out. It's a very hot day so far, and he's running in, giving it his all, looking to bowl those short deliveries and sort of tuck Bavuma up. But
Well, that previous single brought the 150 up for the South Africans. The South Africans now 150 for 2. The lead 274. Seals runs away from the pavilion end. This one pitched up, looking for that Yorker length delivery. And Bavuma, equal to the task, pushing it back to him. He was a bit aggressive there in trying to throw the stumps down. But in the end, another dot ball at the end of 27 overs. The South Africans 150 for 2. Tristan Stubbs, he's there on 47 from 40. And Bavuma, he is on 13.
yeah, so South Africans coming out this morning 30 without loss. They've added since then 120 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Tony DeZorzi was the first to go for 45. He was scored the silver bowl Warrican of 60 deliveries, and Aiden Markram was scored by Jason Holder in the deep bowl Jamal Warrican for 38 of just 40 deliveries. And Tristan Stubbs at number 3, he's not out on 47 from 40. Bavuma, the captain, he's not out 13 from 15. So a good session here for the South Africans. A good first 2 hours, a good solid first 2 hours, and they're certainly setting it up nicely for the bowling group.
Yeah, definitely. They have really, the batters in particular, have done their job thus far. And as it stands here, it's drinks. We will also take a little break, probably have a sip of water, and we will be back to see the end of this first session's play here at the Queen's Park Oval.
is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Yes, welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad. It's the first test match between the touring South Africans and the West Indies at this point in time. It's day 5, session 1 here. The match nicely poised as South Africa, they lead by 274 runs. And they have the match in hand, you would see. They have the upper hand, and they're the one who can dictate the way this match will go. At the moment, they are 154-2. Stubbs, he's eyeing, as you rightly say, 50. He's on 47 from 40 deliveries. Very aggressive is Stubbs. Bavuma, the captain, he's there on 13 from 15 deliveries. So it's going to be Warrican to continue from the media center end. So far, he has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 48. The only bowler to really have success thus far for the West Indies. This time, he's pitched up this delivery just outside that off stump. Stubbs just backing away, looking to cut that one just in front of square. Louis, he's there at the deep square leg boundary, and they get through for easy single. The score now moves on to 151 for 2. Warrican, pitched up delivery, driven by Bavuma. Again, straight to, is it Louis? Yeah? At that deep cover boundary. And it is just another single. So working their way in after the drinks break. You know, there's always that opportunity for a wicket after the drinks break. But these batters, they are settling themselves in for the long haul here. Or should we say just to be aggressive. This one by Warrican, it is on that leg stump. Tristan Stubbs works it into the leg side, and they're going to get 1. They're going to come back quickly for 2. Moti has to come off to that deep middle wicket boundary, and he has a shy at the stumps, hits the stumps, but Bavuma is in comfortably, and they get 2 more. Stubbs now. That is 50, yes, that's 50 for Stubbs.
Yeah, 50 for Tristan Stubbs, the first one in Test cricket for the young man, just 23 years of age. And he's played a lot of first-class cricket. Even though he's 23, he's played a lot of first-class cricket back home in South Africa. And he brings up a half century. I'm sure it's the first of many for Tristan Stubbs.
Yeah, definitely he looks the part here, and the nature of the South African game in this session suits him perfectly because he's that naturally aggressive player.
He's again looking to play a reverse, getting contact, Tristan Stubbs, and a couple of bounces and into the boundary for 4. So Tristan Stubbs turning the other way, left-handed there, and shoveling that one leg side. And picked up a good-looking boundary again.
Well, it's the switch hit. Yeah, you can see turning around, switching the hands as well. A switch hit and hitting it all the way for 4. Over the infield, into the boundary for 4. Just 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. That's a very good shot from Tristan Stubbs.
Very innovative. And it's worked. He does play those shots. Plays a lot of white ball cricket. Tristan Stubbs. Here he is again. Looking to make a movement across the stumps. Warrican is firing in at the pads. A loud appeal went up. And nothing from umpire Athanaze. And I think the West Indies, they have called for the review. And so they're going upstairs here. It was a quicker delivery from Jamel Warrican. Fired in at the pads. But Tristan Stubbs made a movement to the offside. And we just have to wait to see now that the decision is being checked here. And we just have to wait to see how straight it is.
Well, Da Silva, he was suggesting that the impact was outside the off stump, and clearly we have the review here that we can look at, and you can see clearly the impact was outside off stump. So Da Silva, he was gesturing to the bowlers and to the captain. It seemed to be outside that off stump, the impact, and he was clearly correct there. But they have to go through the review process, check to see if there's any inside edge. There seemed to be no inside edge. The ball clearly passes away from the bat, and it goes to hit the pads. But you can see the pitches outside, the impact is outside the line of the off stump. Clearly not out. So a good decision there from the umpire. He signals not out now to the scorers. And the score remains on 158 for 2.
Yeah, good decision from umpire Hassan Raza.
Having a good game is Raza.
Yeah, both Raza and Illingworth.
Yeah.
Here's Warrican again into Stubbs, getting a delivery on the line of the off stump, which he's just pushing it out to deep extra cover. Louis does the fielding, and just another single to the total. But it's the end of the over here. At the end of 28 overs, South Africa 159 for 2, a lead of
283.
83.
Yeah, 283 already. So they're looking to push to see if they can get to that 300 mark before lunch. And you called it, Kadir. You said they were going to look for around 300 before the lunch break. If they could get there, probably insert the West Indies. So you have called it correct thus far.
It's good
What's
to
a
hear
lot
that
of
from
numbers,
you.
Kadir?
It's good to hear that from you, Ron. Yeah, I'm certainly going to take that to mean good. Ronnie, always have a lot of fun with him when he's on here. Man of so much talents, Ronnie Bikram Das. Well,
Are you
Jaden
talking about the same
Seals-
person?
Yeah. I'm sure, I'm positive. Jaden Seals out of the attack, and Kimar Roach is going to pick up the attack from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Roach 5 overs, none for 25 so far. And he's not been as effective as he would usually be with the new ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think the 3 fast bowlers for the West Indies, they haven't been as aggressive, as consistent as they would have liked to be this morning.
Starts with a good delivery, Kimar Roach. Full delivery, aimed at the block hole, leg stump line. And the Stubbs digging it out down to fine leg where Louis comes off the boundary, does the fielding. One more to Stubbs.
Yeah, definitely. Again, a good Yorker from Kimar Roche. But you have to give credit to Stubbs getting the bat down on that in time, but still managed to get a single. The lead moves nicely onto 184 now.
Bavuma turning this one leg side. It was lined on the line of the leg stump. Bavuma just turning the wrist on it, plays it out of fine leg. Again, Louis does the fielding. And one more to the total. So that lead creeping up ever so closely to that 300 mark. It's 285. And from what we can see here, Ronnie, we're seeing that the fast bowlers, Lungi and Gidi, Kagiso Rabada, and the rest of the South African team, they're already changed and looking to go. Markram and company, Maharaj. So Roach again into Stubbs, getting a full delivery, and he's depositing this one high over mid-wicket. A real loose delivery from Kimar Roach, and Stubbs hitting this one over mid-wicket, and it's gone all the way for 6 in the Caribbean stand. What a shot there from Stubbs. Up to 62 now, and the lead pushes on to 291.
Yeah, definitely a full delivery, and Stubbs, the mood he is in at the moment, he's not going to miss out on those type of deliveries. It was a full delivery on that middle leg line, and all he had to do was hit through the line and over the top. The fielder at the deep the fielder at that cow corner region, all he had to do was just look as it passed over his head into the stands for 6 more. That 6 brings up the third wicket partnership 50. So 50 runs between this pair of Tristan Stubbs and Timber Bavuma. It's 54, this partnership. So and it comes in quick time as well. The partnership of 50 just come in, I believe.
54 from 41 deliveries.
41 deliveries.
Yeah.
So in quick time, and that propelled the lead now to 291. And as you rightly said, from our vantage point, it seems like the declaration will be coming soon.
Well, Roach again, new ball. Well, change of ball. And this one, Stubbs is just hitting this one over the offside. Again, It's in an acreage where no one is really patrolling, so he's able to come through for 2 more quite comfortably. Lead up to 293.
Well, he's maneuvering the ball nicely. He's looking where the fielders are not, and he's making room to access those areas. So he's going to move to the leg side to access that offside field where it's vacant and hit over the top. Or he will walk across to access the leg side where it's vacant.
And here's Stubbs getting innovative, getting low, and what? How do you describe this? He sort of reversed this all the way for 6. What
Well,
a shot from Tristan Stubbs. It was a delivery that was full, Yorker length delivery, aimed at the off stump. Stubbs was turning his body and just getting back, elevating this one over the fine leg fielder, and it went all the way for, 1 bounce.
One bounce there,
Yeah,
4.
the way for 4.
Yeah, but
Very
a
innovative
very
stuff.
innovative shot from Stubbs. But you can see he's in full T20 mode here, Tristan Stubbs.
Well, Kimar Roach has gone right through Stubbs. There was a delivery pitched back of a length, aimed at the middle and off stump, and it came back slightly, knocked the leg stump out the ground, and Stubbs has to go for 68. South Africa, with that, they've certainly called time on this innings. They've declared here after 29 overs, and the score 173 for 3, lead by 297. Temba Bavuma has decided that's enough, and the South Africans have declared here.
Yeah, definitely. It was obvious that Stubbs was going to go, and they were looking to get that 300. But with the wicket of Stubbs, I think they wasn't going to allow anybody to come in there. And he played an excellent knock, 68 from 49 deliveries from Tristan Stubbs. An excellent inning from him. And that lead now of 297. We called it earlier, saying that, yeah, we're looking at probably around 300. But the lead stands now at 297, which is a daunting task here for the West Indies. But it's going to take some doing. Let's look at we have a look at the batting card. Sorry, Dizonzi, he opened the batting with Markram. Dizonzi, he was caught the silver bowl Warrican for 45. Markram, he was caught holder bowl Warrican for I believe 38. And Tristan Stubbs, he was just bowled by Roach for 68 from 50 deliveries. Temba Bavuma, he is there nicely on not out on 15 from 17 deliveries. The total the South Africans they got to was 170 for 3 in 29 overs. And the bowling Kumar Roach, he just picked up 1 wicket. He is 6 overs, 1 for 39. Jaden Seals, he bowled 7 overs, none for 44. Jason Holder, he bowled 5 overs, none for 14. Moti just bowled 2 overs, none for 13. But to pick up the bowlers, Jamal Warrican, he bowled 9 overs, 2 for 57. And that's the declaration came, as I say, on that wicket of Tristan Stubbs. The West Indies now, they need 298 runs to win this test. But more importantly, the South Africans, they need 10 wickets to win this match.
Yeah,
More thoughts from you, Kadir, and we'll have a double change.
Yeah, it's nicely poised here heading into the final, 20 odd minutes or so before the luncheon interval, and then hopefully 2 sessions to come in the afternoon. The weather it's good. The weather looks good now. It's not overly hot, but there's a nice breeze at the Queen's Park Oval. It's nice cool conditions, and we do hope that the weather stays good and the rain stays away. When 298 is what the South Africans have set the West Indies, and we'll see how their response goes in a few minutes time.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. It's day 5. We're still before lunch between the West Indies and South Africa. South Africa declared on 173 for 3, and the West Indies now need 298 runs to win, or just not lose 10 wickets to avoid defeat.
Certainly, would the first things on the West Indies mind be survival here, or would it be a victory? Of course, just during the break, we have seen a bit of more darker clouds move across from the east, so that could also influence the decision as far as whether they look to bat on in a positive manner towards a victory, or whether they just look to survive. Of course, with a target of 298, that's no easy feat to get in this, whatever remains of the first session and the remaining 2 sessions in the day.
Yes, it's going to be very difficult to get to 298, so they should just try to avoid losing 10 wickets. South Africa need 10 wickets to get to win number 23 against West Indies in test match cricket dating back to 1992, where the West Indies won that series 1-0 at the Bridgetown, at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown in Barbados, 32 years ago. Since then, it has all been South Africa. West Indies only won 2 matches since that 92 test, the last being in 2008.
It's going to be Keshav Maharaj to open the attack from the media center end. Craig Brathwaite to face up.
And Brathwaite just leaving that, allowing the ball go through to the wicketkeeper.
There's a slip and a silly mid-off in place right in Brathwaite's eye line.
So Maharaj passes the umpire and he plays it on the onside, where the man at point will come across to field that one.
Bavuma also in at a short extra cover. There's a deep-ish cover, a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket and a deep square leg. Craig Brathwaite goes hard at that one, very much out of character, and he's gone. He's gone, 3rd ball of the innings. I cannot believe this. Ian Wason, more thoughts.
I can't understand this. Craig Brathwaite is usually not an aggressive batter. This time, in a time where we want to avoid losing 10 wickets, he plays this shot. He went for this expansive drive outside the off stump. It peeled off the outside edge in the air, an easy catch for Rickleton. I think that says yes. No, that's Stubbs in the extra cover region. So I don't understand why that shot was played from Craig Brathwaite, and West Indies lose their first wicket without a run on the board.
So much was talked about his slow batting in the first innings, almost wondering if he's going a polar opposite route here, if he's already decided that they're going to chase after the runs, because you might want to go positive at some point, but within the short 20-minute session, you surely want to just survive until lunch. And it seems also a theme with Craig Brathwaite as well here, getting out right before imminent rain. Because the ground staff as well have also gotten a bit more into positions rather than just hanging out around the ground.
Still, I think everyone here at the Oval is puzzled what happened with Craig Brathwaite just now. We all want to know what's going on.
And of course that dismissal would have been Tristan Stubbs taking the catch down at that deepish cover region. And it's an interesting placement as well, because it's not a regulation cover or a man right on the boundary. So sort of in between, and Brathwaite basically just handing the ball to him. Tristan Stubbs, someone who's really made this session his.
So Casey Carty is the new batsman. He scored 42 in the last innings. He is a debutant there. He's facing Maharaj, ball with a slip, silly mid-off. He pushes that one to cover, who is midway between a normal cover and on the boundary. And they will get one. He gets off the mark immediately, and he brings Mikhail Louis on strike.
Casey Carty 1 from 1, and opening the scoring for the West Indies, also 1-4-1. Mikhail Louis now on strike to Keshav Maharaj. Defends that easily to Temba Bavuma at short extra cover. also see a bit more of the ground staff sort of making their way more to their positions. Not going to stop any affairs on field at the moment as yet.
This one is turning away from Mikhail Louis, but he got some bat onto it and plays it into point. They will get no run. It's the end of an eventual over and a bit of a puzzling over where West Indies lost the captain already. It's 1 for 1.
1 for 1 at the end of the first over, and we'll see Kagiso Rabada going to set up his run up down at the Brian Lara Pavilion end, the southern end where those ground staff are continually hanging around. The entire boundary marker, the signs behind the boundary have already been moved, so they have easy access to the field, but just as they got into their position, some sun started peeking back out again, so maybe a good sign.
So the sun and the clouds are playing a game here. So it's Kagiso Rabada bowling with 3 slips. There is no gully. The man at backward point. There's a man at short cover. And the ball is played into Kati. Kati plays it down on the onside, down to a bit of a short mid-on position.
For all of you fans out there of Kagiso Rabada, on 294 test wickets, so not yet at that 300 mark. Many of you would be anticipating him getting there. A lot of talk about that prior to the beginning of the series.
So Rabada bowls from the southern end. He passes the umpire, bowls to the right-handed cart. He's beaten. He looked to push at that, and he's beaten outside the off stump, picked up by the wicket-keeper.
Kati just hanging his bat out there. Wonderful length and line from Kagiso Rabada right away, and finding that movement to just draw Hisigati into that shot. Just left him a bit.
So the sun has left us again as Rabada passes the umpire, bowls to Kati. This one is on the, he almost played it on, bounced over the wicket, and the wicket-keeper runs forward to pick up the ball.
Well, that certainly was close from Hisigati. A bit of a nervous start here, and also the clouds above having the effect on the player's mind as well. When will they come off? Would they wait for the drizzle, or would they call it early? Always those questions you're asking, as especially as a batsman, as a fielding team, you're not too perturbed about that.
Rabada passes the umpire, ball comes into Kati. Kati plays that down to a fine leg, and they will get 1.
And Giri just cleaning up that on the fine leg boundary, brings Mikhail Louis on strike. A good rotation of strikes so far in this over. Don't want to be facing maiden over, allowing that bowler to work on his plan to you.
The 3 slips, backward point, cover. Cover is in a kind of a position between cover and extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket. There's a
Well, right now there seems to be a bit of a hold-up because Mikhail Louis is seeing those groundsmen sort of in the eye line.
He passes the umpire. He looked to leave that one outside the off stump, but the ball goes through to the wicket keeper.
Exaggerated leave there from Mikhail Louis. Seems to be something that he is quite comfortable doing. Saw that exaggerated leave a few times in the first innings as well. Similar to a sort of Manas Labuschagne.
Mikhail Louis scored the 2nd most runs in the first-class season this year, so he's expected to be among the runs in this series. Rabada passes the umpire, bowls to Mikhail Louis, plays it forward to cover. That man between cover and extra cover position, they will get no run to close the over.
Wonderful defense from Mikhail Louis to close the over. Just trying to keep that ball out and keep any further damage from being done before that lunch break comes in just 12 minutes. So far for this session has been 26 overs bowled, 145 runs scored, so 143 of those would have been added from South Africa. 3 wickets in that South African innings as well, and that run rate just over 5.5, which really was positive batting from the South Africans, and they seem to be in a really top position at this point.
Keshav Maharaj bowls from the northern end. This is cutting from Sikati just got it past the man at point. They will get one as they scuttle for a single.
Rickleton at point, not able to cut that off before the single was run, so brings Mikael Louis on strike to face up to Spin on for the first time in this innings.
He drives that to the extra cover, so it's a slip. Sealy mid off extra cover, the man at point. Cover is halfway down to the boundary, mid off, mid on, backward square leg, and this one is driven to the right of the mid wicket, and it goes to the boundary for 4. So Mikael Louis gets off the mark. He gets on to 4. The score is 7 for 1.
Wonderful execution of timing there from Mikael Louis, and a lovely transfer of weight into the shot. Was not forced at all, just delicately timed throughout that onside.
Kishav Maharaj and Mikael Louis. This is a shot of anger. One bounce into the extra cover boundary for 4. Excellent shot from Mikael Louis. He moves on to 8. It's 11 for 1.
Mikael Louis, 2 fours in succession. First one was delicate, this time just trying to revert some anger onto the South Africans, and in a similar region to where Craig Brathwaite got out, but was able to clear the field well enough as to not cause any damage toward the West Indies innings. 11 for 1 now, 4 balls into the third over.
So Maharaj getting ready to bowl his 5th over, passes the umpire. Mikael Louis leaves that for the wicket keeper to take, and they will get no run.
Again, an exaggerated leave from Mikael Louis, sort of turning his bat across his body on that occasion.
Passes the umpire, ball pitched up, just dug it out where Temba Bavuma would come across from extra cover to make the field, and they will get no run. That's the end of the over. 8 from it, the West Indies. No, 9 from this over. The West Indies 11 for 1.
Maharaj 1 for 10 off of his 2 overs, so successful opening bowling from Keshav Maharaj. Very good execution of spin bowling we've seen from him throughout this match. That's 5 wickets for him in the match.
Based on the shot that Craig got out with, and we saw that aggressive shot from Mikael Louis, it would look like West Indies are going after the 298.
Certainly.
Rabada, and this is going to second slip. There's an appeal, but the ball did not come off the bat, as Rabada is causing some problems to Casey Carty there.
Well, didn't look in control of that at all. It was a bit shorter from Kagisa Rabada. Some good aggression, same aggression that we didn't see from the West Indies earlier. And early on in the innings, especially in these sorts of conditions, really making full use of it, the South African pace attack. Was on a good length and just rose a bit, but not too threatening. No edge there, as we see on the replay.
And this one is driven down to mid-on. They will get no run. It's a short-ish mid-on, almost in line with the stumps. They will get no run.
Rabada working up some pace here into the late 130s. Of course, we know he's capable of going above 140. So just working his way into this spell as far as pace goes, but he's been on point with his length and line.
Rabada getting ready. There's a little change with 3 slips. Backward point is a very short extra cover, almost straight. And there's the mid-off, short mid-off. So mid-on, mid-wicket, a fine leg as Rabada passes the umpire. And this one is coming back. It is a loud appeal for the leg before wicket. The umpire says not out. The throw came in from the backward point position for the run out. They thought that Casey Carty would have been off his ground. But in all that excitement, it's a dot ball.
Did look close, and they have gone upstairs. Rabada 1 star of a second. Look at that. Was on a good length. Again, a good line, and this time got it to nip in rather than leave the batsman. Just that sort of 2-card trick going away, and then coming back in. So batsman not too sure where the ball is going to go, and likely, I would say, probably impacted him just outside. No, would have impacted him on the off stump.
So it's a good shout, actually. And in the meantime, the place has got a bit more darker. And if you look at the ground staff, they are in position. They're already holding the covers,
There is
just
a light
waiting for the
drizzle.
word.
Is a light drizzle if you just look
Yes, there's
closely
also,
at it.
yeah, the
Not
drizzle
too
is with
threatening,
us.
but with the clouds around it, is due to pick up. There is
Yeah.
no edge on that ball as we see.
So
the-
the drizzle is not heavy enough to leave the field, and the wickets is the pitching is outside off, impact is in line, but umpires call. So Carty survives, but they will still walk off the field because the covers are coming on for a stoppage of play, and with the time being 6 minutes to 12, they'll take an early lunch, and hopefully the rain would stop so that we can have a start on time for the second session.
Well, we'd have to see how that goes as far as the rain decides to behave. Forecast for this period of the day specifically was not too promising. This morning when I got here, I was actually quite surprised as far as how much sunshine there was, and was really looking forward to a full day's play. But just as forecast, the rain has come in a bit of a delay.
Was West Indies looking forward to a full day's play, or South Africa were looking forward to a full day's play?
South Africa was certainly looking forward to a full day's play with the way that we saw them come out this morning, and especially throughout the test match when we've had those starts and stops, they were much less eager to get off the field.
Mirage, 2 overs, 1 for 10. Rabada, 1 over and 3 deliveries, none for 1. He certainly was causing some problems. And the West Indies are still... what did you gather from the shot that the skipper, Craig Brathwaite, played to get dismissed?
Well, from that shot, I must have gathered either one of two things, or combination of the two things. One, either that he knew that he was getting a bit tied down at one end throughout that first innings and wanted to sort of get a bit more flow in his batting, or that they were just looking towards the victory. But again, as I would have said earlier, with just a 20-minute session, there's no need for such
And
irresponsible shots.
it was out of character. Let's say, had it been Chris Gayle batting and Chris Gayle played a shot like that, because Chris Gayle is a naturally aggressive batter, I would not have been so puzzled as a person like Craig Brathwaite playing that shot. He's not that kind of player. In fact, some have been concerned that he bats too slow. And now for him to get dismissed with a shot like that expansive drive to the spinner, leaving him, the ball turning away from him, and just the third delivery of the innings is really puzzling.
Very much puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen him play such a shot in the first over of an innings.
Sometimes he doesn't even play that shot in the middle of the day.
Certainly, and of course, the ball leaving him as well, Maharaj, turning it away from him. Only had 2 balls to look at it and then went after it.
Well, in the meantime, the rain has come down a bit heavier. So certainly, it's going to take some doing.
Current situation here, the West Indies 11 for 1. Halfway through the 4th over and still trail by 287 runs towards that target of 298. And only 9 wickets they have remaining. Keshav Maharaj, the only successful bowler so far for the South Africans, with figures of 1 for 10, and Rabada only giving away 1 over in his very economical spell.
So that's it from here from us at the moment. In the moment it's lunch, but the rain is with us. So we'll say goodbye for now and stay tuned.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio. This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
And welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, it's the first test match between South Africa and the West Indies. So we're here for play after lunch. We had that rain delay, and it's going to be Rabada to continue to finish his over, I should say. Remember, the play stopped with that review for LBW, which was unsuccessful. Well, it was actually umpire's call on the decision. And Rabada now here, he continues, and this one is on the stump, pushed back by it's Casey Carty. He is on 3, and it's going to be Rabada to continue again from that Brandar Pavilion end. This one nipping back into the right-handed Casey Carty, and just a little appeal there from Rabada and the fielders close in, as the score remains on 11 for 1, the West Indies. As I welcome Ian Wason.
Yes.
What's all?
Good afternoon, and the sunshine is back with us after that rain that would have caused the delay after lunch.
It's Rabada, this time outside the off stump, and Carty is standing on his crease, just pushing that one to the cover fielder. At the end of, eventually, Rabada over comes to an end. Just one run coming off that over at the end of over number 4. The West Indies, they are 11 for 1.
And the West Indies, they started this innings a bit strangely with the dismissal of Craig Brathwaite, who uncharacteristically played that expansive drive outside the off stump that resulted in his wicket. And he's not known to be that kind of an aggressive batsman. But this shot came at a time when West Indies should be trying to preserve their wickets, as South Africa want to take 10 wickets before play this evening. And West Indies, then we saw Mikhail Louis with us back-to-back 4s.
This time it's Maharaj. He will continue from the media center end, picking up that wicket in his first over of the captain that you were just mentioning about. And this time he pulls to Louis. This one is just outside the off stump, and just moving away from the right-handed Louis, who lets it go to the keeper. There's no run. The score remains on 11 for 1. Maharaj continues. This one pitched on middle stump, and Louis is well forward. He's a tall man, so he has a long reach, and he gets well forward, pushes that one back to the bowler Maharaj, and there's no run. Again, Maharaj this time pull his leg back a bit quicker as well. Louis is on the front foot, pushing that one. A bit of misfield there from Maharaj, and they get through for an easy single. The score moves on to 12 for 1.
It's good to see Mikhail Louis coming on the front foot, looking to meet the pitch of the ball to negate whatever spin that will occur, because we have Keshav Maharaj getting a lot of spin, so it's good to see him coming forward to meet the ball.
Well, he's a front foot predominant player, Louis. Let's see, in his 4th match, just 205 runs, average of 29, which you would want to better. This one from Maharaj is bouncing and turning away from the right-handed McCarthy. Good work from behind the stumps there.
I would like to see another slip in there. Just the one slip and the silly mid-off.
Yes, Maharaj continues, giving the batsman some trouble. And this one again looking for a big drive. There is Carty, but not making any contact. That one again spinning away from the right-hander, beating the outside edge. Carty survives at the end of 5. It's 12 for 1. West Indies in some trouble.
Yeah, Maharaj getting a lot of third. It's strange just to see just the one slip and the silly mid-off in the catching positions. I thought Temba Bavuma would want to put in another slip in there, because Maharaj is turning the ball a great deal.
Yes, he is. He's definitely turning the ball. And to the right-hander, he would love bowling to the right-handers, getting that one to go away. And probably just sneaking the one that goes straight on for that LBW or bowl. So it's going to be Rabada to continue from the pavilion end, the Brandlar pavilion end. Again, bang on target is Rabada. That one outside the off stump. Louis is well forward. He's a tall man, so he's well forward, pushing that one to the cover fielder in the Zonzi. And there's no run. Score remain on 12 for 1.
Yes, he's coming forward to Rabada as well. I love how he's not a backfield player by any means.
Yes, Rabada, Kane pitching that one short of a length outside the off stump. Louis, their shoulders arm allows it to go through to a keeper. There's no run. 12, the score remain on 12 for 1. 3 sips in play. Ian?
Yes, and Rabada can move the ball both ways. And he's really testing the batters in this hot sun, the radiant sunshine.
Yeah, he's getting the ball to move away from the right-handers. He runs away and he pulls this one fuller length delivery. But again, as I said before, Louis likes to get on that front foot and he's well forward and just pushing that one to the cover fielder again. Rizorzi, he feels, and there's no run. 12 for 1, the West Indies.
Yes, the West Indies should not have been in this position, should have been with all 10 wickets intact.
Well, yeah, you are right in trying to save the match. It's Rabada. And this one pitching on that middle stump. A loud appeal for LBW. And the fielders, they have a little discussion. They look towards the captain. Well, Rabada, he has decided he's not going to review. Seems like it's heading down the leg side.
Yes, all 3 stumps visible. So that does indicate that the ball was angling down the leg side, would have been shown missing by the technology.
Yes, we have the benefit of the review here. Rabada again, just short of a length on that off stump line. Louis just gets forward again, pushes forward and pushes that one to the captain who is there at mid-off in Bavuma. No run. Pressure being built here. 5 dot balls thus far. And that's what you get with Rabada. He gives away nothing.
Yes, he doesn't give away anything at all. The previous over from him was also a maiden over, so it's been 11 deliveries straight, all dot balls.
It's Rabada again, into Louis. This one just nips back into the right-hander. He plays it a bit awkwardly, just jumping and playing that one, but did get enough bat onto it to push it into the onside, but no run. So the score remains on 12 for 1. He has a little smile on his face. You know, he got away with one there.
Yes, he did. The ball getting some extra height into the man who is wearing the number 80. An 80 that was worn by Dinesh Ramdin, former wicketkeeper.
Yes, definitely. So, Kati, he's on 3. Louis, he's on 9. Both Kati and Louis here has a job to do for their team. They need to really bat long to see this match out. It's going to be a difficult task to win, to chase down that 298, but they can give themselves some pride by at least trying to save this match. As Maharaj continues from the media center end, this one is pitching on that leg stump. Kati sweeps this one nicely behind square and he picks up a boundary. So Kati's, he picks up his first boundary, I believe. And he moves on to 7. The score moves on to 16 for 1.
It would be nice if these 2 batsmen can get the scores, like the numbers on their jerseys. If Kati could get to 96 and Louis can get to 80, that would be nice.
Well, it's Maharaj. This time it's straighter in line and a bit fuller. Kati is well forward and pushing it back to the fielder at short cover in the captain Bavuma. There's no run. The score remains on 16 for 1. Maharaj This time a bit slower, trying to entice Carty, but Carty's well forward and pushing this one to fielder at that silly point. Gathers nicely and there's no run. Maharaj again, really bowling well here, varying his pace, his line and length nicely, causing some problem. This time Carty is well forward and pushing this one in to the offside. So now there's two fielders close by at silly point. Really looking to put pressure on Carty, and this one it's shorter in length. Carty's on the back foot looking to guide that one behind point, but there's also a fielder there at just behind point for that particular shot. There's no run, so pressure on Carty here. After that wonderful sweep shot from him in the very first delivery, now he's under a lot of pressure. This one is worked away nicely by Carty through mid-wicket. He's going to get one. They're going to come back for two. And it's going to be only two. Yes, Rabada, is it? Yes, Rabada. They're coming off that square leg boundary. And they get through for 2 runs. At the end of 7 overs, it's 18 for 1, Ian.
Yes, 18 for 1, and we are seeing where South Africa are attacking. They took out one of the silly fielders and placed him in second slip. That was I've been asking for. So Kishav and Bavuma, they have decided, yes, they would attack more. They want 10 wickets. They have to attack to get 10 wickets. Well, they need 9 more. They already got one before lunch. So they need 9 wickets and in less time because of the rain. So they have to attack extra.
Well, they want to attack, and they are on the attack. 3 slips in play. There's a fielder at backward point. Now he's coming into more of a point, close point. Yeah, there's a short cover, mid-on, mid-off, fielder at deep square leg boundary. So they're really looking to attack here. It's Rabada again from the Brandar Pavilion, and this one is on that off-stump line. And again, it's Louis forward. He's a tall man, so he's going to be able to push forward and play those deliveries quite easily. And as was mentioned before, he loves to play on that front foot. He likes to get forward to the ball as much as possible. But there's no run. The score remains on 18 for 1.
Yes, and he loves to come on the front foot. However, the fast bowler Rabada is not giving him that room to do so.
Rabada is bang on target at the moment. This one just outside the off stump. A little too wide, and Louis just allows it to go through to the keeper, Verena. And there's no run. The score remains on 18 for 1.
So he's bowling with 3 slips, keeping that ball outside the off stump. So he's really bowling to his field. Now we are seeing a change. Point is moving, and he's going to the onside. He's going to a mid-wicket position.
Yes, that's Tristan Stubbs. He moves to that short mid-wicket. So is he going to bowl a little straight or bring that one back into the right-hander? And yes, it is. It's that delivery that comes back into the right-hander. But it's pitched up full, and Louis is just forward again, comfortable on that front foot, pushing it back to the fielder at cover. And there's no run.
So there's taken away points. So that does give an indication that Rabada will be bowling a very tight line. He cannot stray too much outside the off stump to give the batter enough time to cut. Because once that happens, it's 4 runs. There's no one covering that area for the cut shot. So he will keep a disciplined line.
Definitely, he's going to keep it straight here. Rabada runs away, and this is a Yorker. Well bowled by Rabada there, but you must give credit to Louis. He kept that one out really well, got the bat down in time, and was able to squeeze that one out. What a delivery there from Rabada, and he's really putting pressure on the batters here now, Rabada. And the score remains on 18 for 1. Runs are really difficult to come by here, Ian.
That was a sweet Yorker.
Well, it's Rabada again to finish this over. It's a short ball to finish the over, but didn't trouble Louis. It was short outside the off stump. All Louis had to do was just get the bat out of the way and let it go through to the keeper, Verena. And that one just moved away as well from the right-handed Louis. So Rabada really going through his full repertoire here in this over.
This is a testing over of some top high-class quality fast bowling. The follow-up ball from the Yorker was excellent.
It's Rabada again. This one is short in the air and Stubbs is under it. Is he going to take a catch? Yes, he is. And that's the end of Louis. So the trap has worked here for the South Africans. Rabada, he deliberately put the captain deliberately put Stubbs there for that shot. Rabada was getting that ball to nip back into the right-hander. He bowled it short this time. Louis went for the pull shot, not in control. It went way up in the air, and it took a while to get back down. But Stubbs, he was looking at it all the way, in control, took the catch, and that's the second wicket. Louis goes, the West Indies 18 for 2, Ian.
That's some top-class, high-quality fast bowling from Kagiso Rabada, the Yorker. Then the two follow-up deliveries, the shorter delivery, the two short deliveries. So that was superb bowling from Rabada.
That's the way you set up a batsman. That is exactly what you want as a bowler. Just deliveries after delivery. That's first few deliveries was just going away from the right-hander. He brought the Yorker and he brought one back into the right-hander, and then the short ball. And you always hear the coaches would say, use the short ball as your surprise ball.
Of
and
course.
that is exactly what Rabada did. And he used the short ball well and got the wicket of Louis. And we kept saying it earlier on that Louis is a predominantly front foot player. He got the short ball, tried to pull, and it was up in the air.
Yeah, and when we look at the West Indies pacers, we have not been using that short ball as much as I would love to see. I grew up watching Ambrose and Walsh using that short ball, those bouncers with great effective, but I'm not seeing it these days.
Well, it's Athanaze. He's the one who came to the crease while we were talking about that excellent over. And he now has a job to do with Casey Carty. Maharaj continues from the media center end. This one is pitched up delivery, driven by Carty, looking for a single. But it's not on. Athanaze, he not interested at all in getting a single. So West Indies under some trouble here, under some pressure, I should say. This one, it's a full-length delivery outside the off stump. Carty goes forward, pushes it through that cover point region. There's a fielder on the boundary, and that stops again. He's all over the park, actually, and they get through for an easy single. Score moves on to 19 for 2 now.
Next up.
Could it be all over in this session, Ian?
By the way, it's a very difficult question to answer, but the way we saw Rabada bowl that last over, yes, it can. Yes, it can.
Well, it's Athanaze to take strike now, and his career thus far, 8 matches, 313 runs, a high score of 82, and average of 22.3. This one is on that leg stump. It's swept away nicely by Athanaze, and he gets off the mark right away with a couple of runs. So he's looking to really make amends here. He needs to get a score, Athanaze, under his belt. He has had a string of low scores, and there's a lot of question about his position. So he needs to really get a score to cement his spot on the team here. Well, it's Maharaj to bowl to Athanaze. And Athanaze brings out the reverse sweep, the very second delivery he faces. But he swept it just behind square. Rabada is there with a diving save, and there's no run. The score remains on 21 for 2.
The good thing about Athanaze, he's a left-hander, so Maharaj would get the ball into him. The ball would not be leaving him.
Yeah, but conventional sweeping with the spin is what you need. This one just spinning to the leg side of the left-hander. The keeper does well to guard that one down the leg side, And it's a dot delivery to end. At the end of 9, West Indies are 21 for 2. Carty, he's there on 10. Athanaze, he's on 2 from 3 deliveries.
Well, Athanaze really needs to come to the party. Only one good substantial score he had since he made his test debut last year. It came in the last tour against England. He scored 80-odd, 82 I believe in the second test. So he needs to come to the party. He needs to come good today. We need a good score from him. But of course, he himself and the debutant in Carty have to face the Rabada.
Rabada continues, just picking up that wicket, and this one is short outside the off stump, and it's guided nicely behind point for a boundary by Casey Carty. So it's short and wide this time from Rabada, and Casey Carty just stood tall on the back foot and just guided it past that that point fielder, and he picks up a boundary. So that's he moves nicely onto 14 now. West Indies 25 for 2.
I love how Carty is playing some positive cricket. Louis was playing some positive cricket as well, but that Rabada over was just too good for him.
Yes, it's Rabada again. Let's see what he's going to do. This time he's bang on target. This one on that middle and off stump, and just moving away from the right-hander. Carty looking to push that one down the ground, but got the outer half of the bat, but it went straight to the fielder at point, and there's no run. Score remains on 25 for 2. Lost for words, Ian.
West Indies really under some pressure, and the bowling of Rabada does not make life better.
And Rabada again, this one is a bit shorter, but 2 straight. Carty just on the back foot, works it behind square, and he picks up an easy single. The score now moves on to 26 for 1.
West Indies have a lot, and these two batsmen need to dig deep and stay. They need to dig deep. They need to withstand whatever bowling they have to encounter. The good thing about it, Rabada will not be bowling whole evening. At some point, he will have to come off the attack.
Well, he's into his 4th over. Well, 5th over at the moment. And remember, he bowled 4 deliveries before the rain break. So he is pretty much fresh. I'm sure his captain Bavuma would be looking for him to bowl at least 2 more. The way he's bowling, he looks threatening. He looks to get wickets with every single delivery. So it's going to be difficult here for the batters, and in particular Athanaze, who's really looking for a score. He's on 2 at the moment. He's about to face up to Rabada. Rabada in his 5th over. 1 for 6. Excellent from him.
And he's bowling around the wicket now to Athanaze.
Yes, he's decided to go around the wicket to the left-handed Athanaze. Runs away. And this one is short outside the off stump and guided through that point region by Athanaze. And he picks up a boundary to get going here. So both batters, as we can see now, just using the pace of Rabada here and just guiding the ball around, not trying to really overhit it, but just finding the gaps and picking up runs quite easily here. So another boundary for the West Indies and Athanaze. It's now 30 for 2.
So Rabada has been stayed up, but the 2 batsmen, Carty and Athanaze, fighting fire with fire.
This time it's bang on target, just short of a delivery on the middle stump, and Athanaze jumping to play that one, but a bit of movement away from the left hander. He took the outer half of the bat, ended up at where the second slip is at the moment, and but lucky for him, it went to ground. So the score remains on 30 for 2. Expensive over here by Rabada.
Yes, uncharacteristically so. Well, these 2 batsmen are playing some positive cricket.
Rabada again. This one is a bit fuller on that off stump, and Athanaze looking to go forward and just pushing that one to the fielder at short cover, and that's the end of the over. The end of over number 10. West Indies at the moment 30 for 2. Carty is on 15, Athanaze on 6.
these two batsmen need to stay for as long as they can. Athanaze and Kati, two of the younger players in the team. Athanaze making his debut just last year, and Kati in this match. So they have to. I love the positive cricket they are playing. Two of the young, bright prospects of West Indies cricket in the future. They will have to take over at some point, and they need to start now.
Yes, excellent. Partnership of 12. Maharaj continues from the media center, and this one is pitch outside the off stump and turning away from the right-handed Kati, and he lets it go to the keeper. The score remains on 30 for 2. Maharaj again to Kati. This one is a bit wider, trying to entice Kati here, but he's not interested and just allowed it to go through to the keeper. Just the run. Score remains on 30 for 2. Maharaj trying to pick up another wicket here. This time this one is outside the off stump and just spinning away from the right-handed Kati. A lot of turn here for Maharaj. Remember, it's a D5 pitch. Maharaj again continuing. This one is a bit straighter. This one seemed to have gone on with the arm from Maharaj, but it was just outside the off stump. Kati allowed it to go through to the keeper. No run. Score remains on 30 for 2. Maharaj again. This one is full line length and a bit quicker. Kati had to drop his bat suddenly on that one, realizing it was a bit quicker than he expected, but it went straight to the fielder at that silly point, and there's no run. Score remains on 30 for 2. Good testing over here from Maharaj and a bit of change in feel. So he has a little chat with the captain, and Bavuma himself now goes into a second slip position. So they're looking for that outside edge. This one tossed up in the air. Driving is Kati just between that silly point and that second slip, and they get through to for a single, I should say. So that brings an end to a very testing over there from Maharaj. At the end of that over number 11, West Indies 31 for 2.
So a very good over, as I mentioned, a good testing over. Kati was equal to the task and played well. And I love how they came on the front foot. Have to play Keshav Maharaj on the front foot. Don't allow that spin to get on top of you, because he can get the ball to come the other way, the straighter one. And if you go on the back foot with that kind of attitude, you will be in problems.
Excellent point there, Ian. I really agree with that. So it's Rabada to continue from the Brandler Pavilion end. This one is a pitch stop delivery outside of some Kati, looking to take advantage of that pitch stop delivery, but didn't really have the timing on that, and pushed it into the extra cover fielder there in Bavuma, and they didn't get a single actually. It's a dot ball, and the score remains on 31 for 2. But I like the attitude of Kati here, looking to be aggressive, take advantage of any bad deliveries, not allowing the Rabada to just bowl to his field. This one is pitched up and driven back to the bowler. Rabada gets a hand on it, but he almost guided it to the stumps at the non-striker's end. And Kati was looking for a single as well. That's Maharaj at mid-on. He was really alert to that and prevented any chance of a single. The score remains on 31 for 2. So it's really good, tense test cricket out there at the moment. Rabada into Kati. This one is short and on that leg stump. Kati's on the back foot, working it into the mid wicket. They're going to get one. They come back for 2. That's excellent running from this pair. So 2 more runs to the total. The score now moves on to 33 for 2.
So Kati and Athanaze doing quite well now. The South Africans, they have to bowl to a right and left hand combination, so that will work good for West Indies as well. I would love to see these two players take advantage of that.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's going to be Rabada. This one outside the off stump and coming back into the right-handed Carty. He didn't know anything about that delivery.
Made him look like he was batting with a donut there.
Yes, that one, it was a bit shorter. Lucky for him, it was a bit shorter and it just bounced over that off stump. But an excellent delivery from Rabada there, and he knew it. He knew he almost had that wicket of Casey Carty. But in the end, Carty survives. Rabada again. This one wide outside the off stump. Carty had a waft of that. He was looking to cut that one, but it was too far away from him, and he wasn't in control of it. It hit the bottom edge of the bat. Lucky for him, it just went straight to ground, and he survives.
Now, today might be Sunday, but it seems that Rabada has a West Indies batsman in school. He's teaching some lessons here.
Is it Sunday school?
Sunday school.
Yes, we are in Sunday school here at the Oval, according to my good friend Ian Wilson. So it's Rabada. Again to Carty. This time it's just outside that off stump, full length delivery, and Carty just coming forward and pushing it into the offside, and it goes straight to the fielder. There's no run. At the end of over number 12, the West Indies, they are 33 for 2. Carty, he's on 18, and Athanaze on 6.
Yes, and Rabada showing just how good he is and bowling to the field. Previously, in the previous over, we were talking about bowling a tighter line because there was no one at point. Now he offered Carty the cut, but we had the point in place, so he's really bowling to his field.
Yeah, that's excellent from the bowlers. So the captain is giving the bowlers the field that they want, and they are bowling to it. That's when you know they are in sync and they know what they are doing. They have clear plans and they're executing them out there. So Maharaj continues from the media center end, and this is Athanaze reverse sweeping this time behind. That's at the third man boundary. But it's Rabada, I believe, is down there, and they get through for an easy single. So Athanaze, we know he likes to play those shots. Sometimes it gets the better of him. He has to be very careful and wary of that. Can't afford to be giving away his wicket to those types of shots at this time. Bit of change and feel. Very nice. Just sending Rabada a bit squarer. And this is Maharaj, a fuller length delivery. And Carty is looking to drive, but straight into that fielder at silly point. And there's no run. So Maharaj, could he pick another wicket here for his team and his captain? This one is flighted on that middle stump. Carty is well forward and just guiding it really into the offside for an easy single. There's a lot of spaces available for singles, for runs, but it's up to the batters to manipulate the ball into those areas. That's all they need to do at the moment. And just wiggle away at this total. This time, Maharaj just pitched this one up. Athanaze is down the wicket, looking to hit down the ground. But a bit of turn there for Maharaj, and it cannons into the pads of Athanaze, and there's no run. Athanaze has to be careful here not to run past one as he goes down the wicket. Maharaj, again, this time he's sweeping, it's in the air. The fielder comes off from the boundary. That's Tristan Stubbs. But it just falls short of him, but he does really well to prevent the chance of the ball passing him, and a chance goes I wouldn't say it's a chance, but it's an excellent effort from Stubbs there, trying to make a catch of it. In the end, just a single.
But he loves to sweep and reverse sweep.
This time Carty looking to sweep here, missed it completely. The keeper missed it completely, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So it's going to be signaled 4 byes by the umpire. And what a over there for the West Indies, getting a couple boundaries. Not only that, there's a chances being given as well. So at the end of over number 13, the West Indies, they are 40 for 2. Carty's on 19, Athanaze is on 8. After some words from Ian Wason, we'll have a double change with Dylan and Kadir coming in.
Some good bowling from both ends of the South Africa team, and there will be a change this time as Ngidi will take up the attack from the southern end. So as we make my exit, we welcome Kadir and Dylan.
Well, thank you very much, Ian and Ronnie, for that stint. Well, Lungi and Giri about to come into the attack for the first time in this innings after 13 overs. West Indies are 40 for 2. Carty is not out on 19 from 41. Athanaze is 8 from just the 9 deliveries. And then Giri is going to be operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Going to be Athanaze to face up to Ngidi. Athanaze 8 of 9. Positive start to his innings. Quite a few sweeps against Keshav Maharaj.
Ngidi from around the wicket up to the stumps into Athanaze. A delivery that is on the line of the leg stump. Athanaze is getting back and tucking it leg side where Rickleton is coming off the fine leg boundary and doing the fielding. Athanaze is able to cross through for a single. 41 for 2.
And he's now moves to 9. Brings Carty on strike now. There's 2 slips in place for him, as well as a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just slightly forward of square. There's a man as well, and one at deep fine leg.
Says Ngidi again, this time over the wicket to Carty, who's getting a back of a leg delivery on the line of the off stump. Carty's back and playing it to Maharaj, who's in that short mid-wicket position. He's doing the fielding. The South Africans here with their tails up slightly, picking up those 2 wickets, one before the lunch and interval, and then thereafter soon after the lunch break, getting the wicket of Mikhail Louis.
Certainly the South Africans would be glad to be back out there, as hot as the sun may be, and it's certainly not easy conditions out there, but they'd definitely be the happier of 2 teams out there.
But Ngidi again is delivery outside the off stump. I would say about a 6 stump line. It's just scooting through. Carty was looking to shaping to cut, but it just went under his bat, and Verena cleaned it up behind.
Certainly kept much lower than Carty would have been expecting, wanting to play that cut shot, but we're close to that.
Yeah, so we had some rain just before the lunch and a slight delay after that, but since then it's been nice hot sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. There's Ngidi again into Carty, and Carty is just pushing this one in front of him into the offside. The Zozi does the fielding, and at the moment the South Africans with a 5-4 field, 5 on the offside. There's 2 slips, a backward point, a short cover, a mid-off, and 4 on the long side. There's a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a man at just to the right of the square leg umpire, and a long leg.
5th delivery of the over. Carty still on 19.
Ngidi into Carty, and Carty's just on the back foot again, playing it out up into the offside. No run, so the score remains at 41 for 2. But another important innings here for Casey Carty. First on debut, and he had a 42 in his first innings, but another important innings to follow here, Dylan.
He did look very comfortable throughout that innings until his eventual demise. I'd say Carty and Hodge looked the most comfortable out there throughout that first innings. Athanaze has started positively in this innings, and I think it does fit with his style of play.
So Giddy again into Carty, delivery outside the off stump, and Carty just shouldering arms, allowing this one to go through to be taken by Verena. So at the end of 14 overs here at the Queen's Park Oval, latest score, West Indies a 41 for 2.
Of course, a target of 298, that very far away from the West Indies. They shouldn't really be looking towards that target any longer. It's just about survival out there.
Yeah, certainly survival would be the name of the game, and I think though, with the fact that the West Indies are looking to survive, they've already lost 2 wickets. It's just sort of playing into the hands of the South Africans, because we know from the early goings on, from what we've seen in the first innings, Maharaj is going to hold up and then he's going to bowl throughout the entire day from the media center end, where he had so much success and he's causing so much problems for the right-handers in particular, that he's going to operate from this end, and the seamers are going to rotate from the other end.
Now we're going to see him against the left hand of Athanaze. Going to bowl over the wicket to him.
So here's Maharaj into Athanaze, a delivery outside the off stump, slight turn back into the left-hander, and he's just playing it out into the leg side. There's a forward short leg, and David Bedingham, who's doing the fielding. There's a slip. Aiden Markram is there. So here's Maharaj again, past the umpire Raza, and this time outside the off stump. Athanaze again, choose the reverse sweep. There's a deep point in place in Lungi and Giddy, who cannot pull it back in, swept all along the ground, way behind square, and Athanaze gets another boundary.
Well, tough work out there for Lungi and Giddy, just trying to get a bit of rest before the second over in his spell, and not able to clean up that ball. But what I don't like here is that reverse sweep option from Athanaze. He has the spin going into him from Keshav Maharaj. No need to reverse at this point. Much riskier option going against the spin.
Yeah, he's trying to be very funky here, and I would assume that he's doing this to sort of put Keshav Maharaj, sort of throw him off of his line and line, because if you cast your mind back to the first innings, Maharaj would have got Athanaze poking at one outside the off stump, and he was caught at slip. So he doesn't want to fall prey to that dismissal twice again, so he's being proactive outside the off stump. Here's Maharaj again, and delivery that is just closer to the off stump. Again, a little bit of turn into Athanaze, who again is just pushing it back up to Maharaj, playing watchful this time.
Athanaze is now on 13 from 13, and may just be also a trap Maharaj is trying to set, because apart from that fielder down at that deep backward point, there's no one else in that region, so he might want him to play in that region.
It's Maharaj again. This one is outside the off stump. Athanaze is taking a step across and looking to sweep that ball from outside the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Verena collects behind, and the South Africans here, oh boy, there are a lot of chirps out there.
Certainly all over Athanaze right now, and see how much of a quality spinner Maharaj is.
Here's Athanaze. This one he's just turning it leg side. Again, it was just outside the off stump, so he was playing with the turn on this occasion, and playing it behind square to that fielder, Ryan Rickleton, and there's no run. Score remains at 45 for 2. One delivery to come in this over.
Well executed so far from Maharaj. Has been able to keep Athanaze on strike rather than rotate the strike, get down to the other end.
This delivery again is coming into Athanaze, who's just poking at this one. Comes off the inside edge, goes in the air, but doesn't go to hand, and they can't get through for a single. So at the end of 15 overs, the West Indies been set a target of 298. They are 45 for 2.
EC Carty still on 19. Space 46 deliveries, and Athanaze 16 deliveries has brought in 13 runs. So far in this session, we've had 1 wicket fall and only 34 runs gained for the West Indies, going at a run rate just under 3. And Kishore Maharaj's figures are 1 for 28 after his 8 overs.
So the ground staff just coming out there and just pounding at that area just before where Ngidi would gather. They're just pounding away, maybe just a little bit saturated from the rain that we had early on. So just pounding away and just making sure that that surface is that part of the outfield is solid.
There's 2 factors at play here as well, because as you would remember in the warm-up game, Ngidi would have had a bit of trouble with his run-up because he's a big man, has had an injury record in the past, so isn't always 100% confident in his run-up, and we've seen a bit of that so far in this match. Has had some work on that run-up done. Only 1 wicket so far, so certainly not 100% confident.
Oh, there he is, Lungi Ngidi into the right-handed Casey Carty, getting a full delivery on the line of the middle and leg stump, and Carty is working it leg side. Can't beat Maharaj, who's in that short mid-wicket position, and no run. Yeah, Lungi Ngidi just the 1 wicket show this test match, just the 1 wicket in the first innings. And that was late in the piece, but he didn't bowl much overs in the first innings, Lungi Ngidi. And just looking at his approach to the crease, it isn't the most robust approach to the crease. He's very conservative there.
Would have only bowled 1 ball short of 12 overs in the first innings, as opposed to Rabada's 18 overs. Should have brought him 3 wickets, as opposed to Ngidi's 1 wicket.
Here's Ngidi again, running away from the Brian Lara Pavilion, over the wicket and into Carty. Another good length delivery lined on the off stump, and Carty's back and playing it back up the pitch to Ngidi, who is doing the fielding in his follow through. No run to the score. Partnership here with 27 between these two. Dylan, this is a very crucial partnership for the West Indies.
Certainly is a crucial partnership here. Of course, Carty on debut, quite a lot would be expected of him in this partnership. Along with Athanaze, who hasn't quite carved out his way yet.
This Carty getting a full delivery that he's gloriously driving through the offside in that vacant cover region, and that is going to go to the boundary for 4.
Well, that was a sumptuous shot from Kisi Carty. Drove that throughout that gap on the offside. Lovely execution of a cover drive, just putting his body weight on his front foot and getting forward to that. Great timing from Kisi Carty as it moves him along to 23 now.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Casey Carty. And so that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to respect the good deliveries, play on merit here, and when those long half volleys come along, he's got to put them away just like he did there. Up to 23 from 49 now, Casey Carty. So he's gotten another start here. See if he could carry it. Here's Ngidi again. Again over the wicket. Into Carty. This delivery is down the leg side. Carty's tickling this one fine. Rabada, who's at that wideish long leg position, can't get around. And Carty picks up another boundary.
2 boundaries in succession for Casey Carty. Now races along to 27. That ball just a bit pitched to leg side from Lungi Ngidi, and Casey Carty easily able to tuck that away down to fine leg, where Gisa Rabada would have just been trying to recover after his spell of some fiery bowling earlier in this session.
So that boundary brings up a 50 for the West Indies. 53 for 2 after 15.4 overs. Carty's up to 27 from 50. Athanaze on the non-strikers, and he's 13 from 16.
We've had 8 fours in the innings so far from the West Indies.
Ngidi again up to the crease. Holds to Carty, who's getting another delivery outside the off stump. He's just getting that front foot outside and hitting it in front of the point fielder. And they go for 1. And Carty's going to come back for a second quite comfortably. 55 for 2.
Able to get back to ball here. Casey Carty was taking his time earlier, now feels a bit more confident, especially after Rabada's come off out of the attack. taking advantage here of Lungi and Gidi and certainly making the South Africans wonder about their bowling options.
Yeah, and Giddy just hasn't been as good as he would have liked, or as good as.
He's certainly capable of much more than what we've seen here.
Yeah, definitely. Lungi and Giddy, he's been a real good servant of South African cricket. Well, a field change. David Bedingham is coming out of first slip, and he's going into that catching position on the offside again, where it's just a square point on the offside. Here's Ngidi again, over the wicket, into Kati, a short delivery that Kati is pulling way in front of square. Work for Stubbs to do out at deep mid wicket. He runs around to his left, and he just gets down in time, gets that hand down, keeps it down to 2. And that's good work out there from Tristan Stubbs, who's had a lot to do out there.
Tristan Stubbs has really been busy out there in that area. At the end of the 16th over, it's 57 for 2. Casey Carty on 31 over 52, and Athanaze still on 13 from 16. Of course, Tristan Stubbs in that region would have already effected that catch of Craig Brathwaite earlier, and certainly would need to have quite some mental strength to be in that region where most of the fans are gathered as well.
Yeah, definitely. So, again, it's bright, lovely conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. The sun is out in all its glory. The ground is bathed in sunshine. Meanwhile, the West Indies here looking to battle on, looking to ward off the South Africans, who at the moment are well and truly on top here. 57 for 2 after 16 overs. And guess what? Keshav Maharaj is going to continue into his 9th over now.
I don't think he's going to come out of the attack until stumps are uprooted later today.
Well, into the second session of day 5 in this first test, right here at the Queen's Park Oval. Here's Maharaj into Athanaze, who's getting a delivery outside the off stump, and he's sweeping all along the ground, way behind square. No one in that vicinity, and that is going to be a 4 to Alec Athanaze.
Guess who did the fielding? Tristan Stubbs yet again. This time not able to cut it off before it got there, but a lovely execution of a sweep from Alec Athanaze, getting nice and low, and this time it was pitched a lot straighter, so much easier to hit into that leg side.
Yeah, so Maharaj again into Athanaze, who again is getting a delivery outside the off stump. This time he goes for the reverse sweep, does get bat on it, and it's going down to where third man would be. Deep Point had to run all the way around to his right, and they've gone for 1. They've come back for the second, and it's only going to be 2. So 2 more to Athanaze, goes up to 19 from just 18 deliveries, looking to be very proactive against Maharaj, but he's got to be careful, he's got to be watchful. Maharaj, a very, very wily character.
I do like this though, not allowing Maharaj to settle as easily as he did in the first innings.
Maharaj again into Athanaze, who again is getting that delivery outside the off stump, and he's sweeping. This time not able to get as much bat as he did previously in the over, but he's still able to cross through for the single, because Rickleton had to run to his right, and he did the fielding.
In that first innings, we saw Maharaj bowl 40 overs, 76 runs alone he conceded, so under 2 runs per over he went, and in this innings he's going at 4 runs per over, so not allowing him to settle as easily.
So Maharaj into the right-handed Kati now, who is just playing this delivery safely in front of him. No run, 64 for 2, the West Indies here. Maharaj again into Kati, a shortish delivery as Kati is pushing into the offside uppishly, and the catch has been taken. So that's the end of Casey Kati, who has to go back for 31. And the South Africans have striked again, 64 for 3 now.
Well, just as you were alluding to earlier, he really feasts on bowling to those right-handers, does Keshav Maharaj. This time, slowed it down, continues to bowl slowly and allow the ball to get so much air on the pitch. And Casey Kati was just waiting on that ball to come to him. It was a bit more round arm as well. And Lovely bit of bowling as well as fielding in that for that delivery there. They're just checking the catch.
The catch is just being checked now by the third umpire. I think Wian Mulder was the fielder who was at that short cover position. It didn't go as quickly as he would have liked because he had to come in, and then on coming in he had to just put in the dive, a little dive forward, and they're just still going through that process of making sure that he's taking the catch cleanly. Well, from what we can see is that his hands is underneath the ball, though it's on the ground, and I think that is going to be a clean catch. So the umpire, just waiting for the umpires to confirm who they've just converged mid-pitch. Meanwhile, the South Africans are celebrating, and yep, on the big screen we could see out. So it is confirmed now that Casey Carty has caught Mullah Bol Maharaj for 31 from 54 deliveries, and the West Indies here now in further trouble at 64 for 3.
Casey Carty getting yet another start, working nicely into his innings and unable to carry on much longer. 64 for 3 as Kavem Hodge strides to the crease to join Alec Athanaze, two Dominicans here. Hopefully able to do their country proud.
And do the West Indies proud. We would hope that these two could sort of carry the West Indies to the end of this session, which is still quite a long way away, just about an hour and a half to go until, just about an hour, just over an hour to go until the end of this second session. So job for Kavem Hodge to do here. Right-hander in at 5.
Kavem Hodge has had quite a marathon year so far, scoring that century just recently in England. One thing I remember about that century was that he took his time early on, but later on in the innings he really unleashed a counter-attack upon the England bowlers on Trent Bridge wicket. That's usually a very good batting wicket. Of course, nothing like those conditions here.
Yeah.
But he did look very comfortable in the first innings.
Yeah, he did get 120, his highest test score. So, about to face his first delivery from Maharaj, who's going to be operating again from the media center end. And we look at the field. It's a pretty attacking field, and rightly so, from Captain Bavuma. So look at the field here now. There's a slip, a forward short leg, a backward point who's very close in. Extra cover, a short cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a deep backward square, and a man at a forward short leg. So we could see 3 close-in fielders around the bat of Kavem Hodge, who's about to take his first delivery now from Maharaj. He's getting a full delivery, and he's just driving it out to that man again, Mulder, who is doing the fielding, but he just runs away as though it's hit a sensitive part on the hand. But he looks to be okay. He's a strong guy. And that's the end of the over. So the end of 17 overs, a successful one for Maharaj and the South Africans. The West Indies are 64 for 3.
So take a look at the scorecard. Craig Brathwaite, 0 from 3. Almost a golden duck, 2 balls away from it. Keshav Maharaj, the successful bowler on that occasion, and Tristan Stubbs catching that. Mikhail Louis only lasted 25 deliveries for his 9 runs before Rabada was able to give him a really fiery delivery that Tristan Stubbs also caught. And Casey Carty just falling, being caught by Wian Mulder and bowled by Keshav Maharaj, who continues to trouble the West Indies here in this match and has troubled them throughout his time in Test match cricket.
So Lungi and Kiri to start his third over, 2 overs, none for 13.
Now
Again
elects to come round the wicket.
Yeah, again from around the wicket. So when it's down the leg side, Athanaze is looking to just get some bat on it, getting inside the line, but doesn't make contact. And Verena goes down the leg side, makes the grab, and there's no run.
Still isn't quite comfortable, even after switching 2 round the wicket. A ball going down the leg side. Might have been striving for a bit of extra pace, but that delivery is only 126 kilometers an hour. See how he replies here. A lot more on the shoulders of Alec Athanaze now with the dismissal of Casey Carty, and Kavem Hodge just coming to the crease.
So Alec Athanaze hunches on his bat as he waits on Ngidi, who starts his run now and passes the umpire and bowls to Athanaze, who this is delivery is full outside the off stump. Athanaze is getting forward and driving through the point region and running away now for 4.
Just looking like he was going to try a Yorker there, Lungi Ngidi, but just underpitched it a bit and allowed for Athanaze to just extend his arms and drive that through cover point easily.
And you can see him just opening the face. Athanaze at the last moment just to get it in the gap. And Stubbs, who was at that backward point position, even though he's quick, he couldn't catch up to that. So Athanaze gets another boundary, 68 for 3. Here is Ngidi again. Into Athanaze, sorry, who's just playing this one on the front foot up to mid-off. Alec Athanaze, a 25-year-old Dominican who just started off in his test career, just at 7 test matches, 310 runs to his name, with a high score of 82 and an average of 23. I'm sure that's something that he'd be looking to get up in the, be looking to raise that average in the upcoming series that he would have to play, the upcoming test matches. Here's Ngidi again, around the wicket to Athanaze, who again is playing on the front foot. This time plays it into the leg side. 68 for 3.
Would have played that on the 19 World Cup back in 2018 in New Zealand.
Yeah, and I think it's since the under 19s we sort of earmarked Alec Athanaze as one for the future, and credit to him, he's done well for his first class team, the Windward Islands, and captain the Windward Island Volcanoes, and he did quite well. Remember him getting a couple of centuries. He went to that tour to South Africa, didn't play. This time again, and Ngidi's into Athanaze, a delivery down the leg side. Athanaze is just fanning at it, doesn't get anything on it, and Verena takes behind. 68 for 3 again. Brilliant sunshine, blue skies, sun out in all its glory. A sprinkling of spectators here. It's a Sunday afternoon, and I was expecting to see the Carib stand being packed out today, Dylan.
Nowhere better to be on a Sunday afternoon than that Caribbean stand.
Yeah, I know if you wasn't working, Dylan, you'd be at the cricket for sure. Here is Ngidi again into Athanaze, who's driving nicely through the offside. It's going to Bavuma, who is going to misfield. Slight misfield from the captain, and they've gone for 2, and they're going to come back for the 3 as Bavuma was a little bit late in gathering that one. So a 3 to end the over for Athanaze and the West Indies at the end of 18 overs. Score progresses to 71 for 3.
And it's going to be a drinks break here at 71 for 3 in 18 overs.
So as the players are going to take a refreshment break here at the Queen's Park Oval, the latest score after 18 overs, the West Indies are 71 for 3.
Yes, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Remember, it's the first test match between the touring South African and the West Indies. At the moment, the West Indies really battling back here, putting up a good showing in this their second innings of this match. At the moment, 71 for 3. Athanaze really the man behind this fight back. 27 from 25 deliveries, 4 fours at the moment. He's really, this knock would really do himself a world of good and his team. As I also welcome back Ian Wilson.
Hi, good afternoon again. And West Indies have it all to do in this session, already 3 wickets down.
Yeah, I think losing that wicket of Casey Carty would have really dented the progress of the West Indies. That partnership was going really well for them. It's going to be Maharaj to continue from the media center end. This one is pitched up and Athanaze is just dancing down the wicket a bit and pushes it into that extra cover region. And he gets through to single. He moves on to 28. Brings Hodge on strike. Just faced one delivery thus far after that wicket of Casey Carty. But he did bat really well in the first inning. Showed a lot of fight, but he needs to really build a partnership with Athanaze, and they would know each other pretty well, Athanaze and Hodge. This time it's Maharaj. Pitched up delivery, slower delivery, loopy delivery. But Hodge is well forward, pushing it back to the captain, Bavuma. They're at short cover. Maharaj continues. This one is a bit straighter, and Hodge is just pushing it back to the bowler. Slip and play, forward short leg, silly point, backward point, short cover, long on, long, mid on, sorry, and mid off. Mid off is a bit deeper than the standard position. It's a cover, feel at the cover boundary, and feel at the deep square leg. This one is pitched up outside the off stump, and Hodge is just letting that one go. It was pretty close to the off stump. Good take by the keeper, Verena. The score remains on 92 for 3. This one is pitched up, and Hodge is driving through the covers. It goes down to the fielder at the deep cover boundary in Stubbs. They get through for a single at the end of 19 overs. The West Indies are 73 for 3, Ian.
Yes, and you talk about these two batters batting, knowing each other well. They are both from Dominica. They both played for the Winwallides and in England. When I mentioned his, this is at Athanaze, his 82 odd. When he scored that 82 odd, Hodge had got his maiden test 100, so they can bat together for long periods, and this is what West Indies really need now. They need them to replicate what they did in England.
Yeah, definitely, as we have a change in bowling now from that southern end or the Brian Lara Pavilion end. It's going to be Aidan Markram into the attack. Markram, he's going to be picking up the attack from Ngidi. He had some problems with bowling from that southern end, with the foot marks there, and he seemed to be struggling a bit with that. But it seems to be spin, that of spin now. Is it going to be spin at both ends? We'll wait and find out. But it's Markram into Hodge. Hodge is, this one is a bit short. Hodge is down on one knee and pulling that one behind square, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So it's a boundary to start with there for Markram. That's a poor delivery from him. He needs to be more outside the off stump, full in length, trying to get that ball going into the right-hander or the straighter one. But nonetheless, it's 4 runs to the total. The West Indies would really appreciate that. They are 77 for 3.
Yes, and the field isn't, well, the field is set. There are a lot of fielders on the offside. There's that short, some cutting positions there.
This time it's Markram again down the leg side, but worked away nicely by Hodge into the onside. There's no run.
The forward square leg, there's short mid wicket. Square leg is on the boundary.
Markram again. This time it's a quicker delivery on the wicket there. Hodge looking to play on the back foot, but had to quickly go forward and stab down on that one. Lucky for him, he got enough bat onto it straight to that fielder at short leg. There's no run. Score remains on 77 for 3. Markram again, this time outside the off stump. That one just coming back in slightly to the right-handed Hodge with the spin. And he's on the back foot, just punching it to the fielder at cover. There's no run. Markram again. This one is quicker and flatter and a bit straighter, but Hodge is equal to it, just working it into the onside. Rabada is there just behind square, and that short square leg sort of position, just slightly behind square for that shot in particular. It's Markram again. This one is a bit short, but Hodge is again down on one knee looking to pull that one. But give credit to Rabada there, diving away to his right and stopping that one, preventing the boundary. They get through for a single. The score moves on to 78 for 3 now.
And that's a very good over from Eden Markram, his first over. His first ball went for 4, short, gave Hodge a lot of time, space and room to pull that ball behind square for 4. But since then, he has tightened up on his line and length, and he's kept Hodge quiet on his toes.
Yeah, the key to Hodge there, those short deliveries, was getting down low, getting down, bending that back knee and getting low so you'd be able to pull that ball and hit it down on the ground behind square. So it was excellent from his part. It's going to be Maharaj to continue from the media center end. This one is pitched up by him, driven through the covers by Hodge, and they get through for an easy single. Score ticks along nicely, 79 for 3. And I want to add one piece of stat there for you. The West Indies only need 220 runs to win.
You're making that sound so gettable. Only 220. But how many wickets in hand?
They have 7 wickets in hand. That's plenty. So it's going to be Maharaj to continue. To Athanaze. This time he's looking. Sorry, it's a pitched up delivery. Athanaze looking to drive that one through the covers. The covers are empty. There's no one in the cover region. He's asking Athanaze to play that shot if you're good enough. But because the ball is really coming back into him. This time he's well forward and just pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. So this is good. They're asking Athanaze here, if you're good enough, you want to take up the challenge, drive through the covers. It's open for you. There's no one there. You go ahead. It's 4 runs. But the ball is coming back into you, and if you miss time or you miss it, you're going to be out. So this time, Maharaj pitches it up, pushes it through a bit. Athanaze has a few steps down the wicket, but just with a dead bat drops it in front of him, and there's no run. Score remains on 79 for 3. So
that is what he would need to do. Use his feet, get to the pitch of the ball so he can get that shot where they're inviting him to do that. But if he stays at the crease, it will be difficult for him to do that.
This time he's outside off stump looking for the reverse sweep. It has brought him success. He has picked up 2 fours already with that reverse sweep, but this time it was way outside off stump and he was unable to make any contact. It really hit his hand and almost hit him on the helmet as well. So the keeper is asking if he's okay. It seems like the ball did brush the helmet, but no concussion test. This time it's a pitched up delivery. He takes a few steps down the wicket again, but it's a good delivery and he works it onto the onside. No run. At the end of 21, the West Indies, they are 79 for 3. Athanaze, he's on 28 from 31 deliveries. Hodge, he's just at the crease, 7 from 13.
So Maharaj not giving away much in that over. Just the one single in that over. 5 dot balls And Athanaze have been tested just a bit, as you mentioned. He offered him that drive, but he's not taking the bait, as they say.
Yeah, definitely he's not. He's looking for it. He's looking to go down the wicket, as you rightly said, Ian. Looking to go down the wicket and get to the pitch of it so he can play it through that region. But he's been outsmarted by Maharaj so far. So it's going to be Markram to continue from the pavilion, and this time it's pitched up and it's square driven by Hodge. They're going to look for one. They come back for two. Yes, it's an excellent piece of fielding, but they get two quite easily. The throw was way off. The keeper had to move a long way to try and haul it in, but it was over his head. There was a chance of an extra run, but Hodge said no. So 2 runs to the total, 2 runs to Hodge. West Indies 81 for 3.
So the West Indies going along despite losing the wickets, and Hodge and Athanaze can do well together.
Yes, Markram again. This one comes back into the right-handed Hodge. He knew nothing about that one. Got an inside edge. Lucky for him, it just passed close to the stump. This one came back sharply into the right-hander. Inside edge. Had he not gotten an inside edge, it would have been out.
Well, one thing, Markram is getting a lot of purchase from the surface as well.
And
lots
he's a
of
part-time bowler, mind you. This one, again, outside the off-stump, coming back into the right-hander, but a bit too wide. Hodge was quickly onto the back foot and just punching that one through to the point fielder. And there's no run. Score remains on 81 for 3. West Indies here chipping away at this total. This time it's a bit straighter going down the leg side. Hodge just works it behind square where Rabada is there and there's no run.
Well, Markram certainly is not, wouldn't think of himself as a part-time bowler the way that he's bowling today.
Markram again. This one outside of Staman turning in sharply to the right-handed Hodge.
That's good sauce.
And he just jabs the bat down on it. Straight back to his captain, who is there at short mid-wicket position. There's no run. The score remains on 81 for 3. Markram again. This time looking for that straighter delivery. You can see that one just pitched and went on with the arm. And negotiated nicely by Hodge. And that brings an end to the 22nd over the West Indies. At the moment, they are 81 for 3. Hodge on 9, Athanaze on 28.
And these two batsmen weathering the storm, especially from Keshav Maharaj, doing quite well. Now, they weathered the storm of Rabada. Well, not this pair, but Rabada would have peppered Louis earlier. And he didn't survive. He didn't survive. He survived up to a point. But now it's the turn of Markram and Keshav Maharaj, the two spinners.
Maharaj to continue. And just to let you know, the West Indies only requiring 216 runs for victory. This time it's pitched up, swept away nicely by Athanaze. They're going to get one. They come back for 2. Some good work there at that square leg boundary by Rickleton. And they get through for 2 more. So Athanaze is really bringing out the sweep shot, whether it will be the conventional sweep or the reverse sweep. And it has brought him success. He has scored a lot of runs from those 2 shots. It's Maharaj again. The reverse sweep comes out this time.
He loves those shots.
It was a bit in the air. Markram, for one point in time, thought he had a chance, but it was over his head. And it went down to that fine leg position. And Gidi is there. They come back for 2 runs.
Athanaze certainly loves that. He loves that reverse sweep. He plays it way too often.
Well, is he dipping into the well one too many? We shall see. It's Maharaj. This time it's a bit shorter. Athanaze is on the back foot, just punching it back to the bowler. And there's no run. 85 for 3. Athanaze is really looking good here. 32 from 34. could he be the one to really turn this match on his head here? This time it's a pitch stop delivery. Athanaze is well forward, and he just pushes it back to that fielder at short leg. There's no run. Score remains on 85 for 3. Well, you can see only when he plays the sweep or reverse sweep he scores runs. This time he's down the wicket looking to drive, but straight to the fielder. The reverse sweep, he's finding the gaps. That's conventional sweep, he's finding the gaps.
He's not getting the gaps when he drives or cuts.
Well, it's Maharaj to continue. This one, it's a pitch stop delivery, and he on-drives this one straight to Rabada, who's there at a wideish long on, and they get through for a single. So he finally gets a run. Not from the sweep or the reverse sweep.
He gets it from an on-drive.
Yes, he has. He moves on to 33, and the West Indies, they move on to 86 for 3.
So certainly these two spinners are doing what the captain has asked of them. Makram will continue. He will be bowling to Athanaze, but this time the ball will be leaving Athanaze. So he would be looking and be watchful of that. He's currently talking with Kavem Hodge at mid-pitch, having a discussion as Makram is waiting to start another over.
Well, the West Indies, they only require 211 runs for victory here.
And they have just over a session and some.
44 was remaining. And the current run rate is 3.37. So they have an outside chance here. They continue. But this pair needs to take it deep as Makram continues to bowl to Athanaze. This one is pitched up on the leg stump. Athanaze just whips it into the leg side. And it's Ngidi who is there. He comes off the square leg boundary. And they get through for an easy single. The score moves on to 87 for 3 now.
And this would bring Kavem Hodge to strike. Certainly had a late start to his international career, but it has been a good start.
Yeah, definitely thus far. He has been one of the bright lights, as you'd see, especially from that England tour. And he would want to continue that good work, that good form he's currently in. Makram again, driven straight back to Matram. Well, it was a bit wide. He tried all his best there, diving away to his left, and the ball just tipped his hand and went down to, I think it's Maharaj there, who's at mid-off. That's a valiant effort there from Makram. Had he taken that one, you'd have called him Superman.
Yeah, super catch. But I thought at the first time I thought it came off the pitch, but it was straight from the bat.
Yeah, definitely. It was straight off the bat. Makram again. This one quicker. And just going straight on with the arm. Hodge was looking for that one to come back into him. But that one went straight on with the arm. Beat the outside edge. The keeper took it nicely and whipped off the bails in a flash. But Hodge was in his crease. Makram really bowling well here. This time it was pitched up and driven straight back down the ground. That's 4 runs. So Hodge has decided he's going to take on Makram here. Pitched up delivery. Got his foot down the wicket and hit it over the bowler's head. And that went for 4. So Hodge, he decides he's not going to let Makram settle here. 1 bounce into the fence. The score now moves on to 91 for 3.
And both batters, both Dominican batters doing quite well.
Makram, how would he respond? This one is pitched up, but Hodge, he's on the front foot and just pushing that one straight down the ground to where that long on fielder is. And I think it's Rickleton down there. And they just get through 4. And they just Stroll through for an easy single. Score moves on to 92 now for 3. They're getting ever so closer here, Ian, to that target. This time Markram to the left-handed Athanaze. This one is outside the off stump. Athanaze gets forward, pushes it to that cover fielder in Bavuma, the captain of South Africa. There's no run at the end of over number 24. The West Indies are 92 for 3. The target now is at 205, Ian.
Yes, the target keeps coming down and down and down. I'm getting closer for the West Indies to get to that. But that's if Test cricket will go into our 6th day. But we only have 5 days.
We still have this session and the last session, Ian. You never know the way Athanaze batting at the moment. If Hodge can stay with him and they can bat through the rest of this session, never know what the last session could bring. If they need probably a 150 or 160 in the last session, it would be interesting.
It's going to be very interesting. But the key is for West Indies not to lose any more wickets.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be Maharaj again to continue. This one is pitched up on the leg stump. Hodge works it into the onside. It's looked like Mulder, who's there at that, is it mid-on? Yes. A wideish mid-on. He feels it, and they get through for a single. The score moves on to 93 for 3. 205 runs to win. A bit of dark clouds around to the southern end of the oval. This one is shorter and wide outside the off stump. Athanaze is back and across and caught in this one. It's in the air a bit, but there's no fielder anywhere close to that. So it's an easy run for him in the end. And Gidi is the only fielder at that deep point boundary, is it? Yes. So it's an easy single for Athanaze. The score moves on to 94 for 3. Maharaj picks up delivery, driven back to Maharaj. He misfields it, and they get through for an easy single. So the singles are coming easy. The runs actually are flowing nicely. The partnership now between these two moves on to 31 from 46 deliveries.
It's a very good partnership. The ratio, the runs per over, are very good in this partnership. 31 from 46 balls. So they're keeping the run rate ticking. They're keeping the scorecard ticking.
Yes, Maharaj continues. And this one is pitched outside the off stump. The reverse sweep comes out again. And you wouldn't believe it brings runs again for Athanaze.
One thing you can say, he loves that reverse sweep. And it has brought him success, as you mentioned.
Yeah, definitely. He moves on to 36 now from 41 deliveries. Score moves on to 96 for 3. West Indies here just chipping away at this total, chipping away. That's all they need to do. Try to get as close as possible. And then see in the last session if they can mount an attack and try to win this test match. They're actually putting themselves in a position where they could win this test match.
Yeah, but this...
It's Maharaj. This one is pitched up, driven. Now we have two fielders. One at, how you could call it, a very, very short cover. And one at silly point. And this one is down the leg side, but turning back into the right-handed Hodge. But lucky for him, that one turned behind his back. He was almost bowled behind his back there. Lucky for him, it didn't turn back enough. And he survived. So Hodge survived a close one there at the end of 25 overs. The West Indies 96 for 3. Hodge on 16 and Athanaze on 36.
Well, I was looking at that field just as when you were starting to describe the field, the ball was being bowled, but that was a very strange field. The first time I've seen a field set like that, there was a silly mid-off, and behind silly mid-off was another field that looks like short, very short cover. I don't understand. Or a second silly mid-off behind the first silly mid-off. It's really strange. A silly cover, someone is saying, but it's the first time I've seen a field like that.
Well, You can call it whatever you like. It's a position that was there, and he was there for a catch. But West Indies survived.
I think Dylan had coined a new fielding position, silly cover.
Well, it's going to be Markham to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Bowls to Athanaze. This time it's a full-length delivery on that off stump, and Athanaze is well forward. Athanaze looks set here. He looks like he's in for the long haul, and he needs to really bat long. He needs a score under his belt here for himself and his team.
Yeah.
Markram has other things in mind, and this time it's down the leg side. Sweeping this one is Athanaze behind square, and he picks up. Well, it's really the fine leg boundary that one went, but nonetheless, again the sweep shot bringing rewards for Athanaze, and that brings up the 100 for the West Indies.
Yes, 100 for 3, and that also put Athanaze into the 40s. He's on 40 from just 43 deliveries.
Also, the West Indies now require less than 200 runs to win.
Yes, and they're certainly giving themselves a chance to pull off a victory. And if they win, it will just be their fourth win over South Africa, the first being 32 years ago in 1992.
But South Africa, they are in control here, even though the runs are flowing really for the West Indies at the moment. But the South Africans, they just need to buy their time. Just need to get a couple tight overs in here and put the pressure back onto the batters, the West Indies batters, that is. It's Markram to continue to Athanaze. This one is pitched up and a bit wide. Athanaze looking to drive that one square of the wicket, but not making the proper contact, and it dribbles out to the fielder at short cover in the Captain Mavuma. There's no run. The score remains on 100 for 3. Markram needs to pull things back here a bit. He's conceded 4. That wonderful sweep shot from Athanaze. This time pitched up delivery from Markram. Athanaze is well forward, pushing his back to the Captain Bavuma at that short cover position. There's no run.
Markram continues in this fourth over.
Just conceding 17 runs. This time it's a bit shorter outside the off stump. Athanaze is quickly on the back foot, punching this one through that point region. And it's Stubbs who's there at that point boundary. Well, he's pretty much 3/4 way. He's not quite out on the point boundary. He tidies up and they get through for an easy single at the end of, I take it's 26 overs. The West Indies 101 for 3. Going along nicely here.
Yeah, they're going along nicely here, and we can just think back at the start of the innings. Had Craig Brathwaite played a better shot than what he did, West Indies could have been in a much better position than they are in now. However, we can't cry over spilled milk right now, but the West Indies have picked it up since then, and 101 for 3.
Needing 197 for victory here, Ian. And South Africans just need that 7 wickets. So it's going to be Wian Mulder to take up the attack from this media center end. His 13 matches for him. So he's young in his career. He's the all-rounder pretty much in the South African team. He batted really well in the first innings. Didn't get an opportunity in the second, but let's see if he can pick a wicket here for his captain. Runs away, and this one is short on that leg stump. Athanaze is quickly on the back foot, working it behind square, and he picks up an easy single. Score moves on to 102 for 3. He moves on to 42.
Yes, and it's a good start for Muller. Just the 1 run of his bowling. Athanaze now equals Casey Carty's first innings score of the top score for the West Indies. So no one got 50 for West Indies in this match yet. So hopefully Athanaze can get there.
Well, we can only hope, but it's out to the batter in the middle there to do it. It's going to be Mulder. He's going to have something to say about that. Runs away. This one is short, pulled away by Hodge. This is going to run into the boundary for 4. That's a lovely shot from Hodge. Short delivery. He was quickly onto the back foot and pulled that in front of square. No one there out in that deep square boundary. And he helps himself to another 4. Hodge moves on to 20. And the score now moves on to 106 for 3.
And not a good delivery from Mola, especially with the field he has. He has his slip. He has a man at gully point, cover, and mid-off. That ball wasn't for that.
Yes, Mulder again. Short ball and pulled away again. But there's a fielder now back at that deep square boundary in the Zorzi. And they're just going to get that single. So they're going to try the short ball attack here to Hodge, it seems.
Yes, and he's certainly not backing down. He's, as you mentioned, he's quickly on the back foot and he's pulling. But that second effort, he didn't get it right, because I was looking for the ball to go sailing, but the ball trickled to the man there in front of square. So I'm like, yes, he didn't get that ball how he wanted it.
Well, he tried to hit down on it, realizing the fielder was down there at that square like boundary. He tried to hit down on it. Athanaze is having some problems with his bat. He needs to replace his bat here. Seems to get a crack or chip to the bottom. So he needs to change his bat, get a little refreshment in the process. Both batters. And they are back. So Mulder, he needs to pull things back here. Expensive so far. Considering 6 runs already in his 3 deliveries. His career, as we mentioned, 13 matches. Picking up 19 wickets thus far. A best of 3 for 1. He needs to really get that wicket, get more wickets in that wicket column to really be a main fixture as the all-rounder in the team.
Yes, and when you talk about South Africa all-rounders, the first that will come to mind is Jacques Callis, who has certainly been a great performer for South Africa for many years, a frontline batsman and a frontline bowler. So Mulder has a big shoes to fill, a huge size 20 shoes to fill in that regard.
Definitely he has. But as I say, he's young in his career, so he has some time to really get into his rhythm, into his game, into his groove. So it's going to be Mulder into Athanaze. This one is short outside here, some cutaway, but the fielder Penningham there at Golly does well. And there's no run. Score remains on 107 for 3.
So South Africa still needs 7 wickets, 7 West Indian wickets. But right now, the West Indies batters are looking comfortable. And it's heading for a draw the way how these batters are going. But 1 wicket can change everything.
Correct. And that's all it takes. 1 wicket. 1 can bring 2. 2 can bring 3. And you never know what will happen. It's Mulder. This time it's a good length from him on that off-stump line. Just short of a length, and Athanaze is on the back foot, punching that one back to the bowler at the end of 27. The West Indies 107 for 3. Athanaze, he's there on 42. Hodge is there on 21. And we'll have a double change after a few words from Ian Wilson. You're going to hear the voice of Dylan Sharma and Kadir Mohammed.
Tristan Hodge going along playing some very good support to Athanaze. He's on 21, and Athanaze himself twice as much as Hodge has. He's on 42, and the West Indies going along quite well, trying to stave off this attack here from South Africa.
Well, thank you very much, Ronnie and Ian. And so, the maiden Makram to continue here from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and 4 overs, none for 18. The West Indies after 27.1 overs, they're 107 for 3. Still needing 191 more. for victory. Smackram into Hodge. Hodge is on the back foot playing this one out to the short leg fielder. Can't get a single. Score
Target
remains at
coming.
107 for 3.
Target coming ever so closer.
Eversley closer. Makram into Hodge, who's turning this one leg side. But Rabada is at that short, fine leg position. Can't get a single. And Makram continues to go through a good spell here.
Certainly providing some good partnership bowling to Keshav Maharaj at the other end, keeping things tight.
Here is Makram again into Hodge, who's playing it from the crease on the back foot. And again, he's negotiating it into the leg side, and they can't get a single. So the score remains at 107 for 3. Makram again into Hodge, and again he's on the back foot. This time playing it a little bit with a little bit more power. Straighter, but Vuma tries to get a hand on it, can't get it, goes all the way down to the long on fielder. And Hodge able to cross through 4 singles. So 108 now for 3.
Hodge moves on to 22. Athanaze now is on 42 from 51. Has to negotiate Makram, turning the ball away from him. Makram certainly gotten a bit more turn in this innings as opposed to the first innings.
Here's Makram into Athanaze, who is on the front foot playing this one back up to the bowler. Can't get a run. So at the end of 28 overs, the West Indies here 108 for 3.
108 for 3 West Indies, and looks as if Rian Mulder is going to continue from this the media center end. And up until Mulder would have come in that previous over, Maharaj would have been bowling unchanged since the first innings. Because remember, in this innings he would have opened the bowling from that end. Finally, as far as bowling is concerned, and as far as the innings are concerned, a break for Keshav Maharaj. But many of those breaks would have been afforded to him throughout the match with the rain breaks.
I wonder if that's some sort of record, because that's 53 overs that he's bowled with the intervals just being when he would have taken a break. 53 overs unchanged. But here is Rian Mullah from the media center and into Hodge, who's turning this one leg side. Wants the single, but is sent back by Athanaze. And in the end, a good decision.
Well, currently the record would have been 59 overs by Narendra Hirwani against England in 1990 at Lords. Certainly after such an effort, might have needed a snow cone like our good friend Ronnie loves so much.
Well, he left us here, Dylan, so I know when we miss him, I know where to find him. He's going to be by that snow cone guy. I just hope that he brings up one for you and I. But here is Mullah into Hodge. And Hodge is again on the back foot. And playing it back up to the bowler. No run.
Well, no snow cone in that instance, just because you just saw the sun peek through and then sort of playing hide and seek with the clouds. So maybe the sun doesn't quite want him leaving us here. 190 runs to win for the West Indies. Hodge and Athanaze is giving it a good go. Hodge on 22 to face up to Mulder.
Mullah into Hodge again. Good length delivery. That Hodge is choosing to play this one off the back foot. Played to Maharaj, who's at short mid wicket. And there's no run. A partnership with 44 between these two best mates here, Alec Athanaze and Kavim Hodge. Well, a belated signal now from umpire Raza with an outstretched hand, which means a no ball. So one extra added to the total. 109 now for 3.
Well, out of the 3 pacers that South Africa have bowled, Mulder might have been the one you least expect to bowl a no ball, but here he is bowling that no ball.
So Hodge settles Waits on Muller, who's at the top of his mark. Starts now, passes the umpire. And into Hodge. Again, another good delivery. Leon Muller is a very good holding seamer. He's going to do a good job. He's going to come into the attack. He's going to be accurate. He's going to be wicket to wicket. Does nip it about a bit. And if you aren't too careful and watchful to him, he could get you out.
Certainly could get you out, as West Indies would have remembered back in that last series where South Africa visited in 2022. Took his best figures of 3 for 1. Interestingly, that would have been the only wickets he took throughout that entire series.
Yeah, Athanaze just getting some running repairs done to his bat. Umpire Raza just cutting off an extra piece of unwanted stuff from his willow. Here's Muller now into Hodge. A short delivery, pulled away, but there's protection at deep backward square where the Zozi is doing the fielding. They're able to go through for a single. Another one to Hodge.
Athanaze back on strike. It seems with all that sweeping, he's done some damage to his broom.
Yeah, that's a good one, Dylan. But of course, he just can't screw back in a handle to this broom. So, you know, it's you know, a different type of broom.
He's signaling back. Well, thought he was signaling back. Just it's a bit expressive there. Ready to face Mulder now.
Here's Muller from around the wicket to the left-hander. Delivery down the leg side. And Athanaze can't get anything on it. And the Verena collects behind. No run.
Not quite getting his length and line quite right as yet, Wian Mulder.
I don't know why he changed gloves. No, but the bat broke. It's not my fault it broke.
Still not comfortable with his bat there. Athanaze might have heard him coming across that stump mic, talking about his bat.
He is on the front foot, playing this one out into the offside, into that cover point region. And again, the Zozi has some work to do, but Athanaze is able to cross through for the single. So one to finish the over. So at the end of the over, the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval, West Indies 1-1-1 for 3 after 29 overs.
And some of the West Indies support staff there. 12th man has run out with some more equipment there for Athanaze or Hodge. Seems both of them eager to get some running repairs.
We don't want to see 12th man again.
Of course, all of this is part of the gamesmanship as well. When you're trying to survive until the end, any little sort of break that you're able to afford to yourself,
Yeah.
take with open arms.
And this is a little bit of experience, and as you mentioned, gamesmanship. It's so critical that you know when to slow the play down. Obviously, the opposition are on top, you know, at this stage.
Of course, the batsmen also like to go down and do some gardening, but no real grass there for them to grow. Quite dry out there.
Well, Markram to continue to Hodge. This delivery is outside the off stump, and again, Athanaze is down on one knee, sweeping from outside the off stump against the turn, and it goes away. Couple of bounces into the mid-wicket fence for 4.
Continuing to be positive, Alec Athanaze. This time Markram gives him a full delivery and he just sort of slog sweeps that one down to a deep mid-wicket boundary. One bounce into the boundary for 4, almost hitting the drinks cooler in that area.
So Athanaze goes up to 47 from 55. Here's Markram again into Athanaze, who again he's just driving nicely, comfortably through the offside, and he's going to get a single as Stubbs has to come off the point boundary to do the fielding. And so Athanaze goes up by 1 to 48.
Fourth wicket partnership here between Kaveh Hodge and Alec Athanaze. 52 from 76. Hodge providing 23 of those runs and Athanaze 28. Athanaze going at a Really quick rate here. 85 his strike rate. 47 from 55.
Yeah, it's Makram again. This time into Hodge, who's getting a delivery that he's just trying to play it out on the offside. Eventually just comes off the outer part of the bat and goes away into the offside. Can't get a run. Score remains at 116 for 3 again. Makram again into Hodge, and this one he's playing out into the leg side. Again, he can't get a single.
This occasion just a bit straighter from Makram. No run for Hodge.
Here is Hodge playing this one again out in front of him, and it's just going to backward point fielder.
Hodge still on 23. Athanaze 48. 2 runs away from his 50.
Come again. Final delivery of the 30th over into Hodge. And Hodge is on the back foot, playing it out safely. And out in front of him. So at the end of 30 overs, the West Indies 116 for 3. Needing still 182 for victory. South Africa needs 7 wickets.
Just to update you about the situation of the game. West Indies needing 182 to win. Athanaze the top scorer in this innings, 48. Not out from 56 deliveries. Casey Carty second best, 31 from 54. Maharaj, who looks to be coming back into the attack now from the media center end, 2 for 47 from his 13 overs. And Rabada 1 for 12 from his 6 overs. Those were the only 3 wickets to fall. Maharaj and Rabada picking those up.
So just a mini break for Keshav Maharaj, and he's immediately summoned to come back into the attack now by his skipper Temba Bavuma. And so just the 2 of us for William Mullah, and Maharaj comes back into the attack after 13 overs and 2 for 47.
This is Maharaj's 50th match in Test cricket, so certainly celebrating that feat quite gorgeously.
Is Maharaj into Athanaze again, who is looking to sweep, but they've positioned a man at a deep backward square position. He's not all the way to the boundary, just 3/4 in the way in. So he's obviously looking to save the boundary, and anything that goes in the air towards that vicinity, he's in the game. But here is Athanaze again, getting this delivery outside the off someone. Again, he's down on 1, the reverse sweeping. They've gone down to that 3rd man area, they've gone for 1, and they're going to come back again quite comfortably for the 2nd, and that double is going to bring up 50 for Alec Athanaze.
That's his 2nd 50 in Test match cricket. .310 runs in his Test match career, averaging 23, just under 24.
Yeah, this has been a good knock here from the young left-hander Alec Athanaze. A 50 of just 58 deliveries, so that's to tell you how well he's done in this innings, and we do hope that it continues, from a West Indies standpoint, that he could be there, well, firstly to the end of this session, and then hopefully towards the end of the day's play. But certainly it's been a good knock from him, and Kavim Hodge has lended good support to these two. Bat well together.
Certainly bat well together. Played for the Windward Islands, so would know each other quite well.
Athanaze again is sweeping, but it's going out to Rickleton at that backward square position. I think this is a good field set from Bavuma. Rickleton is in the game there. There's also a deep mid wicket and a long on the leg side. 1 slip and a forward short leg in place. Here's Maharaj into Athanaze again. This one he's just pulling back his length and slowing it down a bit. Maharaj, and Hodge is on the back. Athanaze is on the back foot and playing it back up to the bowler. No run. Score remains at 118 for 3.
2 balls remain in this 31st over. Keshav Maharaj and Temba Bavuma just adjusting some plans. Athanaze seems to have gotten into Maharaj's head just a bit, but knowing Keshav Maharaj, he wouldn't be perturbed for too long.
Here's Maharaj into Hodge. Into Athanaze. Sorry, and Athanaze turning this one leg side. Verena. Rickleton, in fact, has to run away to his left. Can't prevent the single. One more to Athanaze. Score 119 for 3.
One delivery remaining in the 31st over. Kevin Hodge to face up to Keshav Maharaj, who loves bowling to right-handers.
So Maharaj into Hodge, who is getting a delivery that is on the line of the off stump, and he's just pushing it out to Rickleton at backward point and can't get a run. Brings to the end of the 31st over. At the end of it, West Indies 119 for 3.
Athanaze 51 from 61, a very positive half century for him. 6 fours in that inning so far. He hope to be able to carry on his innings in this fashion. Always plays in a positive manner, especially when he opens the innings in ODIs as well. Has taken him quite a while to find his feet in test match cricket, but certainly looks to be more comfortable playing his shots, especially against spin. Seems to relish batting against spin as opposed to pace. So we did see him struggle a bit at times against pace in England and Australia.
Well, I'm going to say it here that I think he's good enough to play Test cricket. I've seen him play some good innings at first class level, and I think just a young boy, but he needs to learn and learn quickly, and he would know that. But here's Rabada from the Brian Lara Pavilion end into Athanaze. And this delivery is down the leg side. Athanaze just allowing this one to go through to be taken by Verena.
Hasn't quite hit his radar yet, Kagiso Rabada. Just a loosener on that occasion. Going past Athanaze and straight through to Verena on the leg side.
Yeah, and Alec Athanaze is very young in his test career. Even at first class level, he's just played a handful of first class games. He's played just a foot, in fact 42 first class games, averaging 33. But still, that's not overly a lot of games when you come to think of it in the grand scheme of things. He's still very young and looking to gain experience. But here's Rabada into Athanaze and getting a delivery just outside the off stump. Athanaze is on the back foot and getting the inside edge back onto the pad. Trickles out into the offside and they can't get a single.
It was a stunted shout from the South Africans, but realized quickly that there was nothing much going for that appeal.
Yeah, stifled appeal, but yes, certainly I have a lot of time for young Athanaze. I think he's a bright prospect, and he is certainly one for the future. Batting at a very crucial number 4 position, not to forget that.
That one just leaves Athanaze. Rabada finding his length and line, getting that ball to dip away from Athanaze. Beating the bat, just having a small conversation between bat and ball there. But played the line of the delivery and didn't allow himself to be caught fishing.
Slip and a gully in place. Here's Rabada from around the wicket into Athanaze. Back of a length delivery and punching it out the extra cover position. Rickleton again is doing the fielding. No run to the total. Score remains at 119 for 3.
5 fielders on the offside, 4 on the onside. Slip, gully, backward point, cover point. A bit of a gap before you get to the mid-off.
Rabada again here into Athanaze. It's a good delivery and again showed respect by Athanaze. Plays back up to the bowler. Rabada just collects in his follow through. Bright sunshine here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Sun's now come back out from hiding spot behind one of the many clouds that roll by the Trinidad sky.
Yeah, coming up very close to the tea interval here on day 5. in this first test. Here's Rabada again into Athanaze. Again, it's another good delivery. And Athanaze treating it with respect, playing on merit. And so the over comes standing for Rabada and the South Africans at the end of 32 overs. West Indies are 119 for 3.
Like that you spoke about that merit, because even though might have looked at times when you were playing those reverse sweeps to be a bit risky, has played those boundaries for the more loose deliveries and still showing respect for the better deliveries.
Yeah, even with those reverse sweeps, I would like to say it's a good tactic, or it's a good ploy, because he was sweeping it from outside the off stump. And the only thing that he could have possibly done wrong would have been to top edge, but who knows? Yes, Maharaj into Hodge. Oh, that's a good delivery. Hodge is on the back foot and turn for Maharaj.
Lovely link from Maharaj and just turning past that off stump.
Yeah, exaggerated turn from left arm spinner. Here's Maharaj again into Hodge. Another loopy delivery. This one is given a bit of width and cut away by Hodge. They go for one, and that's all they're gonna get.
It's Tristan Stubbs out there doing some fielding in that point region. It's been a bit quiet for the last 20-30 minutes or so, but has had a lot to do today. Tristan Stubbs, both batting and in the field.
Yeah,
Haven't
just-
seen him bowl in this match as yet, but he is able to bowl off spin.
He's not needed when you have Maharaj, who is basically bowling from one end. You know, it's just about rotating from the other end. But he had a valuable 68 first half century in Test cricket early on today for the South Africans, and he's put them in a good position. But here's Maharaj into Athanaze. This one is turning back into him, but he's playing with the spin out to that square leg region, and they go through for a single.
It's shorter here from Maharaj and allowed him to rock back on the back foot, and well, that just turned away from the square leg fielder. Had no idea where that was going.
Yeah, always difficult, those close-in catches. Here's Maharaj from around the wicket, a bit of a wrong arm delivery, and Hodge negotiates it well. And this might be very well and truly the final over before tea. 2 deliveries to go. Maharaj again into Hodge, and Hodge is just opening the face, playing it out to backward point. Again, Rickleton is there, so no run.
There's one more delivery for Hodge to see through to T. Maharaj has brought Bavuma into a second slip now. So those 3 fielders close to Hodge on the offside.
Maharaj into Hodge, it's making some height, extra bounce, it's pitching on the line of the leg stump and turning across the right hander. And Hodge played it, came off the shoulder of the bat, and it went to where Bavuma was at second slip, but it just landed in front. And that's a real good way to end the session there for Maharaj and the South Africans.
Just as I talked about Bavuma getting into that second slip position, wasn't quite able to reach across to get his hand to the ball. Did quite make a mess of his closer as well in that area where there's quite a bit of dust and would be a bit muddy from earlier as well. Goes back to T with a soiled shirt. So he tries to wipe some of it off. 29.3 overs in the session. 110 runs and only 2 wickets. So pretty well done by West Indies after losing that early wicket.
Yeah, these two have done well. They've added 57 so far from 16 overs. And after 33 overs in the West Indies second innings, they find themselves at 121 for 3, with the not-out batsman being Alec Athanaze, who is on 52 from 68 with 6 fours, and Kavim Hodge 24 from 49 with 3 boundaries.
As far as the bowling goes, Keshav Maharaj 2 for 52 off of his 15 overs. Kagiso Rabada 1 for 12 off of his 7 overs. Lungi Ngidi only able to bowl 3 overs for 20 runs, quite expensive by him. Aidan Markram 6 overs at 4 apiece, none for 24. And Rian Mulder 2 overs for 9 runs, no wicket.
So, West Indies still need a further 177 runs for victory, or South Africa would need 7 wickets for victory. The final session coming up after tea. Be sure to join us here in just about 15 to 20 minutes time.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio. This is Cricket on 360 Radio. This is Cricket on 360 Radio. This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad. It's first test match here between South Africa and the West Indies. We're into the final day, the final session of this test match. And it's all to play for by both teams. It can go either way. West Indies needing 177 runs to win. Yes, you may say it's a lot, but with the way the T20 cricket has been played and test match following in that suit, you never know. That could be chased down with Athanaze at the crease for the West Indies on 52 from 68 deliveries. But it's just 7 wickets required by South Africa to take victory as well in this match. But we are here for an interesting final session. And joining me for this session is Ian Wason. Your thoughts on this final session?
Well, it's going to be very interesting. South Africa needs 7 wickets. West Indies need 177 runs. So anything to play for. But it's more looking like if anyone has to win, if there's a victory in this game, could be a draw.
Draw could be a victory. Well, you heard it from the man himself, Ian Wason. Victory could be a draw here for this test match. All right, so it's going to be Rabada to take up the attack. I should continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He does for Rabada 1 for 12 from his 7 overs as he runs away to bowl to Athanaze. This one is a bit on the leg stump. Full length delivery and worked away into the onside. He picks up a single, and the West Indies are off and running in this final session of this test match. 122 for 3 with the West Indies.
Bada, who came into this started this over, his 7 overs, 1 for 13. He definitely might bowl about a 5-6 over spell and see how many wickets he can prize off. But Hodge and Athanaze are 2 set batsmen. Athanaze 53. Finally, we saw West Indians scoring a 50 in this match, and Hodge is on 24.
Rabada to Hodge. This one is on that off stump coming back into the right-handed Hodge, but he was well behind it, defending it into the offside, and there's no run. But I agree with you. This spell from Rabada here, it's going to be an important spell. It can tell the way this match is going to go. If this pair in Athanaze and Hodge could see him out or see this spell out, they can feel that, yes, most likely we can get a draw out of this match. But if Rabada could pick a wicket or 2 here, it's going to make things difficult for the West Indies. Rabada, this one is on that off-stump line, and Hodge is well forward, just guiding it to that fielder at point, and there's no run. The score remains on 122 for 3. But yeah, this period of play here is very important. If Rabada could pick a wicket or 2 and remove this pair in particular, Athanaze in particular, I think they're going to have a chance of winning this match. It's Rabada again into Hodge. This time it's on that middle stump line. Hodge is nicely behind this one, pushing it into that fielder at short mid-wicket in, I think it's Maharaj. and it's no run. So Rabada, 63 matches, 295 wickets to his name, an average of 21.99, a best of 7 for 112. So he'll be looking to add to that tally here. Rabada, to Hodge is a short delivery, pulling this one over that mid-wicket fielder, and it goes into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So Hodge has the first say in this session of play here against Rabada. The score moves on now. The West Indies 126 for 3.
Yeah, so he's not one, he's playing Rabada with respect, but at the same time, every time Rabada gives him some measure of width, and enough room to spread his arms, he will take up that offer and go for the run. So he's not disrespectful to Rabada, but he's not overly respectful to him.
Yes, it's Rabada again. Short ball again from Rabada, and this time it's pulled away. There's that fielder there at that deep square boundary, and they're going to get just one. So Hodges decided he's not going to let Rabada settle here. He's taken on that short delivery, and at the end of that over from Rabada, West Indies, after 34 overs, they're 127 for 3.
Yes, some good cricket there. Rabada kind of responding to that 4 that he was hit the previous delivery, but Hodge was equal to the task, got onto the back foot, leaned back and pulled them, didn't grab hold of it, and went for 1. He on 29 now. He's on 29. Athanaze on 53. Carty made 31. And you would just think that Brathwaite and Louis kind of spoiled the batting card.
Well, after that wicket of Louis, we had basically back-to-back 50-run partnerships. And that is critical here. Partnerships for the West Indies. If they could continue building partnership, they can see this one out. It's going to be Maharaj to bowl to Hodge. And this one is outside the off stump. He gets the outside edge. It's well taken by the keeper, Verena. And it's a wicket for Maharaj. It's that wicket of Hodge. And the West Indies loses their 4th wicket here. Hodge immediately walks off, and the bowler in Maharaj and keeper celebrates, knowing that it's an important breakthrough here in this session of play. Hodge, he goes for 29 from 55 deliveries. Caught Verena, bowl Maharaj. West Indies now 127 for 4, Ian.
This is certainly not what they wanted, West Indies, but South Africa. That is exactly what they wanted. 1 wicket could change something. And very unfortunate, because Hodge was going along quite nicely. He was going along quite nicely, but we knew that Maharaj was bowling, especially to the right-handed batsman, that ball just pitching and leaving. And that is exactly what happened. Caught the outside edge while he was moving away from him. But Jason Holder, who has an average of 29, comes into bat. He does has that double 100, his best of 202, one of his 2 centuries. He hasn't
3 centuries.
3 centuries. Sorry, I took one from him. And Jason Holder will we'll need to see the best of Jason Holder today.
Yeah, he's going to need all of his experience here to bat along with Athanaze. Athanaze needs someone to stay with him at the other end. He cannot do it all on his own. He needs someone to stay with him, and he can see this match through. But breakthrough here for Maharaj. He now picks up his 3rd wicket. He's 3 for 52 from his. This is his 16th over he's bowling. And what a breakthrough it is for the South Africans. Now they can see, yes, they are in with a chance, but still, I think Athanaze hold the key here. They need to get Athanaze out quickly, and then they will say, yes, it's easy sailing from here.
It's not impossible to take 7 West Indies wickets in one session, eh?
This time it's Maharaj. This one is outside the off stump, and Holder just lets that one go through to the keeper. And there's no run. 127 for 4 now.
Barrage 3 for 52.
Interesting start to the session. This one, Maharaj pitches that one on that off stump, and it's moving away from the left hand, the right-handed holder. Passes the outside edge. Good work from the keeper collecting that one. And there's no run. Looking for a drive there was holder, but it's not there. So Maharaj causing problems. Could he be the one to take the match away from the West Indies here? This one again outside the off stump from Maharaj, and holder lets it go to the keeper. No run.
Holder is a tall man. He should be using his height and getting down the pitch. Stretch that front foot out.
I definitely agree with you, but this one is a bit shorter and slower from Maharaj, and holder is on the back foot, just punching that one to the cover fielder, and there's no run. The total remains on 127 for 4. This one is again pitched up, holder on the front foot, just as you asked for, Ian. But again, this pushing at that delivery and spinning away from him, getting the outer half of the bat, squirts away into the offside in that point region, and there's no run. Pushing away from his body there was holder. But at the end of a successful over for the South Africans, the West Indies, 127 for 4.
Very disappointing to see the wicket of Hodge. Really disappointing. I wanted Hodge to at least to get to 50, and then from there take it to another 50. But going for 29, but he was some good support. He was good support to Athanaze.
Yes, he was. They had a 50-run partnership between the two of them, so that was excellent. But they need to have more partnerships here now if they are to at least try and save this match. Still trailing by 170 runs. It's going to be Rabada now to continue from the Brandlara Pavilion end. This one is short and pulled away by Athanaze. But there is a fielder at that fine leg boundary in Ngidi. And they just get one. So the total now moves on to 128 for 4. This brings hold on strike and 2 slips in play. So they're looking to attack here. 2 slips in play. Point, cover. Is it a mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Fielder, short fielder just behind, just in front of square. And a deep fine leg. This one is short outside the off stump and guided away through that point region by holder. An excellent piece of work there from Tristan Sub, chasing that one all the way down, pulling it a few inches away from the boundary rope. And holder get through for 2 more. So the total now on to 130 for 4.
So Jason Holder moving along nicely. He's on 2. And Athanaze 54. So he would definitely look to carry this innings into the dark.
It's going to be Rabada to continue. This one is pitched up by Rabada. Jason Holder, sorry. Jason Holder is on the front foot.
It's good that he looked like Jason Mohammed.
It's on the front foot. My apologies. Working that one into mid-wicket for no run.
It's a good sign that he's looking like Jason Mohammed.
Well, to give a reason why I said Jason Mohammed, yesterday they had the Cancer Society charity match, which I did. And Jason Mohammed played in that match. So I was calling Jason Mohammed name all the time. So, well, it's
Jason
a difficult job here.
Jason Mohammed has since retired from international cricket. Did play a few matches for the West Indies. And still currently a Red Force, a Trinidad and Tobago player. Did quite well earlier this season. Scored a couple. He was among the runs.
Yes, it's going to be Rabada here to continue to Athanaze, who's nicely. He's on 54 now from 70 deliveries. Rabada needs to pick a wicket here. This one is short and pulled away, square of the wicket here, down to that square leg field, I should say, by Athanaze, and he's typically on that back foot, just lifting that front leg and pulling it to that deep square leg fielder.
Yes, and he's playing that shot the way Lara used to play it, Gale used to play it, Gordon Greenwich used to play it. And that's a shot. I like when I see a player playing that shot, you know that's a shot of a batsman in form. That one leg up, pulling the ball behind square.
Yeah, definitely played that one well was Athanaze. Now it's going to be Rabada to Jason Holder. This one is outside the off stump, left alone by Holder, and that brings the over to an end. At the end of that Rabada over, the West Indies, they are 132 for 4.
Yeah, the West Indies, this is what, their 6th test match for the year. They started with a loss against Australia. They got a win after that, then 3 straight losses to England. So they started the year not bad.
Not bad, you see.
A one-all series result in Australia is not bad. It started with a loss, but followed up with a win. But the 3 losses to England would have toppled things more on the bad side. Who most likely they'll start with a draw here, but certainly they can end off the series, the year, hopefully with a win in Providence, and they have back-to-back matches in December against Bangladesh. So they can finish the year more or less even.
So it's going to be Maharaj to bowl to Athanaze. This one is pitched on that middle stump. Athanaze again sweeping this one in front of square. And Tristan Stubbs does some good work at that square leg boundary. They get through for an easy single. Athanaze moves on to 56. West Indies, their total moves on to 133 for 4. This brings Hold on to strike now to face up to Maharaj. Maharaj did beat the outside edge of Holder's bat on at least 2 occasions in the previous over. He has to use that reach that you rightly pointed out. This time he is really using that reach. Front leg down the wicket, driving that one to it's Bavuma at cover. This one, another pitched up delivery, and it's driven straight down the ground, straight to the fielder at long off in Ngidi, and they get through for an easy single. Well, there's an opportunity for an extra run, a bit of overthrow, but Athanaze was not interested, and the score moves on to 134 for 4. It's going to be Maharaj to continue. 30 overs left in the day's play. This time, Athanaze is sweeping again, but there's 2 fielders set for that sweep shot. One just about 3/4 way behind square, and one at that in front of square. Just for that particular shot from Athanaze, but he plays it well, gets another run. His total moves on to 135 for 4.
So, a lot of fielders around the bat. The second slip has now moved, and he's going in that position.
What are you going to call it now? Let me hear you. What are you going to call it? What position?
It's after this delivery.
This excellent delivery again from Maharaj, beating the outside edge. Well, there's an appeal from the keeper. Maharaj wasn't interested initially, but then supported the keeper, and they're having a chat now. Are they going to review this? Yes, they are. So Bavuma signals to the umpire they are going to review this, but Holder looks like he really didn't play it. But to me, it's just the keeper. He was very interested. The bowler wasn't interested initially, but then went up together with the keeper. Let's see, it's going to be reviewed.
Still not sure what they are reviewing.
This one.
ball pitching, Hula coming forward. It's past close to the bat, but not picking up any edge, I reckon. Ultra Edge is not picking up anything.
Definitely, you can see a clear gap
Yeah.
between bat and ball, and the Ultra Edge hasn't picked up anything either. So it's gonna be he's gonna be not out here. The decision is gonna remain not out, as signaled by the umpire, and Holder will continue.
Want to get back to this field. This is a fielder who is behind the silly mid-off. So it looks as Dylan had called it. He coined the phrase a silly extra cover. But there's a man at a normal extra cover there as well. And there's point. So it's a kind of strange field.
Well, it's Maharaj into Hula. Hula is on the back foot, punching it between those two fielders that you just spoke of to Bavuma, who's there at that extra cover position, and there's no run. The score remains on 135 for 4. West Indies still needing 163 runs per victory, and the South Africans in search of that 6 wickets that will see them win this match and take a series lead.
So Rabada will continue. Rabada just 5 wickets away from his 300th test wicket. Still 6 wickets available to take. He would be trying to get those 5 wickets.
So you think he's going to get to that 300
for the sake of West Indies, he should take it in Providence. He would take it in Guyana for the sake of West Indies cricket.
Well, he's going to try his best here to see if he can get to that landmark. That he's going to continue from that Brandlar Pavilion end to Athanaze. This one again short on that leg stump line, but Athanaze is on the back foot, just working it to that fine leg fielder in Ngidi. They get through for an easy single. So Rabada seemed to be employing that short ball attack on that leg stump to Athanaze. But Athanaze so far seemed to be playing it really well. He moves on to 58. West Indies 136 for 4.
So Athanaze, a long way off from his highest test score of 82 scored in England last series.
It's Rabada into Holder. This one is on that off stump line, just short of a length. Holder just presses forward and plays it with an open face to that fielder at point in the Zorzi, and there's no run. The score remains on 136 for 4.
Jason Holder, who is experienced batter, 67 test matches.
It's going to be Rabada to Holder. This is a full length delivery, and Holder not taking advantage of that. It was on to him. It came to him a bit quicker. He was not expecting that, but he was able just to get the bat down and push it to Bavuma, who is there at mid-off, and there's no run.
Jason Holder himself, he can get 48 or thereabout. Hopefully he can get that this evening because he's closing in on 3,000 test runs.
It's Rabada again to Holder. This one is just back of a length, but coming back into the tall right-hander, and the ball just taking the inner half of the bat, trickling out to the onside, just behind square, and the fielder Maharaj at short mid-wicket. He cleans up nicely, and there's no run. But again, a bit of movement there for Rabada. That one taking the inner half of the bat. But lucky for him, it went straight to ground, and no harm done. Score means 136 for 4. Rabada again finding that off-stump line more often than not at the moment. All Holder could do is just push that one into the covers, and there's no run. Score means 136 for 4.
So Hula and the West Indies, some of these batters are batting for the second time today.
It's beginning to drizzle a bit out there. This time Rabada into Holder. This one is wide outside the off stump. Holder drives nicely through at that point region. A good bit of feeling there from Dizorzi at the boundary. Just pulling that 1 inches away from the rope. But Ngidi was following him around and he cleans up nicely. The throw goes back into the keeper's glove. And just 2 more runs to the total.
Yes, as you mentioned, that there is this slight, very light rain, a drizzle as we would call it, but it's not heavy enough to cause concern and for the fielders to leave the players to leave the field. When we look, the ground staff, they are not even buzzing around or standing to the covers. They are looking like this is not going to even cause a stoppage.
As I said, the groundsman, they're not even interested in this light rain, this light drizzle. But it's going to be Keshav Maharaj to continue. Picked up 3 wickets thus far in his 17 overs, 3 for 55. He will want to pick up a few more to try and win this match for his team. But Athanaze, he has done really well thus far. And he gets into 58. Maharaj to Athanaze. Again, the sweep shot, but straight to that fielder. Is it Bedingham? Yeah, at short square leg. So there's a fielder just behind square. And there's also a fielder at deep mid wicket. So they are looking for him to take on that sweep shot, to continue playing that sweep shot and hopefully pop one up in the air. And that will be his demise. So it's going to be a Maharaj to continue. To Athanaze this time, it's outside the off stump and he drives nicely through the covers. He's going to get 1. They're going to come back for 2. Dizorzi is after that. They throws it in to the bowler's end and they get 2 more.
Yes, so Dizorzi ran from the extra cover position, ran that ball just close to the boundary for a comfortable 2 for Athanaze, who moves into the 60s.
This time, pitched up delivery and Athanaze has a step or 2 down the wicket and drives through the covers. This time around, picking up a boundary and he moves on to 64 now. And the total, the West Indies, they move to 144 for 4.
Good shot came down to the pitch of delivery, drive, this time with a bit more precision, and Dizorzi could only run after it, but he has to understand we're in the Caribbean, we are not in Paris, and all he can do is just watch the ball run to the boundary.
Well, the Olympics is over. So we have our own Olympics here at the Oval. This time it's a full-length delivery and Athanaze goes for the sweep shot, but it's hit straight to Bedingham there at short leg.
It's him in his shoulder, I think.
Yes,
Rubbing
I
his
think it
shoulder.
did. But he did well to get down and cover up. And no harm done. Strong guy. Just shrug that one off.
Yeah.
And back to business. It's Maharaj. This one is short and outside the off stump. And Athanaze is on the back foot, cutting this one away. And it goes close to the boundary. Rabada does well, but I think
They might need to check that.
yeah, I think they are going to check it. He seemed to be over the ropes when he pulled that one back.
But but the body language of Rabada,
Yeah,
it didn't.
His leg was hitting the rope when he pulled that one back, and it's going to be signal 4. Just waiting on the umpire.
So his body language is that he didn't. His body language doesn't suggest that he's confident that he saved it.
Well, it should be signal 4. can see.
Yes, very close, but it looks like
So
yes,
it
it's
is
4.
signal 4 by the umpire. So at the end of that over, the West Indies 148 for 4 now. Athanaze, he moves on to 68. Holder is there with him on 6. As we have, as Rabada continues from the pavilion end, the Brian Lara pavilion end. This one is outside the off stump. It kept a bit low. Rabada stands there and looking, how did that miss that off stump?
and Jason Holder is happy that it did miss the off stump.
Well, he is. That one held its line and just passed the outside edge and passed really close to that off stump. But Jason Holder survives, as you rightly said. And it's going to be Rabada. See, the ground staff is there, out and about. This time, Rabada is just short of a length, a bit straighter. Holder is nicely behind this one, just pushing it to that fielder at short mid-wicket in Keshav Maharaj. And there's no run. Score remains on 148 for 4.
So Rabada 1 for 26 into his 11th over.
It's Rabada. Again, that one just outside the off stump, this time coming back into the right-hander in Holder. And he's nicely behind it, pushing it into that fielder at cover. And there's no run. Score remains on 148 for 4.
And the West Indies 148 for 4. So they're going quite well in terms of not losing wickets. They need another 50-run partnership to start with.
It's Rabada again. This time a bit straighter and a bit shorter from Rabada. And Holder is just working this one behind square to that fine leg fielder in Ngidi. And they get through for an easy single. Score moves on to 149 for 4 now. This is good from the West Indies, I must say.
Yeah, very good from the West Indies team. And of course, they just need to survive. It's survival mode. I don't think they're looking to get to 298.
Well, they're only 148 runs away.
Only.
So it's going to be Rabada into the left-handed Athanaze. And again, the short ball, but Athanaze is nicely, gets away, inside the line, and just guided it to that fielder at the fine leg boundary. And they pick up an easy single. And that single brings up the 150 for the West Indies. The West Indies now 150 for 4.
And that's a very good from them. They have survived the face of 91 overs in their first inning, so we have confidence.
Rabada again, just outside the off stump to Holder. Holder is nicely behind that one, and there's no run. At the end of over number 40, the West Indies, they are 150 for 4. Holder, he's on 7 from 23, and Athanaze, he's on 69 from 81. We'll have a double change here after a few words from Ian Wason. We'll hear the voices of Dylan Sharma and I think it's Kadir Mohammed. They call him the mayor, I believe.
So as we welcome the two commentators, Kadir and Dylan, the West Indies going along quite nicely. They need to survive, not lose 6 wickets before they lose this test match. So they are going quite well as we welcome Dylan Sharma and Kadir Mohammed.
Thank you, Ian and Ronnie. West Indies are more than halfway towards their target. With only 298, but likely to just be a game of survival here as Maharaj runs into both Athanaze, who's on 69 from 81. Just defends that down to mid-on region. No run. Maharaj in for his second delivery and trying to sweep. There's an appeal from Keshav Maharaj, but Asan Raza has not budged, likely to be impacting him outside the line of stump. No real discussion after, and easily outside as the replay would have shown. Welcome, Kadir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dylan. Yeah, Athanaze again driving nicely through the offside. A bit of a gap there, so the Zorzi had to move around to his right from extra cover, and Athanaze is able to get another single into the 70s now. 70 he is from 84, 151 for 4.
Of course, in the first innings, West Indies would have been at a similar score, being 4 down. So, a bit of similarity in that manner. Hopefully, what continues is not similar to the first innings. See, the lights have also begun to come on. The heavy cloud cover towards the east, but no drizzle at the moment. Keshav Maharaj to Jason Holder and just comes on the front foot and defends that one back to him. There's that slip and that silly mid-off, as well as that fielder behind him.
Holder is forward again to this one, and there's two fielders, as you mentioned, they're in close proximity. Bedingham with the helmet on at forward at that silly mid-off position, and there's also Mulder who's very straight at a silly.
Final ball of the over. Jason Holder is defending that back to Keshav Maharaj yet again. The end of the 41st over, it's 151 for 4. Holder on 7 from 26. And Alec Athanaze on 70 from 84. Keshav Maharaj has taken 3 for 66 in his 19 overs, and Rabada 1 for 28 in his 11 overs.
Yeah, 151 for 4. And Jason Holder just needs a couple more runs to reach 3,000 runs in Test cricket. The all-rounder from Barbados, who's been an excellent servant to West Indies cricket in all formats of the game, a real leader, and certainly West Indies would want a big effort from him here this afternoon.
It's Rabada to Alec Athanaze and tuck that into the onside. The deep mid-wicket is going to cut that off. Runs across and 2 runs to Alec Athanaze. Moves on to 72.
Yeah, Athanaze again here. Delivery lined on the leg stump, so he just got some bat on it. Got it into a vacant backward square region. 4 fielders on the onside. There's after this delivery.
Bada to Athanaze. Back and defending Alec Athanaze. No run.
Yeah, the onside field. I'll give you the onside field here now. There is a man at a short fine leg position. Very close in. There's also a deep fine leg, a deep forward square, a short mid wicket, and a mid on. That's the onside field. The offside field, there's a slip, a backward point, extra cover, and a mid off. Rabada from around the wicket.
Running towards us from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and it's Rabada to Athanaze, and he pulls that one. Again, gonna get that single, and Tony DeZorzi cleans it up down at that deep mid-wicket region.
Yeah, Athanaze again continues to play positively here. Young Alec Athanaze, a young man from Dominica, putting his hand up here to really save the West Indies in this test match. This has been an excellent effort so far from him. 73 from 87. He's been proactive. He's been good to
Over
watch
the
so
wicket
far.
now. Kagisa Rabada to Jason Holder, and driven lovely through the offside, but Temba Bavuma is going to cut it off at extra cover. 1 run to Jason Holder, moves up to 8, brings Alec Athanaze back on strike.
So again, the field changes for the left-handed Athanaze. Still a slip in there. Aiden Markram is occupying that spot. A second slip.
Fifth delivery of the over. Rabada from around the wicket. Alec Athanaze pulls again. And it's gonna go straight to the boundary from Alec Athanaze. 4 runs. Moves up to 77. And both Holder and Athanaze look quite comfortable there. Just punching bats.
Yeah, manipulating that leg side field is Alec Athanaze. There was a short delivery, and this time he was pulling it way in front, so he hit it way behind square. The Zozi was at that forward square leg position. He couldn't get around, and Athanaze continues to pepper the onside field. Moves up now to 77, 159 for 4.
5 fielders on that one side. Alec Athanaze continues to attack them. Final delivery of the 42nd over. Rabada to Athanaze, and that one is a very short delivery that he comfortably pulls again, and it's going to be cleaned up by Tony DeZorzi down at backward square leg. It's 2 runs to Athanaze. Moves up to 79. The end of the 42nd over, it's 161 for 4.
So looking at South Africa's bowling so far, Maharaj stands out 19 overs, 3 for 66, 12 overs for Rabada, 1 for 38. Just the 3 overs for Ngidi, none for 20. Markram had 6 overs, none for 24, and 2 overs from Wian Mulder that cost him 9. So 161 for 4 after 42 overs. Final session on day 5 in this first test between the West Indies and the Torrent South Africans. Remember, 1 test to go again to be played in Guyana in the coming week. So still a lot to play for here for these 2 teams who, and this test match has really been interrupted by rain. Of course, we can't do much about that. That's out of our hands.
Not
But
even for the mayor.
yeah.
Maharaj begins the 20th over of his spell today. Well, his 20th over today to Jason Holder. And he's forward and defends that. Back to him. It's Maharaj again to Jason Holder. And he's easily defending that to the silly mid-off.
Yeah, well, Jason Holder bringing a lot of experience and situational awareness to this innings here for the West Indies.
Maharaj to Holder. Pitches it up. Defends it again to silly mid-off.
Yeah, just playing on merit here, Jason Holder. Even though there are those 3 catching fielders on the offside.
Maharaj to Holder, this time driving through the cover region, able to pace those 2 silly fielders. Maharaj to Holder, and he's driven that high into the offside over the cover area, and it's going to go to the boundary for 4 runs. Jason Holder now 12.
So that's 3,000 runs for Jason Holder in Test cricket. With a lovely drive through the cover region, up and over. And there was no one out there in that region apart from Tristan Stubbs, who was at that deep point position. And the 4 to Holder.
Was 3,000 runs at an average of 29.4. 3 centuries and 13 half centuries in his career, batting wise for Jason Holder. Final ball of the over, he's forward and defends that back into his defense after hitting that boundary. Like to see that after what we saw in the first innings from him.
End of the over, 43 overs gone. 165 for 4 is the latest here from the Queen's Park Oval. Holder is not out on 12. Athanaze is 79, not out from just 89 deliveries. Target of 298 was set by the South Africans earlier after declaring their second innings
You also see some of those.
on 173 for 3.
You also see that between the last over and previous over, as well as previous over and this over that's about to begin, that Holder and Athanaze just delaying the start of the over a bit. Initially, in the previous occasion, saw them both take their helmets off, just have a bit of a discussion. Now they have some drinks out there on the field, and the umpire is moving towards them just to remind them to keep things timely here.
Yeah, definitely. They would want to take some sting out of this contest, just to walk away a little bit, take some time, buy themselves a few seconds. But Bavuma and the South Africans, they're on the attack. They're looking for wickets. They're looking to win this test match. And I'm not quite sure as to how much overs we're going to get in, until the end of the day's play. But meanwhile, Wian Mullah is coming back into the attack from the Branlara Pavilion end.
Umpire Illingworth has escorted the batsman back to the pitch.
Athanaze is about to take strike.
Mulder to Athanaze. And it's a full delivery, straightish delivery that Athanaze just clips into the onside for one. Brings him up to 80 now. And brings Holder back on strike.
Yeah, 80 from just 90 deliveries for Alec Athanaze. And this is an important partnership here, but are we going to see some showers coming, Dylan, from the eastern side? It's beginning to get a lot darker. And I'm just wondering if we're going to be in for a bit of a, what do I say, a bit of a damper on this innings here.
Well, it's certainly come to life here in this last session so far. Ian Mulder to Jason Holder now, and a full delivery is just defending that and extending that defense. He hits that to mid-off. Temba Bavuma shining the ball for Wian Mulder, putting in some good work there.
Yeah, the floodlights are on too.
Lights have come on about 10 minutes ago. I saw them just warming up.
Yeah. Almost taking full effect here.
Mulder to Holder. Third ball of the over, and Jason Holder again defends that into the offside. This time is able to run a quick single.
167 for 4. Mullah halfway through his third over.
Of course, those clouds have been building ever since about tea time. When I came back into our commentary box, I did see a rainbow towards the eastern side and saw those clouds building, and they have gotten a lot closer, but the ground staff have also been there ready for quite a while. Mulder into Athanaze now and just drives that uppishly into the offside, and it's gonna be fielded there at cover.
$168 for 4. Yeah, but it's certainly gotten a lot darker towards that eastern side. 4:50 local time in Trinidad.
Fifth delivery of the over. Wian Mulder to boulder Jason Holder here, and he's back this time to defend just into the offside there towards Tony DeZorzi. No run.
Slip under gully, a deep point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg in the field for Jason Holder.
Jan Mulder again. Jason Holder at the ready to face up. And it's a Yorker length delivery. Able to keep that out with relative ease, Jason Holder. The end of the 44th over. It's 168 for 4. Holder on 13, and Alec Athanaze is on 81 from 91 deliveries.
Yeah, so the batsman to go so far for the West Indies. Craig Brathwaite was the first to go right before lunch. Caught Tristan Stubbs bowled Maharaj for no score of just 3 deliveries. A horrid start to the West Indies second innings, and it got even worse when Mikhail Louis was out. Caught Tristan Stubbs looking to play a pull shot, got a top edge. Stubbs took the catch off Rabada. He went for 9 of 25 deliveries. And Casey Carty was also caught this time. Rian Mulder taking a good catch at short cover. Maharaj the bowler, he went for 29, and Hodge, he was out for
29.
29. Caught Verena bowled Maharaj. So 168 for 4. Alec Athanaze one away from his highest test score. 81. He is about to take strike from Maharaj from the media centre end.
This ball of the over. Athanaze is back, defends that to Temba Bavuma at mid-on. No run.
Final session on day 5. Maharaj with 3 wickets to his name, 3 for 70.
Raj in again, and Athanaze just crouching a bit low to halfway sweep that down to deep backward square.
Well, Athanaze has gone up to his highest test score. He's equaled that, 82. He got 82 in the second test against England. Thought he really threw away a 100 there. There was a 100 for the taking, and he just gave it away. But he is a guy that is hungry. He wants to score runs. He wants to do well. He works very hard at his game. The young Athanaze have a lot of time for him, and I think West Indies, they would know that he is a real one for the future.
Certainly been very elegant in this innings that we've seen here today. Keshav Maharaj 3 for 71 into his 21st over. The partnership 42 from 61 between Holder and Athanaze. And the South Africans in between, well, after that last delivery, just got Tony DeZorzi now, who's coming into that silly mid-off for Jason Holder, who's getting himself ready to face up to Keshav Maharaj. So they have 2 slips and that silly mid-off, as well as Bavuma at short extra cover. And Maharaj to Holder just fends that foolish delivery from Keshav Maharaj into the offside. No run.
2 slips under silly mid-off.
Maharaj again to Holder and driving this time down to a deep-ish cover point. 1 run brings Athanaze back on strike. Holder on 14 and Athanaze on 82.
Partnership with 43 here between these two. A 5th wicket partnership. Athanaze looks up and looks at his field. He's looking around and he's seeing there's a slipper forward short leg, a short third, deep point, mid off, a mid on, a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and a long on.
Maharaj to Athanaze and trying to sweep again. Just hits him on the pad, but he's way outside of any real appeal to be given by the South Africans. Just getting a bit nervy out there, you might think.
Doing a bit of gardening there, Athanaze.
Back to this good length delivery from Keshav Maharaj. Turned into him and he turned it into the onside. Down to deep fine leg.
End of the over. 45 overs gone. 171 for 4. Athanaze is on his highest test score at the moment. He's on 83. 1 in the dark, you have to say. He was playing that delivery. It came off the inside edge, flew down to short fine leg, and able to get through for the single final delivery of the over.
Also brings Alec Athanaze to his highest test score. here, 83 from 95. Previous best would have been 82 of 99 against England just earlier this year, and then 47 from 99 on his test debut last year. Mulder now to Athanaze, and there's an appeal, but that one looks like it's going down leg. Was full, but quite straight from Wian Mulder.
I think Athanaze is more upset with himself because he thought that he missed out. I definitely think that was heading down the leg side, but the South Africans there a little bit on the hopeful side, and as Bavuma sends this one upstairs, the South Africans have reviewed this leg before decision. Umpire Illingworth just making the signal to the third umpire. It was a straightish delivery that Athanaze was looking to flick. As we're having a look at it, Mullah was operating from around the wicket. And just awaiting.
No bat involved there. Just looks to be heading down leg side. Looks like it would have been impacting him around leg stump area. Just checking for the edge, but none there.
Yeah, one thing to note, the original decision was not out by umpire Illingworth. So no decision just yet, as it's floodlights now taking full effect here at the Queen's Park Oval. The weather has become a little bit more on the overcast side, as we're seeing that it's definitely missing the leg stump. So a hopeful review from Bavuma, and the South Africans, they've got another one wrong.
Definitely a hopeful review more than anything, and I think in a different game situation probably wouldn't have gone 4-1 such as that. Mulder to Athanaze again, and he tucks that into the leg side down to long leg where Kagiso Rabada, well, Lungi and Gidi is cleaning that up. Athanaze on 84 and Holder on 14.
.172 for 4. Mullah 3.2 overs, none for 13. Holder about to take strike 14 from 39.
The delivery of the over, it's Mulder to Holder. It's a full delivery that he's coming forward to, but just pushes it down the temple. Bavuma at mid-off for no run.
Yeah, so coming up to just about 5 o'clock here in Trinidad. And what we're seeing a situation where I think after this over we might see drinks come onto the field, and thereafter the umpires would use their discussion as to how much time do we have remaining in this test match. Of course, West Indies have lost 4 wickets, score 172 for 4. Verena is now coming up to the stumps.
Interesting from Verena. Of course, Mulder, the least quick of all of the South African pieces. For delivery to Jason Holder now, and it's forward defending that. Putting up a barrier in front of the stumps.
Yeah, getting that broad bat down. Jason Holder. Remember, he got a start in the first innings. He got to 36 before he was castled by Aiden Markram. So he would know that he's got to stay here. He's got to not leave it up to anyone else. He's got to do the job with Athanaze.
Mulder to Holder. Again defending. A bit fuller on that occasion from Mulder, and he feels it off of his own bowling. Now, I have seen those clouds seem to move towards the south of the Queen's Park Cricket Club Brian Lara Pavilion.
Yeah.
And I can confirm that rain has fallen in the south, at least earlier. May still be going on.
Yeah. Certainly no threat of rain here, no immediate threat of rain.
Final delivery of the over. And Jason Holder is defending that confidently, but Mulder has tried to get a bit of a run-out chance there because Holder came forward, but he's gone and given away 4 overthrows there. Really was off target more than anything, missing those stumps regardless of where Jason Holder would have been. Badly off target from Mulder.
I think that would be the easiest 4 runs that Jason Holder would get in Test cricket. He was just presenting the full face back to Mulder, and Mulder in his follow-through just collected the ball and attempted to run out Jason Holder, but no chance of that because it was a wayward throw, a wild one. No one could catch up to it, so means 4 to Holder. 176 for 4 after 46 overs. Holder up to 18. Athanaze on 84. Athanaze 16 away from what would be a first century in Test cricket. Still a long way to go though.
Certainly. Kishore Maharaj now into his 22nd over. Again, a sweep from Athanaze. And he gets that down to fielder down at that deep backward square area. And the 50-run partnership comes up for West Indies, the 5th wicket partnership. Athanaze has contributed 32 of those runs, and Holder has been there for 18. Maharaj into Holder for second delivery of the over and forward and defending that.
Gone 77 for 4.
Maharaj to Holder this time a bit flatter. And he defends that into the leg side. No run. Maharaj is
Twisted at forward short leg. 2 slips now.
this time a round arm delivery from Maharaj, and Holder drives that down to fielder coming around. Lungi and Giri cleans that up down at deep extra cover. Holder now on 19 and Athanaze 85.
Maharaj 3 for 75 so far. Remember, Keshav Maharaj would have bowled unchanged for 56 overs between yesterday and today's play.
And Maharaj bowls out one, tosses it up to Athanaze. He comes down, advances, and wakes that into the onside. Tristan Stubbs cleans it up. He's back in action there in that favored region of his.
Yeah, got a bit of a break, Stubbs.
Did see him across on the western side of the oval for a bit earlier. Maharaj, his final delivery of the 47th over. It's 179 for 4. Holder on 19 and Athanaze on 86.
So Mulder to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end into Athanaze as Dylan Sharma is vacated and Ian Wason is alongside me. Ian, just a few minutes before the close of play here at the Queen's Park Oval, the West Indies seem to have pulled it off. 179 for 4 currently. And certainly this has been very good from Alec Athanaze.
Yes, a very good match-saving innings. I would love for him to get his 100.
Mulder again into Athanaze, who is just tucking this one leg side. No run there. 86 from 101 deliveries. He really deserves 100 here. Athanaze, he's played well.
And I think no one has scored 100 in this match so far. So if he can get that 100, the first 100 in this match, a much saving 100, and he can be a shoe-in for the man of the match. I think it has been a very close game, and the man of the match adjudicator will have a very tough decision to make.
Into Athanaze and just pushing this one into the cover region. Can't get a run. But more importantly, it will do it his confidence the world of good heading into the second test. Young Athanaze, these valuable runs here. He missed out in the first innings and he really was disappointed in the manner in which he got out. And it's good to see him come in the second innings and showed fight.
Yes, and despite his 82 in the second test in England, he was a bit under fire. On social media, you hear the fans talking about it. He needs to get a good score, and he has delivered today.
Yeah, Mullah again. Athanaze is getting a short delivery. He's pulling this one to Maharaj at short mid-wicket. It was powerfully pulled, and Maharaj got a hand down and prevents any thoughts of a run. Again, the score remains at 179 for 4.
Yes, he was very good that he was able to keep it down. Had it been a catchable height, I think he would have been in some problems, but he did quite well. Pulling the ball from outside the off stump and keeping it down.
So Mullah here at the top of his mark, coming from around the wicket to Athanaze. And this one, Athanaze is just opening the face and guiding it out to the deep point fielder. And the Stubbs is there. One more to the total. 180 now for 4.
And of course, spare thought for Jason Holder is coming into this match. Just 48 runs short of 3,000. Picked up 35 in the first innings. He's 19 years. He's past 3,000 runs. He had a good career so far with his highest score of 202 not out against England in 2019. So congratulations to Jason Holder. He's now in the 3,000 runs club.
Mullah into Holder and he's on driving this one, but can't get it past Rabada at mid-on. And end of the over, end of 48 overs. The West Indies at 180 for 4. Holder is not out on 19. Athanaze is on 87 from 104 deliveries. Mullah has bowled 5 overs, none for 18. And players are gonna have some refreshments. And here's how things went so far in terms of the West Indies batting.
So Brathwaite was the first to go in the third, with the third delivery of the first over. Went slashing and he was caught at extra cover. He made 3. Louis was outfoxed by Rabada. He made 25. Kati made 31 before he was out. Hodge was fourth out for 29. But Athanaze and Holder going along quite well. Athanaze on 87, 13 away from what could be his first test 100. And Jason Holder has been there, done that. He's on 19. And the West Indies are going quite well, just trying to avoid being bowled out. I've only lost 4 wickets, 180 runs after 48 overs.
So we're going to take a short break here and we'll be back as soon as play resumes here.
This is Cricket on 360 Radio. This is Cricket on 360 Radio.
Yes, and welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. So the umpire has signaled time for its last hour. I believe it's 15 overs. Last 15 overs to be bowled in the day's play. So he has signaled, and it's going to be Maharaj to continue from the media center end. He's into his 22nd over, 3 for 76. This one is on the leg side, worked away to the onside again by Athanaze, and he picks up another single. So he moves on to 88 now. Just 12 runs away from his century. The West Indies 181 for 4.
So he's certainly looking for 100. No one scored 100. So far, he's a top scorer in this match. So with 15 overs to go, certainly.
Maharaj into holder. This one is short outside the off stump. Holder is on the back foot. Just guiding that one through the point region. And he gets an easy single. Gets off strike. He moves on to 20. West Indies 182 for 4.
And South Africa, they need 6 wickets in 15 overs.
Yeah, definitely that is the target at the moment. It's not a matter of runs. It's going to be Maharaj. This one is pitched up delivery on that middle on leg. And Athanaze was looking to have a chip down the wicket, but then in the end stayed in his crease and worked it into the onside for an easy single behind square. And he moves on to 89. The West Indies now 183 for 4.
And look at this pitch. Still a decent pitch. All that rough is just where the batsman has been standing. But when you look, it's still a 4-day pitch now, because
this one is full length delivery on that off stump. Holder is well forward, pushing that one in that point region. And there's no run. So Maharaj into holder. This one, he is well forward, again pushing that one into that point region. Rickerton is there, and there's no run. So they need to find a way to break through here, find a way to take 6 wickets if they are to win this one, the South Africans. And it's Maharaj. This one is pitched up. Holder is well forward again. Just pushing that one into the cover region, and there's no run. At the end of 49 overs, the West Indies, they're 83 for 4.
good over for Maharaj, just the 3 runs from off it, but the pitch is still playing quite well. We are into the 5th day. We're in the final session, but we had just 15 overs bowled on the first day. We had only 1 session bowled on the 4th day yesterday, so the pitch hasn't have the wear and tear as a normal 5th day pitch. So the pitch is still quite good for batting. Yeah, the pitch is not misbehaving, and of course Athanaze, who's on 89, is making good use of it. As we see, Ngidi is getting back into the attack. He's going to bowl from the southern end.
Yeah, and Giddy didn't have the best of it. His first 3 overs cost him 20 runs. A bit wayward. He has to come good here in this spell as he runs away from the Brian Lara Pavilion end into Athanaze. This one is short outside the off stump. Athanaze is on the back foot and just cutting that square of the wicket. There is a fielder Stubbs who's there at that point boundary, and there's just 1 run. The score moves on to 184 for 4. And Ngidi really needs to have an excellent spell here. He needs to pick some wickets for his team. He hasn't had a good time with the ball. And remember, he's just coming off an injury. He hasn't played much cricket of late. But he needs to find a way, find his rhythm really quick here for the South Africans. So it's going to be Ngidi into holder. This one is short outside the off stump, guided to that fielder at point. That's Bellingham, and there's no run.
So Jason Hooler is on 20. Athanaze into the 90s. He's on 90. Just 10 more for his first test 100.
Just having some work done to his bat, some repairs done to his bat by umpire Illenwood. And Giddy not just quite ready. Runs away. To bowl to holder. This one is just passing the outside edge. Holder just has a step or two down the wicket to try and negate that movement. But the ball just nipped away from holder and just passing very close to that outside edge. And it did pass close to the inside edge. It actually came back into holder and passing that between the inside edge and the stumps. So that's an excellent delivery from Ngidi. He needs to really get some of those a bit closer, some of those hitting the stumps. Ngidi again into holder. This one is down the leg side. And good work there from Verena behind the stumps and gathering that one. Score remains on 184 for 4.
And the Hooler is playing a very good supporting role to Athanaze. He's on 20. He would, of course, be supporting Athanaze to get that 10 runs he needs.
We're into the 15 over, the mandatory 15 overs. This one, it's a pitched up delivery by Ngidi, and it's driven straight to that fielder at extra cover, and there's no run. So the score remains 184 for 4. West Indies looking to really try and save this match here. Just requiring another 114 runs for victory. And it's going to be difficult for them to get those 114, but they are looking to just try and see this one out. See to get Athanaze to his 100. It's going to be Ngidi. Holder have a step or two down the wicket and makes it into a Yorker. That end up pushing it straight back to that fielder that's Rabada at long on, at mid on, sorry, and there's no run. So the score after 50 overs, it's 184 for 4.
Well, unless the West Indies goes into T20 mode, they will get that hunt, because West Indies and South Africa have 3 T20s to play after the Test series. So if they want to get into T20 mode and go after the 289, fine with them, but they have to protect those 3 wickets, because if they go into that mode, obviously they will lose wickets.
Yeah, 13 overs remaining in the day's play. The session so far, 17 overs bowled, 63 runs, 1 wicket, and a run rate of 3.7. So it seems like they're not going to go after this. It's Maharaj to again to bowl to Athanaze. This one is pitched full outside the off stump. Again, Athanaze has the sweep shot out. It goes straight to the fielder at deep square leg boundary, and it's 1 more to the total. He moves into the 90s, the nervous 90s, Ian.
Yes, he's not playing nervous, I can tell you that.
It seems like he's going to do it in singles at the moment. It's going to be Maharaj, 2 holder. This one is full length delivery on that off stump line. Holder is well forward. Just pushing that one to that fielder at a very short cover. So another change in field. There's a slip. And, well, the fielder was at silly point. He's now moved to a short leg. It's going to be Mulder. He moves into a leg slip position. Now the captain, Bavuma, he goes into a mid-wicket. as he goes into a mid-wicket position, and the deep cover comes into a short cover. So it's going to be Maharaj into Holder. So it seems like it's going to be a leg side ploy here for Maharaj. He's going to bowl to legs of Holder to see if he can do something different into that rough. So he's going to be bowling into a bit of rough just to the outside the leg stump of Holder, trying to utilize that rough spot. This time Holder is back and pushing this one to the fielder at sort of a long on, but not quite to the boundary. And he picks up an easy single. Score moves on to 186 for 4.
The bad thing about this now for Athanaze, the rough is in front of his outside his off stump, and we know Maharaj is already getting turned into the left-hander, so he has to be extra careful. So you will see more sweep shots. He will employ that a bit more.
This one is on that middle stump and just drifting away from the left-handed Athanaze. He comes well forward and pushes that one into the covers, and there's no run. Maharaj again to Athanaze. This time again, this was a quicker delivery on that middle stump. Athanaze was a bit unsure whether to go for the sweep shot or to defend. In the end, he was in no man's land, but the ball just cannoned off the pads and into the offside. No run. So that's excellent bowling from Maharaj here to end the over. At the end of that over, it's at the end of 51 overs. The West Indies, they're 186 for 4.
And Athanaze and Holder going along quite well. Just 12 overs left to go. South Africa still needs 6 wickets. Athanaze need 9 runs for his 100. And Holder is on 21. So a lot of cricket to be played. A lot of things, a lot of milestones still to go.
Yeah, definitely a lot of milestones to go. But Athanaze in the process, he crosses 400 test runs. So another milestone for the young man. Remember, he's just young in his career, only into his 8th match, but he highest now of 91. He would be happy with this return to form here, and hopefully to continue get some big ones for his career. It's going to be Ngidi to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. This one is just a full delivery on that off stump line. Jason Holder, remember, he's a tall man, just pushing forward and just blocking that one in front of him, and there's no run. Score remains 186 for 4.
So Athanaze had a slow start to his career. It took a while before he got his first 50 in the last series. 2 matches ago. Now he's on course of following that up with his first 100.
It's going to be Ngidi to Holder. This one is a pitched up delivery outside the off stump. Holder is well forward. He's driving this one straight to that fielder at extra cover in the Captain Bavuma. So he has 2 fielders, very short, a short mid-off and a short mid-on, just in front of the non-striker. So they are hoping that maybe Ngidi would slow one up and Holder would just push it back to one of those fielders. So you can see Bavuma just thinking about the game, trying to work ways out, trying to figure out ways to get a wicket here to try and win this match. So it's going to be Ngidi to Holder. This one again, pitched up delivery, and Holder is well forward and just pushing it to that fielder at that short mid-off position.
Those fielders, short mid-off and the short extra cover and the short mid-wicket, very short. They're so short. A couple steps to the left and to the right, they can both be on the pitch. Almost straight. They couldn't be straighter than that.
Yeah, definitely. They're really straight. But it's going to be Ngidi. to Holder. That's a full line, looking for that slow delivery, but he got it a bit fuller than he expected. Holder just squirts that one to that point fielder. A bit of misfield there by Bellingham. And they get through for an easy single. Holder gets himself off strike. And the West Indies move to 187 for 4.
And this would bring Athanaze on strike. He's on 91, just 9 runs away. And as you mentioned, it looks like he's looking to get 9 singles. This is no time for him to be risky and hit 4s or reverse sweep or things like that.
Well, he has 11 overs remaining after these 2 deliveries, so he can get them in singles if he likes. It's going to be Ngidi to Athanaze, who's on 91. This one, it's again looking for that Yorker length delivery on that middle and leg stump. But Athanaze, he has been there for a while, and he is able to get the bat down and work it behind square for an easy single where Bellingham comes off the boundary. And there's one more to the total. The West Indies, they move to 188 for 4.
And Athanaze, he's on 92, looking for that first 100 in his 8th match. So very good for him.
Yeah, definitely it would be good for the young man to get his maiden century. But
Hopefully, it's the first of many to come. Getting that sense, he has a lot of centuries to score for the West Indies.
it's going to be Ngidi. Needs to pick up a wicket here. This one is outside the off stump, and it's guided behind point here for an easy 2. Yes, they're going to come back for 2 easy runs. And Holden now, he moves on to 24. At the end of over number 52, it's 190 for 4.
So Holder, he moves on to 24. He will be on the non-striker's end, and he will watch Athanaze, who's on 92, face up to Maharaj. Maharaj, who is having a marathon match. Us has 3 wickets so far, 3 for 81 of 24 overs in this innings.
Yes, he does. He has been bowling non-stop, and well, the umpires just had a consultation with each other in the middle. Are they looking at the light? Is it getting too dark for them to continue?
They have the artificial light on, so it's not really taken effect just yet.
They are going to continue. It's going to be Maharaj to continue as well. Well, Athanaze will be hoping that they don't really go off for bad light now. He's on 92.
Not when he's 8 runs away.
This one is a pitch stop delivery. Athanaze looking to drive. That one took the inner edge of the bat, past the keeper, and it goes close to the boundary. He gets 1. He comes back for 2, and they will stay with 2. So he moves on to 94, is it? Yeah, he moves on to 94. And in the score now, it's 194 for 4.
Well, he has a race against the light and perhaps the weather as well. He's on 94. It came off byes, so
Well,
he remains on 92.
Well, it's signaled by the umpire, so he remains on 92. Yes, he remains on 92. So he still has to wait. He's on 92. It's going to be Maharaj to Athanaze. Looking to sweep this time again is Athanaze, but not making any contact. That one went straight on. Hit him on the pads, but he was well outside the off stump and no chance of a LBW. Another dot ball. Score remains on 192 for 4. Maharaj to continue to Athanaze. And this time it's a fuller length delivery, but Athanaze on the back foot this time, playing at that one. And he was able to get the bat down in time. And there's no run. So this is good from Maharaj here. He's into his 25th over at the moment. Again, this time he's looking for that sweep shot, and he gets the top edge. The fielder, he was there just at that square leg, just behind square, about 3/4 way to the boundary. All he had to do was take a few steps back, and he took an easy catch. And Athanaze, his wait for that maiden test century is still on. He has been caught. Just confirmation. It looks like Rickerton, but Bol Maharaj. Maharaj picks up his 4th wicket, and what an easy catch that was. And you can see the celebration from the fielder. But you have to feel for that young man, Athanaze. He goes for a well-played 92, 8 runs short of his maiden test century. The West Indies now 192 for 5.
The sweep shot has brought him a lot of runs, but it has also been his downfall as he went for it again, getting the top edge, and his dismissal, just 8 runs, and this has to be agonizing for him. But this would bring in Joshua De Silva, the vice captain for this series, out to the middle.
Well, with that wicket, he'll have a double change here, as we'll have Kadir Mohammed and Dylan Sharma to see you through till the end.
Thank you very much, Ronnie and Ian. You've certainly brought luck to the South Africans. They've gotten rid of Alec Athanaze for 92. One sweep too much, you feel. You're just looking to sweep Maharaj from outside the off stump. Got a top edge. And Rickerton took that catch at that square leg position. So 192 for 5 for Joshua De Silva has come in here.
Well, there was always excitement with Mr. Bikram Das in the attack, and he brought a wicket with him as well. Of course, Ian Wason doing the catching. That
So
last delivery of the 53rd over, and De Silva just defends that into the onside. No run. 192 for 5 after 53 overs. De Silva just facing one delivery so far, and holder 24 from 65. It's 8 wickets in the match so far for Keshav Maharaj. He's bowled a marathon 65 overs, 16 maidens, and so far his reward has been 8 wickets.
Yeah, marathon spell from the champion, the left arm orthodox from South Africa, Keshav Maharaj. He's gotten rid of 4 West Indian wickets. Crucial here, but you have to feel for young Athanaze, who was eyeing up his first test century at this level.
You
And
see the light meter out here. The umpires just brought it out at the fall of that last wicket, and likely why we would be seeing Eden Markram back into the attack. Not too sure if the light is good enough for them to continue with pace. However, at this point there's not too many clouds around,
yeah,
but the floodlights are on.
floodlights taking full effect here. It's gone completely towards that period, towards the end of the evening and the final session here. Well, a possible 10 overs, but I don't think that we're going to get that in, realistically speaking.
Doesn't look likely, and at this point 5 wickets to get for the South Africans, and just over 100 runs, 106 runs for the West Indies to get. There's no real chance of a victory for either team as it stands currently. Markram might have something else to say about that. He's just halted in his run-up. The umpire Illingworth, and now runs into Jason Holder. It's a wide delivery that was quite straight but kept low. Jason Holder not able to make contact with it. Wry smile from him.
Yeah, you remember Makram would have dismissed Holder in the first innings with a good delivery. He was getting Jason Holder bowled, and this time Holder looking to cut outside the off stump. And
Second delivery, Aidan Markram into Jason Holder, and he's defending that, going back to it, and just easily defended into the offside. Now, Jason Holder is also batting with his helmet off, so probably another sign that pace is not likely to be bowled with the rest of the day. Third delivery of the over. Holder's forward and just defends that again towards that fielder running around that point to pick it up. 1 run to Jason Holder, moves him on to 25, and Joshua De Silva now is on strike to Aidan Markram for first time in this innings.
yeah, so Joshua De Silva would have missed out in the first innings. He got just a single, and he would want to see the West Indies over the line here. The wicketkeeper batter.
Markram for his fourth delivery of the over, and Joshua De Silva is forward, driving that quite confidently. He's only going to get 1 run for his efforts, as that's cleaned up down at the extra cover.
So 194 for 5. Some diehard supporters in here supporting this test match. It's good to see.
Fifth delivery, Jason Holder, dead bat towards that delivery. Just allowing the ball to come towards the bat more than anything. One ball remains in the 54th over. Jason Holder ready to face up to Aidan Markram, and again forward defending that. The end of the 54th over, it's 194 for 5. Holder on 25, and De Silva 1 from 2. Markram 7 overs, none for 26.
Yeah, so 5:39 here local time in Port of Spain, Trinidad. Has been the final session of this 5th day in this first test here between West Indies and South Africa. Stage of the game is that West Indies 194 for 5, still needing 104. South Africans, they need 5 wickets, but time I don't think is gonna allow us at that. The light meter has been brought into effect again.
Seems as if they're satisfied with light as it stands. Holder and De Silva just having a bit of a chat at the striker's end. Maharaj is ready to begin his 26th over. Many plasters on his right hand, not his spinning hand. It's Maharaj to De Silva, and just back and cutting that one into the offside. Tristan Stubbs feels it, no run. Maharaj to De Silva again. He's forward and just clipping that into the onside. 1 run. Jason Holder back on strike.
Yeah, dangerously played from Jason Holder. He's pushing his front foot down the line of the middle stump and bringing that bat across and getting it into the onside.
De Silva's also batting with just a cap on, no helmet.
Holder back on strike.
Raj in on him and just pulls that a good length. Turns away slightly from Jason Holder and no run.
Score remains at 195 for 5.
Raj again to Jason Holder. Foolish delivery, straighter. Did a turn, but they just defended again from Jason Holder.
8.2 overs it's saying to go in the day's play, and Holder is just using up a few seconds, just stretching out that back It's been a long test match.
Fifth delivery of the over. Maharaj, a round arm delivery now to Jason Holder, but he's completely on point defending that. Now, wondering if he does have any complications out there, because has gone back towards that square leggish region and is hunching over a bit.
All the experience coming into effect here from Jason Holder. He's down on his haunches,
Well,
and he's just asking for the physio to come on and lend some assistance. And with this time of the evening, Dylan, we know where these tactics are coming from.
yes, certainly reminds me of Gulbuddin Naib in the World Cup recently.
So at the moment, Holder is on the ground receiving some treatment from the physio. He's being stretched out. It seems as though it's the hamstring area that has been giving him some problems.
South Africans also utilize this as an opportunity to get some refreshments out there. Not much time remaining, just 17 minutes to 6 o'clock local time.
Yeah, 195 for 5 is where we're at the moment. 54.5 overs gone. Maharaj into his 26th over. He has 4 for 82.
The woman doesn't look too pleased with proceedings out there, but more than likely you would have already thought that it's heading towards a draw. 5 wickets to get in this short period, especially with just spin on, doesn't seem too likely.
Yeah. Apart from all the rain that we've had, I think these players, they've entertained us. Certainly the listeners that have been tuned in and listening to all of the days so far and all of the action right here on 360 Radio and of course the Windies cricket radio stream. I think they would be happy with the fight that the West Indies have shown. I think their backs were against the walls, you know, when they lost those 2 early wickets with the score just about 20 odd for 2. And to the South Africans, they had a real chance, but a young Dominican put his hand up, Athanaze, and got himself to 92, and he was out to Maharaj. And ever since then, we were sort of just ambling towards the end of the day's play.
Certainly, if you look back at that, there would have been a good portion of that innings where the West Indies would have wanted the rain to come, but at some point there when Athanaze was getting closer to 100, might have thought the South Africans might have wanted some rain to interrupt proceedings.
Yeah, all in this beautiful game that we love so much. But it's cricket, lovely cricket. And this is the first test match of 2. The second test match bowls off in Guyana in a few days' time. So they'll be locked in battle again. And of course, there's a white ball series to follow. Some T20s to be played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Of course, stay tuned to 360 Radio for those T20s. We'll be with you for all of those.
So Holder seems to be back up. He's ready. He's not moving as he would have liked. He's not moving as smoothly as he would want, but he's ready to soldier on here. The big man, the all-rounder from Barbados. Such a wonderful servant to West Indies cricket.
1 ball remains in the 55th over. Maharaj to Holder and easily forward defending that to Tony DeZorzi, who basically had his hand onto the pitch. That's how close he was to him. End of the 55th over, it's Hill 195 for 5.
No real urgency shown here by these two teams. Although this game though has been played in some good spirits. It's been high quality stuff at times, but for the large part, we've seen a lot of, good rivalry, if you like.
Certainly some entertaining rivalry and battle, and some interesting banter as well, especially when spin has been on. more so from the South Africans.
Led by Calvarina, of course.
Certainly a very vocal one behind the stumps. Would have quite a few words to say back to Joshua Da Silva, who's also quite vocal behind the stumps, part of the qualifications when it comes to wicket keepers. Markram into Da Silva now, comes out of his crease ever so slightly and fends it back to Eden Markram. Markram again to Da Silva. He's again back this time to defend it back to Markram. There's a slip point cover mid-off. Two close-in fielders as well on the onside. Da Silva fends that one towards point. On the onside you see the Zozi at short square leg, as well as a Temba Bavuma down at short mid-on. The regulation mid-on as well. Markram again into Da Silva, who's trying a half-hearted drive towards that delivery. Just it's a bit wide. No run. It's been 4 dot balls in succession. Eden Markram, Da Silva again forward and defending that.
Yeah, very watchful here, Joshua Da Silva, and rightly so. Score still remains at 195 for 5.
Last ball of the over. It's Eden Markram to Joshua Da Silva and fends that to that short mid-on Temba Bavuma. The end of the 56 over, it's still 195 for 5.
5:48 here local time. 7 overs left in the day's play. Time will tell if we're going to get all of that in. But the player's just crossing over. Maharaj has given his cap to the umpire. And he's about to start his 27th over. 56 overs on the trot between yesterday and today for Keshav Maharaj, before he was just briefly given a bit of a break. He's about to bowl to Jason Holder, who's 25 not out from 74.
Maharaj into Jason Holder, and he's back on his regular defense diet that we've seen past few overs.
Well, look at this field. 3 slips, forward short leg gully, a leg gully, short cover. Rabada is a very silly mid-off and a silly mid-on. All the fielders inside the circle, and Jason Holder decides to just clear everyone, and he hits this one way down the ground, and it was coming our way at the media center end. It crashed into the galvanized just ahead, and 6 to Holder.
Oh, it crashed into the galvanized. I thought it was on the roof for a second there. Jason Holder just using this opportunity, all those close-in fielders, to get some free runs at the end of this test match here. You know that time is drawing close as they begin shaking hands. That was all that was needed for South Africa to really just call an end here, because West Indies were really far from that target. South Africa 5 wickets away, so it's a draw here at the Queen's Park Oval. Jason Holder ending on 31 not out from 76. Da Silva 2 not out from 10. And the final score in this 4th innings, 201 for 5 from the West Indies in 56.2 overs. Maharaj takes 4 wickets in this innings, and Higgiso Rabada 1. And within the entire match, Maharaj would have gotten 8 wickets.
Yeah, so players deciding that that's enough, and the umpires here have just called time, and so it's first test here between West Indies and South Africa, resulting in a fighting draw in the end. And just to take our minds back to how it all started on day 1 of this first test, the toss was won by the South Africans, and they decided that they were going to bat first. And in their first innings, they scored 357. Tony Dizorzi led the way with 78. Temba Bavuma was also in the runs. He had 86. Kyle Verena had 39, and Mulder was not out on 41. So 357 is what the South Africans got in their first innings. And for the West Indies, Jaden Seals was amongst the wickets. He had 3 for 67. Kimar Roach had 2 for 53. Holder had 1, and Warrican had 4 for 69 from 22 overs. The West Indies in their second innings, they were bundled out for 233. Brathwaite had 35. Carty, in his debut test match, he led the way with 42. Holder had 36 himself, and Hodge with 25. Bowling for the South Africans, Rabada had 3 for 56. Maharaj, 40 overs, 4 for 76. Wickets apiece for Markram and Ngidi. South Africa in their second innings, they would have amassed 173 for 3.
Certainly in that innings, they were going guns blazing. Tony DeZorzi, 45 quick fire runs from 60 deliveries with 4 fours in that innings. Markram only stayed for 38, had a strike rate of 79. Tristan Stubbs, however, was out there with a plan to show the world that he was ready for Test match cricket. 68 from 50. Very quick innings that was pretty much demanded by the match situation at the time. And eventually his innings came to an end, bowled by Kimar Roach. Temba Bavuma, 15 runs from 17. Only one not out in that innings before eventually declaring. And Jamel Warrican would have picked up 2 for 57 in the third innings. Roach, 1 for 39. With Seals, Holder and Moti going wicketless. And within this fourth innings, Brathwaite Louis left quite early. Bowled Maharaj would have been Brathwaite, and Mikhail Louis bowled by Rabada. Kesey Carty stayed for 31 runs. Athanaze, of course, the top scorer of that innings, 92 from 116, hitting 9 fours in that innings. Jason Holder and Joshua Da Silva would have seen it through towards the end and survived eventually to draw a match here between West Indies and South Africa. Keshav Maharaj 4 wickets for 88 and Rabada 1 wicket for 38, and Gidi, Markram and Mulder going wicketless.
So 8 wickets in the match for Keshav Maharaj. And so first test here resulted in a draw between the West Indies and South Africa, as the players, they just have gone back into the dressing rooms, and we're getting ready for the man of the match ceremony here.
Well, my man of the match would be Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, Keshav Maharaj was good for the South Africans. He had 8 wickets. But what about Alec Athanaze with that 92 in the second innings? The West Indies on the back foot, backs against the walls.
Well, certainly when you take in that it was a drawn match, then you could say that that was a very impactful innings regarding the eventual draw, because he was able to stay there for quite a while and put some pressure back on South Africa.
Yeah. So, with that being said, that is the end of our broadcast here from the Queen's Park Oval. Well, from all of us here, we'd like to thank you for staying with us and tuning in for all 5 days. We certainly do appreciate that. And we'll have more action on 360 Radio. But on behalf of everyone here, thank you for listening, and all the best in future.
You've just heard commentaries of the West Indies South Africa series, a production of 360 Radio. Join us again for more on the 360 Radio Network.